Ryu Han-Bin, a young man, finds himself fighting a beast in a deserted terrain of a world called Latina. He has no recollection of how he got there. The only thing he is conscious of is his survival. In a confrontation with a beast dog, he uses a rock, thinking it would kill the beast. However, the beast stands its ground again and continues to dominate the one-sided fight. When he is about to be pushed off the cliff, the system displays information about the Hell Dog, revealing it as the lowest level monster in Heresy. It possesses strength similar to an unequipped adult human male. The system also indicates that the player may level up by slaying the Hell Dog or any powerful monsters in general. He is confused, wondering when everything started going downhill. He even questions if he's trapped in a fantasy video game. Before we proceed further, let's have a throwback. Han-Bin used to wake up every day at noon. He had just been discharged from his mandatory military service 3 months ago and felt he had enough reasons to lay back and relax a bit. He had believed that after finishing his military service, he would be able to fit right into society. However, the last 3 months for him were nothing but a black haze. Nothing changed about him. Even the 2 years he served in the military. On an ordinary day, while lazing around like usual, he was suddenly summoned into a void. He heard the voices of more than one entity echoing across the void. As he questioned his existence, the voices chit-chatted about the Chosen Ones. They implied that the few people standing before them were the Chosen Ones among the 7 billion humans. Abruptly, one voice called for transmitting the guidelines to all the players. But the second voice disagreed, remarking that the idea seemed too artificial. He wondered what the voices were talking about, and if not God, who were they? A person. The first voice responded to the second voice, commenting that it served enough motivation and assistance in judging their situation, since that's something already tested with the previously chosen ones. The second voice then initiated the guidelines transmission. However, the second voice claimed to have made a mistake in transmitting the guidelines to Han-Bin. They apparently didn't care because the error occurred around a single chosen one. After this, the chosen one, number 398, was dimensionally transported to the world of Latina. After some time, Han-Bin is shown ruthlessly striking the dead Hell Dog. He gains 13 experience for killing a level 1 monster. Still, he is shaken to the core, remembering that he was discharged 3 months ago. He wonders what would happen to him and his parents. He is just upset that he never got to date a girl. The chosen one could have been anyone. Countless people evade military service. Why wasn't he chosen instead? Suddenly, he receives an alert from the system, notifying him that he has less than a 5% chance of surviving in Latina with his current stats. The system offers him an alternate option to end his life. Enraged at the entities who sent him here, he stares at the option. He wonders if he will be sent back home after dying. He tries to stay calm and accepts the bitter truth. They wouldn't have sent him to this world if they had planned on returning the chosen ones home. He also knows that whether he likes it or not, death here means the end. After grieving for a moment, he regains his will and fighting spirit. His strength is boosted. The system prompts him to choose a skill class, which he sees as an obligatory choice. Fighting with his fists has never been an option for him. He notices the warrior class, which allows the user to fight with various martial arts routines. But since this isn't a game, he selects the long-distance combat class. He chooses to be a magician, but his selection is rejected due to the lack of capability for the chosen class. Frustrated, he then tries magic swordsmanship and priest, respectively, but both selections are rejected. Despite not wanting to choose the warrior class, he ultimately ends up selecting it. He tries to stay optimistic, aiming to find a way to fight from a distance. He selects his spear from the weapon selection window. However, due to some errors, the system malfunctions and selects the long sword as his beginner's weapon. Out of pure annoyance, he thinks of not acting according to what those entities want. But what he wants more than anything is not to die. This is how his unending hellish life of leveling up began. He tries to swing the blade, but isn't able to as he's too weak. And also, the blade is a long sword. It's been 7 days since he came to Latina. Since his arrival, he has asked the Guideline countless times, "How can I return home?" But each time it has remained silent. He doesn't know if it is because the system is bugged. In any case, he is fighting to survive. The monsters he fights are always Hell Dogs. If there's one thing he has learned since coming to this world, it's that the Hell Dogs also level up. He notices that these monsters have become wary of him. Despite trying to stay alive, he is getting dragged by the enemies. These monsters are getting used to fighting him, just as he is getting used to fighting them. He tries to launch an unpredictable attack, but the Hell Dog he is fighting reads him like a book and dodges his strike. The Hell Dog then attempts to jump at him, but he strikes it midair, fully neutralizing it. He gains 22 experience as a reward, which adds up to his overall experience to 282. He killed the Hell Dog using the skill Stab, which he got after becoming level 2. Han-Bin finds the Guidelines pretty helpful. When he browses through it, his knowledge expands and he learns more about this world, such as the benefits of hell dog meat and blood. The meat contains fats, essential amino acids, and moisture, carbohydrates, fibers, and essential minerals, respectively. But unlike their violent nature, their teeth and claws quickly become dull and cannot be used soon after. Ultimately, he concludes that this world is artificially created, and there must be a reason why he was brought here. He remembers that there were 7 billion candidates and wonders where the other chosen ones were sent. Just as he is thinking about the other chosen ones, the Guideline informs him that he can leave the current area, the Rock Mountains, once he reaches level 5 and meets up with the other chosen ones. The Rock Mountains is the start zone where the death rate is lower and gaining experience is quite efficient. Low-level monsters roam in the area, and the monsters appearing in the safe zones are stat-matched. The Guidelines command him to meet up with the other chosen ones, and once he reaches level 20, he will be able to complete the Latina map and travel to the Latina continent. All the information the system disclosed was too much for his brain to process. He recalls everything the Guidelines revealed. After this, he asks the Guidelines about what he has to do there. The system fails to respond due to an error. He had already realized that the creatures in this world could level up too, but what concerned him more was whether he could ever return home. He understood that he couldn't fully rely on the Guidelines he'd been given and needed to leave the Rocky Mountains to truly learn about this world. Afterward, he began searching for creatures known as hellhounds to train himself. Since they grew stronger along with him, defeating them never became easier. After gaining another 22 experience points, he finally leveled up and unlocked a new skill, Side Slash. He continued to face stronger versions of these creatures. A level 3 hellhound had strength comparable to that of a beginner warrior without gear. He settled into a rigorous cycle, fighting, recovering from minor injuries, eating, and resting. By the 27th day, he had defeated countless hellhounds and had learned 3 combat skills: stab, side slash, and vertical slash. His body also began to reflect the effects of his rising stats. The two-handed longsword, which had once been difficult to lift, could now be wielded with ease. In this world, hard work always paid off. Just after making that statement, he received a shocking message from the Guideline revealing he had regressed to level 1. He decided not to be bothered by this message and assumed it must be bugged, only to realize that it was real. Surprisingly, his stats were intact. At first, he tried to look at things optimistically, reassuring himself that since he was in the safe zone, the Hell Dogs would also be level 1. He believed he could gain more stats more easily. However, he was wrong. The Hell Dogs kept getting stronger despite their levels. He continued to put his life on the line with each fight, believing it would work the next time. He was sure he would get it and kept on going. He kept killing the Hell Dogs, which continued to grow stronger, and kept checking his experience. By this time, he had already lived in a hell-like place for the past 7 years, running through levels 1 to 4 in an endless cycle. Chosen ones don't age, and due to their extraordinary healing ability, they heal from all injuries in a single day. Returning to level 1 didn't decrease his stats, but he couldn't learn a new skill since he couldn't get past level 4. The only skills he had were stab, side slash, and vertical slash. The Helldogs got stronger as his stats continued to increase. The system placed the strong monsters to help the Chosen One get stronger, but to him, it seemed that the monsters were just there to be killed, though the same could be said about him. The voices had completed the Guideline transmission to the Chosen Ones that they had started earlier. These voices labeled the ongoing mission as Garin Latina's 5th operation. One voice revealed, "I've gotten used to it. This is our 5th time commencing the mission already." They thought that even if it was another world, players would normally take at most a year to clear. They were expecting some useful players this time. While inspecting, the entity suddenly came across a broken world and discovered that Han-Bin was logged into it. Subconsciously, Han-Bin thought he was back home and tried to sleep. But half asleep, Han-Bin was about to select the alternate option in the Guideline, end his life. He jolted awake, realizing that it had been about 10 years since he started killing Hell Dogs. He had fallen from a cliff and survived, which signaled that the fall damage didn't inflict any harm on him. Even after years of training, he's still at level 1, or rather, he keeps regressing the moment he is about to hit level 5. Additionally, he isn't far from selecting the alternate option, putting his life to an end. He regains his composure because agonizing over this countless times won't get him anywhere. He is still wondering if he will be sent back home after he decides to take his life. Since he might die, he thinks of making his life worth it. At some point, he gives up on counting the days he's been in this world. He doesn't know how long it has been since his arrival. 5 years, or maybe 7? During this time, he developed a hobby and even came up with work to do. Surviving alone isn't an easy task, but this harsh environment doesn't allow him to doze off, even for a moment. This is the reality. He can't change his situation and devotes himself to doing what he can. He built a house with debris and boulders. living each day with devotion. Simply, he no longer lives with rage. When a colossal hell dog destroyed his house, one that took him 3 years to build, he engaged in an intense battle with it to get revenge. These giant hell dogs are loud and don't even taste good. But by constantly hunting them, he has learned the best strategy to defeat them. Once it starts, these hell dogs begin with a huge attack. It's impossible to dodge their breath skill since the area of attack is large, so he just braces his body and blocks it with his strength. Surprised to see its enemy unfazed, the hell dog would then rapidly cast thunderbolts, light, and fire magic. Since getting hit by these is painful, he would block them by carving up huge walls of earth, then using the final cut. However, he wasn't extremely prolific with the blade, nor did he have any other skills since his level wouldn't increase. After using the 3 skills thousands of times, he has combined them into one skill called Cross Impact. It's not a real skill, but there isn't a monster that can withstand the impact of the hit. The entity that made an error when transmitting the guidelines to the candidates is stunned to learn that Han-Bin has been stuck inside the Halana for 22 years, while the other generations are operating in different locations of LNA. That entity is stressed because it can't come up with an excuse if its superiors find out. It also can't kill him. But after contemplating for a while, he comes up with a way to deal with him. Elsewhere, Han-Bin is munching on the hell dog. He has always felt a breeze whenever he leveled up to level 4. He desires something tasty and also human interaction. Another thing he wonders about is his lifespan. Despite everything, he is optimistic that there will be a day when he will get out. Unexpectedly, the entity starts punching the Latina world. Even though there could be some problems, the entity wants to erase his records and the world from existence. The entity is destroying the world mostly because it believes Han-Bin is level 4 and will die soon. It doesn't have any background progress records. Meanwhile, Han-Bin, spectating the entity destroy his world, receives a notification about the completion of Latina. Soon, the system commences the transport of chosen ones to the designated level. Elsewhere, a dragon appears to be bothered by the arrival of otherworldly demons. All this time, what Han-Bin saw naturally became the norm. A red sky where the sun never rises or sets, clusters of dead tree branches on the ground, and being stranded on a rock-filled mountain of hell. He can't believe his eyes. He's in a forest in the Grey-Luke Kingdom, on the northern Latina continent. The man doesn't know what's going on, but he knows it's not home. Still, it's better than those godforsaken mountains. He finds it weird that he suddenly became level 5 when he arrived and now has the communication skill. He remembers that to come to the Latina continent, he needed to be level 20. He wonders if the system is still bugged. Moreover, a new guideline window appears, giving him one final mission. Kill one of the 6 goddesses of Latina. If he succeeds, he will receive several rewards, such as eternal youth and immortality. He will also be sent back to Earth with his stats intact and have 3 wishes fulfilled. Another window pops up, listing factors to consider for the mission. It also warns him to keep his identity hidden from the people of this world. The first thing he needs to do is register at the Hunters Guild in the corporate city of Ompress. Suddenly, a dragon arrives, cursing him as a filthy, otherworldly demon for trespassing. He tries to get into a fighting stance, but then realizes his sword is way back on the other side of the river, since running back to grab it is risky. He opts to charge barehanded. When the punch lands on the dragon's body, it surprisingly soars through the air. Then, a brief epilogue about the dragon is set forth. It is the dragon itself, describing its experiences with otherworldly humans. Long ago, a magnificent dragon soared through the skies, serving the dragon knights of the Exrad kingdom. That dragon's name was Effer, and she was the great pride of the knights. However, a great ordeal came upon her. It came in the form of the kingdom's prince, who whined about wanting to ride her. Mounting a dragon was not a simple feat. In the end, the prince accidentally fell from the dragon and died. Because of that, Effer's poor knight was executed, and she herself escaped the kingdom with the help of the other kind knights. The lonely dragon, now living in the forest, didn't even have time to mourn. The forest was where many otherworldly humans would frequently appear. However, despite receiving training, she was kind enough to never kill her opponents. It was then that countless otherworldly hunters gathered together to hunt her. She thought to herself that letting the otherworldly humans live was a bad idea. She had no choice but to hunt the otherworldly humans. She clears the misunderstanding, telling him, "I'm not a dragon, but a wyvern. Dragons have 4 legs and their wings are located on their shoulders, while wyverns have wings on their forelegs." She accepts defeat and requests, "Please let me go." He demands that she explain how she knew he was from another world. She replies, "I can't tell just by looking, but their bodies disappear when they die. Besides, Latin hardly ever enters this forest." He wonders, "Do you think of me as an otherworldly person?" She pauses before responding, "If you can't suspect anything from my appearance, that no one would be able to find out your identity based on your looks alone." He asks, "Is this the Sathi forest of the Greyluck Kingdom?" She explains, the Great Loot Forest was destroyed long ago. It's now called the Trad Kingdom. He realizes that his guidelines haven't been updated and is frustrated, wondering what reason could be behind it. She begs for mercy, asking, please forgive me. He believes that she could have laid low instead of attacking him, and rejects her pleas. She calls him an otherworldly demon and admits, I attacked you because of it. He raged at her, scared. She revealed that the goddess was the one who had called the otherworldly humans demons. He was a little intrigued by this information. He demanded, tell me everything, in detail. She revealed that otherworldly humans had started appearing in Latina 40 years ago. She abruptly broke off mid-story and demanded again, let me go home. I have to rub some medications. He got furious and threatened, if you don't tell me, I'll hit you again. The threats pushed her to continue. She explained that at first, the otherworldly humans and Latinians got along, but that period didn't last long. Soon, the otherworldly humans started killing Latinians, aiming to increase their levels. The more powerful ones banded together and created the Great Earth, a group formed to kill the goddess. She revealed that the otherworldly humans were strong because they could easily level up by killing their opponents, a trait that wasn't alien to dragons. There was no way to fight against them when they were led by a leader who was level 100. So, before they came, the continent's 4 heroes massacred the otherworldly humans in an instant. These heroes were Barol, the Sword King, Zenovia, the Archmage, Garin, the Terrible, and Holly, the Transcendentalist of life and death. After that, the 6 goddesses blessed the continent. Earthlings are considered otherworldly beings suspected of having ties to a dark deity, and as a result, they are often treated with extreme suspicion. He's frustrated by her strange manner of speaking and bursts out, I was suddenly kidnapped and left to rot on a rocky mountain for decades. Now that I'm finally free, I'm told that if anyone finds out who I really am, the entire continent will turn against me. All of this, she says, happened before she was even born. He continues, I don't care whether I have to work with the goddesses or follow their orders. I'm going to take down that dark god and find a way to return to Earth. He tells her that no one can know who he really is, and that he has to take precautions. She pleads, I won't say a word. I'll live as an ordinary wyvern, pretending I can't even speak. Despite her promise, he shows no sign of backing down. 5 days later, he leaves the Sada forest and heads toward a massive city wall that stretches across the horizon. It's a city in the northern part of the Xrad kingdom. The city is called Onres. It's vast, with a large and bustling population. Nearby, there is the Satata forest and a dungeon in the Ifan plains where countless monsters continuously appear. There's also the Onres Hunter Guild, where many hunters try to get rich by putting their lives on the line. The people who visit this guild are either hunters, people who aim to become hunters, or otherworldly beings. When he steps inside the guild, he leaves the local hunters in awe. He ignores the gossip and heads straight to the business, telling the receptionist, I want to become a hunter, shocking the audience even more. A flashback reveals that he didn't actually kill Effer. Instead, he struck a deal with her. He asked for her help because, even though his appearance wasn't suspicious, the fact that he had no clothes or equipment from this world would likely give him away. She was hesitant to help him, convinced he was going to kill her anyway. He reminded her, you've been killing people up until now and are a wanted beast. So the odds of you going outside and telling people about me being an otherworldly person are not very high. Moreover, he was happy to have a decent conversation like this with another living being. Han-Bin's words made her recall the previous memories she had shared with otherworldly humans before the conflict. She decided to help him by giving him some clothes, though they were a little too tight for him. She warned him, don't take off your clothes anywhere. When asked about goddesses, she told him goddesses rarely meet people, not even the Latinians. To meet a goddess, one has to either be one of the 4 heroes or have done something great to deserve their blessing. She continued, the only way to receive blessings is to become a hunter. Hunters hunt dungeon monsters created by the demon god or mouse. Through hand gestures, he tried to point at the guideline and said, the guideline also mentions that I need to be a hunter to contact the goddess. Effer wasn't able to see the guideline, which made him realize that he was the only one who could. He explained, guidelines are a guidance system for otherworldly humans like me. He added, unfortunately, my guideline system is broken, leaving her confused. He recalled the wyvern's words, a hunter has a more free lifestyle. It's not that suspicious for them to have a high level. This is why he needed to be extra careful. Many others like him would have used the same method. She taught him, don't act like a foreigner. He is overwhelmed by nervousness and anxiety. He can't seem to relax his body. The receptionist fetches some details and then registers him to the Onres Hunter Guild. He is glad that he didn't follow the guidelines when registering as a hunter, as it suggested he should say he came from the backwoods in the west. A flashback shows that, before leaving for Onres, she told him to say he came from North Campbell. After all, how could a person who isn't even a hunter travel across the kingdom? Assuming he's transferring from another guild to Andres, the receptionist girl questions him. The receptionist is stunned when she learns he's just registering. She's not the only one surprised he isn't already a hunter, given his massive physique. Noticing the people becoming wary of him, he wonders if he made a mistake. When the receptionist asked him to place his hand on the measuring stone, he wonders if he should prepare to fight. Since the local hunters haven't attacked him yet, he presumes that they still are sure he's an Otherworlder. The receptionist informs him that, depending on his abilities, they can create proper verification. According to the rules of the guild, all he needs to do is place his palm on the measuring stone. He is suspicious that the measuring stone might be part of the receptionist's antics. He worries that if he gets caught, he won't be able to meet the goddesses. However, he thinks that running away is the same as revealing his secret. Though destroying this place may be easy, he places his hand on the measuring stone, hoping it will work out well. And surprisingly, it does. The receptionist reveals that his stats are at heroic levels. Here is the plot twist. He was dreaming about having heroic level stats. In reality, the measuring stone reveals him as a level 5 swordsman, which makes the whole place burst out laughing. The receptionist apologizes for her behavior and clarifies that most people who come from the backwoods to register are otherworldly humans. If his level had been higher, they would have undoubtedly mistaken him for one. The local hunters reveal that otherworlders start at level 20 and say they want to become a hunter, even though they are already at a high rank. The receptionist asks for 300x registration fees, which is about 3 million Korean won. Luckily, he borrowed 400x from Effer and told her he would pay it back. Not knowing how much it was worth, the local hunters laugh at him, seeing his hand tremble. They reveal that the Otherworlders have a lot of money, which makes him even more sad. The receptionist gives him his beginner hunter badge and informs him that replacing a lost identification badge will cost him AVX. He can return for a new one when he has leveled up. Alongside Han-Bin's rank, his name is also mentioned on the badge. He is apparently registered under the name Eric Garin. Despite all the mockery from everyone in the guild, he stays motivated and thinks of making his name known in the hunter's circle, because this is where he starts for real. Wanting to explore the dungeon, he states that he wants it as a mission. Suddenly, a narcissistic man cuts in, giving Han-Bin a piece of advice. You better stay put if you're planning to be monster food with your level 5. The receptionist calls this adventurer Latina. Through the receptionist's questions, Han-Bin learns that the dungeon monsters are increasing in number and attacking nearby houses. He doesn't feel comfortable sending useless hunters to do the job and opts to go himself since his level is high. Han-Bin sees Lawa as a level 27 hunter. The same level as Effer, he wonders why he is acting so conceited. He guesses the reason La has such a high sense of pride is because he is the highest level in the guild, but he feels like staying out of it, not wanting to get involved with him at all. The receptionist mentions that La's party has room for one more person. She says that since completing missions alone is practically impossible, doing miscellaneous work while learning the ins and outs of his party would be a much better option. He is disgusted, thinking that he might have to join a party with the obnoxious hunter in it. The full of himself hunter reveals that he has already recruited a newbie into his hunter's party. He declines the receptionist's request without a second thought. The newbie introduces himself as Ace, a level 25 mage. However, the guidelines show that she is at a higher level, a level 37 magician. He decides to ignore it, thinking that Ace must have his reasons for hiding his real level. When Ace side-eyes him, he quickly averts his gaze. Just when he is about to accept that he won't be accepted into La's party, the prideful hunter remarks, if it's a special request from Siguri, the receptionist, to take care of a level 5 insect, then he shall. He finds Loud's comments slightly irritating, but he keeps his cool. The prideful magician steps over his boundaries by ridiculing him, then attempts to snatch the sword attached to his back. However, he isn't even able to budge it. Han-Bin finally reacts by equipping his sword in his hand. As he confronts Laud, someone is watching him. Han-Bin is effortlessly carrying the weight of the sword, while Laud struggles to keep up. The person who was watching Han-Bin approaches him and says, "You'll be able to take care of level 10s with your physique." Laud calls out to him, "Berkman, don't butt in." Berkman ignores his comment and continues speaking with Han-Bin, pointing at his massive long sword. This thing is wrecking the guild with its size. He warns, if you keep wrecking the guild, you'll have to fight everyone here. Though his warning is friendly, the fear of being kicked out if a fight breaks out makes him quickly clear up the misunderstanding. I don't want to fight anyone. Laud is intimidated by the sight of Han-Bin, carelessly swinging his sword. He says no one will take a level 5 like you into their parties inside. Han-Bin admits he can't do anything because of his low level, and he has already used most of his money just to register. However, Berkman divulges that leveling up with his body will be easy. He was looking for someone with a toned body like Han-Bin's. Now that he has found the perfect candidate, he invites him to his party. The man appears to be a level 25 human. He believes Han-Bin is a low level solely because he lacks experience. Otherwise, Han-Bin would be a high-level hunter. Being an Otherworlder, his growth rate is high, which means he won't be able to stay in the man's party for long. Unpriest was developed because of the dungeon and the monsters. Business and trade revolve around these monster hunters, and the city creates products with the monster materials that the hunters bring back. There are two main areas where hunts take place: the Eifin Plains dungeon and the entrance area to the south of the forest. There are small villages near the forest, but since monsters rarely venture away from the trees, subjugation quests are seldom given. However, there has been a great number of monsters attacking the vicinity of the forest lately. This is why many hunters have joined the subjugation quest. The Berkman and his party are fighting Devolk, a high-level monster that inhabits the Sada forest. Devolk has slow movements, but their grips are strong enough to crush a rock, and they utilize their weight to create decisive attacks. Berkman Roll, the strongest tank in Ongress, demonstrates incredible strength while fighting Devolk. When a Devolk uses a pincer attack, he blocks it, extinguishing the Devolk's mobility, allowing his teammate, level 21 spearman Amber Bonnet, to strike. After saving Berkman from the Devolk, she ridicules him for being pushed back by a Devolk, remarking that he should retire. Amber panics when she notices a grave wound on his arm caused by the Devolk's attack earlier. He calms her down, assuring her that it's nothing to be concerned about. His cool demeanor makes her blush. As they are sharing a tender moment, his younger sister and the party's healer, Arwen, arrives and heals him. Suddenly, a Devolk comes behind her, but before it can harm her, Hubert Crewtails, a supporter operating from the rear, saves her with a special attack called Firehammer. Berkman's party is the #1 team when it comes to being well-balanced and coordinated. They don't solely focus on offense and can be labeled as the most reliable party in Onres. Unfortunately, Han-Bin has been lowered to the role of porter. While everyone is fighting, he is just spectating. He has been left out of the main fight since his level is low, but Berkman's party is generous enough to split the profits equally with him. When he is peacefully waiting for the main fight to conclude, Lord Devolk, a level 25 monster, appears and spots him. However, he gets rid of Lord Devolk in an instant with a stone bullet. He gets a little upset when the system doesn't give him any experience because the monster's level is too low. He thinks of asking the party to let him hunt stronger monsters next time. He is informed that the party is finished hunting and it's time for gathering. After this, he watches Berkman and his party extracting organs from Devolk that can be sold for a hefty price. Erwin collects a magic stone worth 15x from one of the Devolk and proudly shows it to her older brother. Han-Bin is fascinated by the sight of watching his party gathering magic stones. He thinks that he could have vomited for sure if he had seen this scene before getting transported to this world. But now that he has carved up so many hell dogs, it's nothing new for him. He organizes the extracted goods at lightning-fast speed, shocking Berkman's entire party. When asked how he is so good at organizing things, he explains that he has been doing this for 20 years, revealing himself to be a 24-year-old. The strongest Hank and the others are shocked to learn that Han-Bin has been doing labor ever since he was a 4-year-old. Perplexed, they question him about his parents and learn that he was kidnapped 20 years ago and doesn't remember what they look like. Berkman calls him a part of his family now. The party then consoles him, making him realize that these people are nice. He reveals that he is thankful to Berkman for allowing such a low-level hunter like him to join his party. The tank drops a bombshell by claiming that level doesn't actually matter, even though he's been stuck at level 25 for the past 5 years. He is confused by his statement because Berkman is already a level 25 hunter. Erwin speaks about how there aren't any high-level monsters on the surface, and that the dungeon is the place where one would find high-level monsters. Amber adds that they don't need to hunt stronger monsters since they will never go to places like dungeons. Completely stunned, Han-Bin heads off to sword practice while Arwen is left feeling miserable. Haunted by the realization that everyone believed he was an Otherworlder, Hubert goes after him because he is worried about sending him alone. Berkman approves of that idea, as one doesn't know when a monster could appear nearby. Hubert tries to look for him in the forest, but doesn't find him. Meanwhile, Arwen is wandering around desperately, looking for monsters that could give him experience. Every monster he passes by is low level. He recalls being enlightened that there aren't many strong monsters. He says the forest near the wyvern is like this. Now that he has explored the forest, he is convinced. To him, it makes sense that monsters with similar levels as Effer didn't give him enough experience. As he plans on leaving, he hears a strange howling sound, which doesn't sound like a regular monster. He rushes toward that direction, hoping that if he gets to hunt the monster, he has a chance of leveling up. After making a flamboyant entry, he prepares for the fight, but instead, he finds an unknown person with orange hair stripped naked in the forest. Han-Bin soon realizes that this person is a tease, the mage from Lava's party. He wonders why he is naked in the Sada forest. He then marvels at the fact that he hasn't found the monster making those sounds yet, even though the noise came from this direction. He apologizes and attempts to leave. but is stopped by Az, who calls him suspicious. This isn't the place where someone of your level should be, I says. Han-Bin reveals how he heard a loud sound while passing through and thought it was a big monster. He tries to evade by mentioning his party, but is stopped again as Addis demands that he answers truthfully. Addis inquires, "Did you see the monster?" He then threatens Han-Bin with his magic, urging him to tell the details. Han-Bin gets slightly serious and grabs his magic wand. Furious, he questions Az, "Why are you doing this? What's your deal?" He also thinks that the prideful hunter's party member is looking down on him. Az admits, "Being harsh with my words wasn't my intention. I got carried away a bit by my emotions." Just when things are about to settle down, Lai appears and starts talking smack about Han-Bin. He reveals he is furious with him because Han-Bin initially humiliated Siguri and now plans to lay his hands on the party's female member. Ace presumes that Lele is misunderstanding something. He also thinks that it might be a good idea to stay away from him. He respects him because the prideful hunter is a pretty strong swordsman, and the pose he is demonstrating shows that he's getting ready to execute a technique. Both of them indicate through their actions that they don't care how embarrassing or strong attacks La demonstrates. Being ignored makes him extremely angry, and the anger fuels his desire to demonstrate incredible strength. La uses Thunder Lightning Sword, hoping this attack will kill Han-Bin. However, since Bin doesn't want to make this tiny matter a big thing, he bows down to apologize and unknowingly gets hit on his back, which creates a big explosion. Later, Erwin treats the hunter, while Berkman reassures Han-Bin that what happened wasn't his fault. Han-Bin knows it's not a pain he can be forgiven for. The tank suggests they should wait for the results. After treating the injured Lawa, Erwin reveals that his life isn't in danger anymore because Han-Bin brought him to her quickly. But there seems to be another problem. All the men that stood there fell silent. The blame may have fallen on Law himself, but the pain and suffering he was going through was something that no one could comfort him from. Due to this accident, Lawa received a major hit on his privates. That morning, Ace took him back to Unrest City. After he learned the truth about Az's gender, he had a hard time facing him again. The monster who made that sound couldn't be found, and Han-Bin also forgot about it after spending 3 months at Berkman's party. At present, Berkman's party has set up camp in front of Sada the Forest. The tank and his party members were shocked to learn that Lawa went inside a dungeon all alone. Amber also felt that going into the dungeon alone at Luda's level was the same as committing suicide. However, Han-Bin thought the prideful hunter's level was pretty high. She disclosed that Berkman had become used to fighting indigenous monsters. Those monsters were hunted for survival, which helped raise his level naturally. Han-Bin remembered that Effer and Lord Default were unique monsters. He wondered how different these dungeon monsters were compared to normal ones. Amber revealed that those monsters were not originally from this world. She explained that they were created by the dungeons set up by the evil god Ormlavs and was common to see monsters over level 30, or even higher levels. Han-Bin believes that if they are certainly level 30 or above, it might help him level up. He decides to go to the dungeon, even if he has to do so in secret. Berkman reveals that monsters aren't the only problem. Many other worlders also go hunting here secretly. Han-Bin remembers that screening for dungeon entry is rigorous, so he briefly considers forgetting about it. He has Berkman reveal that Lilia may be hoping to find a healing artifact. The tank further explains that the sources placed within those dungeons are artifacts. They come in various shapes and all have different abilities. According to rumors, one of those artifacts can heal any type of wound, and Lei is most likely looking for that artifact. Han-Bin perceives dungeons and artifacts like a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow. He thinks it's his only option. Berkman turns off the lights. There have been many monsters creeping out of Saf Forest as of late. He hopes it isn't a bad omen. When he falls asleep, Han-Bin sneaks out and proceeds into the dense Satata Forest. He finds the forest very spooky, calling it a suitable place for a huge monster to appear. He also considers stopping by to greet Effer, since she lives nearby, but instead, he unexpectedly encounters a unique monster. The creature he runs into is a level 31 Tataro, a monster covered in a hardened shell that nullifies sword attacks, though it has a weakness to magic. Normally, Tataros are only found in dungeons. He immediately realizes that this type of opponent is not well suited for his fighting style. Unexpectedly, another Tataro appears and surrounds him. They begin vocalizing in a way that resembles human speech, comprehensible, but not entirely clear. Strangely, he shows calm and confidence, which unnerves the Tataros. The monsters insist that blades are useless against them, and they claim to devour anyone who carries weapons. He approaches one of them and questions why it's still talking about its kin when the others have already backed away from the fight. He quickly catches up to the fleeing Tataro, which tries to activate a portal hidden beneath the tree. That portal connects to a dungeon on the Ifan plane, but he effortlessly pulls the tree out of the ground as if it were nothing more than a weed. Han-Bin starts to wonder, Could the dungeon monsters that escaped through this portal be pushing out the local monsters? He's a bit disoriented, as he's never heard of something like this happening in any dungeon before. He presses the Tatairo to reveal who created this portal, but even the Tatairo doesn't know anything. He threatens to destroy the portal, forcing the Tatairo to speak up. The Tatairo mentions that no one should go inside the portal, as it's a direct order from someone else. He wonders who that person might be, and then tasks the Tatairo with watching over the portal. That way, the person won't find out. Since he can't risk getting caught secretly exploring the dungeon, he decides to go inside. Once he jumps in, the Tatairo starts pushing dirt over the portal to cover it. Inside the dungeon, part of the group of hunters is fighting some Tatairo. The boy manages to break free from the clasps of the Tatairo that had him cornered. He appears to be equipped with an axe, but it can't penetrate the Tatairo's sturdy skin. The girl, who is the mage, is in a tight situation and can't seem to break free from the clutches of a Tatairo. The girl chants a spell and cooks up a flash attack, which also partially blinds the boy. He is barely able to see with one of his eyes. He asks for Runel, the party's healer, for help. However, he discovers that Runel is dead and the mage Alicia's life is also in Jeopardy. The boy has given up on fighting and desperately screams for help. He receives help from Lawa, who beheads Tatairo with lightning speed. The boy, much to his surprise, had tried attacking Tatairo's head earlier, but missed. Tatairo had impressively protected its head with bladed arms. Moreover, the space to pierce the neck is extremely small. However, the boy notices that Lawa made the enemy lower its arms before swiftly cutting off its head. This technique can only be performed by a dual-wielding magic swordsman. The prideful hunter soon discovers that the hunters he had just saved are from the Empress Hunters Guild. The boy recognizes Lawa and calls him by his given name. He marvels at Lawa's bravery, having even heard of him hunting inside the dungeon a few months ago. The boy calls him amazing. In reality, Lawa has been trying to survive in the dungeon for the past 70 days. He recalls getting drunk in a local tavern in Onrest City. He woke up in the dungeon and couldn't remember how he got there. He hadn't seen another person until now, and he couldn't leave. But now, he could go home. Alicia recalls how the prideful hunter had been searching for a healing artifact. Ellie notices the injury on her leg and shows concern, but Alicia assures him that she is okay. The bleeding has stopped, and it's all right. He pulls out a healing potion, which is extremely rare to get, and casually hands it to Alicia. Alicia briefly wonders if he's trying to flirt with her. He quickly shuts it down, firmly stating he'd never do something like that. He explains he gave her the high potion simply because it wouldn't work on his own injury. His motivation for giving her the potion was to heal her wounds. In her current condition, it would be difficult for her to leave. Alicia will repay this debt after leaving the dungeon. Laia instructs everyone that they should be heading back. Alicia wonders if they're turning back after making it this far just because of her. She introduces herself as a hunter so he won't look down on her, but he is more focused on getting out of the dungeon. In actuality, he is suffering from irritable bowel syndrome. He can't hold on much longer. Abruptly, the entire dungeon starts to shake, surprising the hunters. The boy assumes it was an earthquake. However, Alicia explains that dungeons are part of a different dimension, so earthquakes don't happen here. Laud orders the hunters to use the side path quickly. He braces for a battle, unaware of the enemy lurking behind the unexpected tremors. He doesn't want to show weakness in front of a woman, even if it costs him his life. When they hear the sound of multiple monsters closing in, Alicia is left in disbelief. She questions how La could possibly take on so many at once. The prideful hunter insists they should hurry and leave. The boy lifts Alicia into his arms and takes off running toward the exit. Alicia wants to help Ludo, but the boy feels that they would only be a burden to him. They can't let his last efforts be in vain. Meanwhile, Lawa is sweating. He hadn't expected the boy to also leave. He tries to stay fired up, telling himself that he leveled up while hunting in the dungeon. He feels confident that he should be able to handle a few Tatairos. However, when a great wave of Tatairos charges toward him, he starts running for his life. The Tatairo is passed by Lawa without harming him. He hears them chanting words like run and danger and wonders what is happening. On the opposite side of the dungeon, Han-Bin is toying with the Tatairos. He had high expectations since it was a dungeon, but he isn't gaining any experience. Plus, he can't even swing his sword properly. As he is afraid it might make the cave collapse, he adjusts his strength. When he was in Berkman's party, it was too tiring. Terrified of his strength, Tatairos helps each other escape, but the remaining few sacrifice themselves for their allies. After annihilating Tatios, he finds an artifact, a fireball bracelet, a magic source. He is delighted, but wonders why there isn't a boss guarding such crazy items. Unaware that he already killed the level 40 Tyro King, he realizes that if he takes the artifact, the nearby monsters will disappear. If they don't, he won't be able to level up. He feels uneasy about taking the artifact for various trivial reasons. Among these is the quality of the artifact. It appears to be a mid-source artifact. The guidelines show that the wearer of the bracelet can throw fireball magic by yelling fireball. It also says the bracelet has 30 uses left. Han-Bin, without a second thought, takes the bracelet, thinking it's every man's dream. After this, he tries to test the fireball and looks around the dungeon to confirm no one is there. How do monsters keep responding in the dungeon? The answer to that was discovered by hunters who previously explored them. Shockingly, dungeon monsters don't breed. Instead, they are manufactured in a special zone, and that special zone is the place where the magic rests. Han-Bin has no idea why magic sources are in the shape of items, but hunters call these items artifacts as they are condensed with magical powers. His attempt to use the fireball attack fails. The system tells him that the user must be level 31 to use it. Unlike regular tools, artifacts have a level requirement to use. However, if that player can get that far, then they should not have any problems using it. He calls it trash as it didn't help him. He can't even sell it, as it would be suspicious if a level 5 tried to sell it. A dungeon artifact is a great honor for a hunter to receive, which is why it is priceless in the market. Though a hunter owning an artifact is a rare sight, and the reason for that is the pride they had from slaying all the monsters until that moment. But the moment they got their hands on an artifact, the very opportunity it presented became their downfall. He finds a passage that leads to the boss's room and decides to continue going forward. He makes it to the boss's room. He plans on doing a quick exploration and then returning before Berkman wakes up. This boss room is located in the middle of the dungeon. He wishes for the boss to appear so that he can go back. However, he finds the boss's room empty. He wonders where all the monsters went, leaving behind the most important magic source there for the taking. He tries calling out the monsters by shouting that he is going to take the magic source, hoping he will hear a response. He continues to intentionally provoke the monsters in the room by loudly declaring that he's taking the artifact. Suddenly, he finds his arms roped by tentacles. He looks up only to find the dungeon boss, the level 45 tentacle beholder. He assumes this monster might give him some experience. However, his arms and legs are all caught by the tentacle monster. In his current position, it will be over if he gets hit by its attack. Lottie steps out from the far middle door of the room, much to Han-Bin's astonishment. He had been occupied calculating the odds of him winning against the monster. Han-Bin starts sweating buckets, thinking he just got caught, and there's no coming back now. He tries to come up with an excuse, but can't think of anything. Since he is strapped to the tentacles of the monster, Loud assumes he is a weak monster that utilizes an opponent's weakness and trauma against them, giving shape to their fears. In simple terms, he thinks the monster is imitating Han-Bin. The prideful hunter doesn't want him to use such petty tricks again. It's impossible for a level 5 hunter to be here. Han-Bin doesn't miss this opportunity and puts up an act of being the dungeon boss. After this, La charges at him. Due to its omnidirectional body, the original monster doesn't have any blind spots and can efficiently attack and defend from the air. It uses its tentacles to strike hunters in their blind spots with super hyper speed. Han-Bin saves Laola from getting hit by the dungeon boss tentacles without him knowing. However, Han-Bin is late to realize that he is in a position where the hunter, with his high sense of pride, could inflict damage to his private parts with his blade. He goes airborne to save his future kids, but in the process, he puts too much power into his jump, causing the boss above his head to stamp into the ceiling. He is more concerned about getting his pants ripped than nearly bidding farewell to his privates. He is also disappointed in the dungeon boss because it turned out to be very weak. On the other hand, La plans on not letting him breathe to the point of swinging his blade aimlessly. While attempting to dodge La's attack, he unknowingly tosses the dungeon boss around like a ball. The prideful hunter soon goes insane and blames him for making his life miserable. Though he is still convinced that he is fighting a monster that is transformed into Han-Bin, he is angry at him because he has snatched everything from him, even Aiza. He unexpectedly gets under the control of the tentacle beholder, who uses him to communicate with Han-Bin. The tentacle beholder seems absolutely livid with Han-Bin, enraged over being toyed with and made a fool of. The monster believes his opponent will never be able to attack him because he has taken La as a hostage. Dying at the hands of his companions will be the most horrendous death. Han-Bin offers to give him La in return for experience. The tentacle beholder changes his mind. He initially planned on using La as the dungeon's fertilizer, but decides to make him a mid-boss instead. He declares to consume him alive after massacring all the humans. The first course will be him. Among dungeon bosses, the tentacle beholder is one of the most problematic to deal with. It may not have any destructive attacks, but its extremely high intelligence can penetrate a human psyche. Therefore, if a human is captured, they will become a parasitic host, obtaining extraordinary powers. Tentacles Beholder tries to get into Han-Bin's head by remarking, no matter how strong he is only a human, and even if he pretends that it doesn't matter, he will never be able to cut down his companion. the monster suddenly starts to lose control of Lawa. It wonders if the manipulation is incomplete and notices him lowering his sword. Tentacles Beholder soon realizes that it has been defeated by someone claiming to be level 45 and is exasperated. Meanwhile, Han-Bin wonders if he will receive a pop-up message from the guidelines about the monster being too weak. He wishes to meet other monsters outside in the Saudi forest. The monster feels that his opponent isn't human. Opening a portal is useless if someone of his caliber is around. The dungeon will disappear once Han-Bin leaves, and even as it is dying, the monster is desperate to inform that being. He destroys the last bits of the Tentacles Beholder. Before heading back, he receives 54.5 billion of something. It's morning time and Berkman is occupied with the morning stretches. Erwin informs her party that Han-Bin is nowhere to be found. The tank reveals that he was gone when he woke up. Erwin fears that he might have gone back to the forest alone. Han-Bin returns in the nick of time, carrying a monster corpse, scaring Erwin. When Erwin expresses her concern about him not being there when they woke up, he apologizes for making them worry, but remains quiet. Moments before, he received the experience of slaying the Tentacle Beholder. That experience was 113,240. He recalls that Helldogs only gave him 258 experience. To level up from level 4 to level 5, it takes 1,000 experience. To reach level 6, one would be double the experience minus 2,200. Since he just received over 100,000 experience, he wonders what level he'll become. Just as he is about to celebrate unlocking something this big, the guidelines reveal that he needs 54.5 billion more experience to get to level 6. That shocking revelation leaves him completely frozen, even calling leveling up impossible. Berkman's party continued to search for monsters that whole week, but none showed up, so the party decided to return to Unrest City sooner than planned. At the Unrest City's main entrance, they are stopped by the guards. The carriage coachman informs the guard that this is a transport carriage for the Unrest Hunter Guild. The guard asks the coachman for the pass, but the coachman doesn't have it. The guard states, "I won't allow you to enter until I see a pass." The old coachman gets angry and rages at the guard, saying, "I've been doing this work since before your father was even born." The guard reveals this is a direct order from the higher-ups. Han-Bin is sure that people without a pass are also allowed through if they have the mark of the guild. The guards learn that Berkman's party has been away for 3 months and they don't know about things that happen in their absence. When the tank removes his mask, the guard instantly recognizes him and greets him. The name of the guard in charge is Goleman, and he's acquainted with the tank. Goleman is a little surprised that Berkman hasn't heard anything about the recent incident. He explains the Hunters Guild had an emergency recall of all hunters that were out, saying the Ifan Plains dungeon had been cleared up, although Goleman allows them to enter the city. Han-Bin is feeling uncomfortable with the atmosphere inside the city. He can take the magic source, Dragon's Core of the Ifan Plains dungeon. Since the dungeon is closed, he wonders if someone else took the source and cleared the dungeon. No one knows who or what led to this dire situation. Hubert reveals clearing a dungeon is a great honor for hunters, but it's only the Otherworlders who choose to keep it under wraps. That said, Amber blames the Heresy Inquisitors. They are the people sent by the Brotherhood to find and execute Otherworlders. Before killing, the Inquisitors will drag and torture anyone indiscriminately, especially any hunter over level 20. Han-Bin finds it unbelievable because both Berkman and Amber are over level 20. Hubert admits he is right, which is why most hunters have already left this place. Han-Bin realizes that Otherworlders aren't welcome anywhere. Berkman feels that they should drop the matter for now. We should finish up what we came for. There should be some merit to all our hard work and nights out camping. But before that, he wants to trade in their magic stones to the Hunters Guild. He assigns Han-Bin to go and sell all the monster materials in the bag. And after he returns, they plan a party to celebrate Han-Bin's first mission completion. Berkman insists that Han-Bin take Amber with him, but he wants to go there by himself. He knows where Bolton's shop is. She tries to stop him, saying he doesn't even know the market price. However, the tank believes in him. At the Bolton shop, Bolton refuses to buy magic stones from Berkman or his associates. He doesn't want to get involved with Heresy Inquisitors. He reveals that this place was thriving because of the dungeon. Bolton is frustrated, thinking, how am I supposed to sell? Han-Bin wants him to help them out, just once. He's even willing to sell the magic stones at a quarter of the original cost. Bolton is somewhat annoyed by his stubbornness, but makes it clear that no matter the price, he is not going to accept them in this situation. Suddenly, a member of the Brotherhood arrives, startling Bolton. He says that he is going to wait for his turn. Han-Bin tries to see his level, but isn't able to for some reason. The Brotherhood member gets closer, wondering if Han-Bin can't see his level. Han-Bin dismisses the question. The Dark Brotherhood mentions that while Han-Bin would be seen as tall in other regions, this guy surpasses him in height. He drops another question, asking him why he got startled after seeing him and why he didn't back off. He states that he will be followed, even if he tries to escape. The Heresy Inquisitor demands to know what god he worships and learns that Han-Bin is an atheist. Lastly, the Dark Brotherhood is curious if he has any favorite fairy tales. He lies, claiming he's an orphan who never heard any. The Heresy Inquisitor then summarizes everything he's been told and calls his story strange. He starts to refer to him as an Otherworlder, instead of using any pronouns. Han-Bin is irritated by the Dark Brotherhood's unlikable personality and explains that they've got the wrong person. The enemy doesn't believe his words and checks his level, only to find out that he was telling the truth all along. He is baffled. He expected someone with his physique to be very strong. Han-Bin wants to finish what he came for and faces Bolton, who is impressed at how daring he is around the Heresy Inquisitor. The Inquisitor admits that he was at fault and proceeds to walk straight, leaving. Han-Bin finally takes a much-needed breather after nearly pissing his pants. He initially thought it would be okay, because he is at a low level, but he feels that his heart is about to explode. He is convinced that the Dark Brotherhood is not normal. Nevertheless, he wasn't even able to confirm his levels. Bolton digs through his bag to find the items that he will be purchasing from him. He finds the Fireball bracelet, a magic source, and shows interest in it. Realizing that the Dark Brotherhood is nearby, Han-Bin tries to hide the artifact, but it ends up falling at the Dark Brotherhood's feet. The Inquisitor picks up the artifact and asks, "How did you, a level 5, obtain this artifact?" Han-Bin thought he was finally in the clear, but a bigger problem had been birthed this time. He pretends not to know anything, and surprisingly, the Dark Brotherhood isn't suspicious of him. Just like the others, they think a level 5 couldn't have gone into a dungeon. The Inquisitor then hands the artifact back to him. Before leaving, he decides to tell him something useful. He begins to narrate a story that took place 15 years ago. In a small village, the Inquisitor begins, there lived a married couple. The hunter was a veteran. He may not have been the leader of his party, but he attracted a lot of people. One day, his party was given a quest. However, when they encountered a weak-looking monster, he became quite frightened. His members couldn't understand why this normally brave hunter would act in such an embarrassing way. When the party decided to kick him out, the man yelled that the monster's level was over 80. It was then that he told his companions the truth. They had refused to believe him when he said he was an Otherworlder and could see the levels of people and monsters. The monsters attacked them, and to buy time for his companions to escape, the Otherworlder fought the monster alone. After finishing this story, the Inquisitor asked him who he thought had died by the end. He replied that he believed the Otherworlder, whose identity had just been discovered, must have died. The Inquisitor revealed that everyone, except for the Otherworlder and the party leader, had survived. Everyone else connected to him had been slaughtered. The leader had sold them out to the Dark Brotherhood and was spared because of that. The Otherworlder, who had miraculously survived, then returned home. However, the villagers burned down his house after hearing the rumors. His burning rags forced him to leave the village. Afterward, he massacred everyone involved in it. According to the Dark Brotherhood, anyone related to Otherworlders will suffer misfortune, but they wondered what fault a simple level 5 could have had. As he wondered why the Inquisitor had revealed this in the first place, he was struck by the realization that it was common for Otherworlders to dispose of artifacts by using innocent hunters for situations like these. The Inquisitor decides to let it slide this one time, but demands details about his party. Unable to hold back any longer, Han-Bin tries to land a punch from behind, only for Ace to jump in at the last second to smooth things over. Atissi starts shouting at Han-Bin for being useless and even calls him a dumb meathead. He remarks that he is at fault for leaving the artifact with someone as dumb as him. Han-Bin tries to speak back, but he shuts him up. The Dark Brotherhood has Ace introduce himself like a good boy. Ace Bannister from the Bannister. The Inquisitor is amazed to see someone from the Dragon Hunter Bannister family alive. He thought their bloodline had ended, but his special amulet proved otherwise. Ak claims that he may be weak, but he is doing his utmost best to revive his family. The Dark Brotherhood apologizes to him for his appearance, as he is on duty and cannot take off his mask. He's trying to figure out Han-Bin and the Bannisters' connection. Az lies about Han-Bin being his party's porter for a quest a few days ago. Additionally, it hasn't been long since Han-Bin came to, so he is unfamiliar with this place. Han-Bin is startled and wonders if Ace is lying just to help him out. Meanwhile, the mage continues to waffle to save him. Following the artifact incident, he claims to have sent Han-Bin to bring the artifact for further investigation, which brings them to where they are now. Han-Bin gets the gist of what's happening. Since Ace is helping him out, he chooses to play along. He apologizes to the Heresy Inquisitor, and both he and Ace are walking. The mage adds that there's still some research to be done. He pays the Inquisitor respect by bidding him a proper farewell, using the Heresy Inquisitor's catchphrase, "May the blessings of the darkness be with you." Az wasn't happy with how his friend acted earlier. Han-Bin is surprised that he hasn't asked him a single question, not even back when they first met in the forest. He wonders what Az would have done if he turned out to be a strange person. Just before they are gone, the Dark Brotherhood baits them both by asking what kind of ability the artifact has. Expectedly, they both enunciate a different ability and realize they have messed up big time. The enemy closes the distance between them promptly and orders them to follow his lead. We go back to the first day after Han-Bin joined Berkman's party. He is fighting different species of monsters, varying in levels, but are overall weaker. He is not satisfied fighting only puny monsters. After struggling to get past Rock Mountain, he is taking out his frustration on the monsters and feels that even the Hell Dogs are better than them. He is desperate to level up and appears to be going insane. Abruptly, he hears Berkman calling him. When he snaps back to reality, he finds himself in the company of his old friend. The tank reassures him that this may be his first time joining a party, but there's nothing to worry about. He offers Han-Bin a special dish prepared by Amber as a welcome gift, though he can't guarantee the taste, which makes her angry. She advises him that once he steps out onto the field, he should think of it as a war. Even though Berkman has accepted him, she hasn't. She also states that they don't eat a brat who will complain about the food. He wonders if the tank's party members messed with his food, but is confident that it wouldn't be worse than Hell Dog's meat. Upon reflection, he realizes that it has been a few decades since he had something other than the Hell Dog. Hanging out with his new party was a feeling of not being alone. Back to the present, the Dark Brotherhood is prepared to take Han-Bin and Ace with him. Han-Bin assumes he's using wind magic, but Az refuses to believe that. The Inquisitor isn't exerting any mana after all. He believes it's healing winds, something only high-leveled spiritualists can pull off. This implies their opponent is a formidable priest. Han-Bin isn't confident about fighting a priest under the current circumstances. He can win if he starts fighting seriously, but then his identity will be revealed. Their limbs may get cut off fighting the Dark Brotherhood, but it won't be lethal, as long as they stay inside his healing winds barrier. He prefers that they both quietly follow him. Han-Bin believes there is no choice but to surrender. He approaches the Dark Brother and asks if they will leave everyone else if they find out who cleared the dungeon. The Dark Brotherhood accepts the conditions. They're busy people and withdraw the healing winds. Han-Bin confesses that he was the one who cleared the dungeon. Before the situation can escalate, La interrupts. He has returned with the 2 hunters he saved. The survivors, Alicia and the hunter boy, appear to be complimenting him for clearing the dungeon alone, unaware that it was Han-Bin who cleared it. La himself believes that he must have beaten the boss and cleared the dungeon by grabbing the dungeon source. But after the dungeon disappeared, he almost died of hunger in the Ethan Plains. That was when the surviving hunters from that dungeon found him on their way back to Onris. They were all thankful to each other. As the prideful hunter daydreamed, the troops of Heresy Inquisitors captured him and decided to lock him up. Han-Bin and Ace were surprised that he was the one to clear the dungeon. Han-Bin thought he would turn into a complete monster. A member of the Heresy Inquisitors apologized to them for the Dark Brotherhood's behavior. When Ace inquired about what would happen to La, the Inquisitor kept the location undisclosed but mentioned that his friend would be imprisoned and investigated thoroughly. They would verify his testimony, and if there were no problems, he would be released. While Han-Bin preferred Lottie to rot in the cell, the mage was glad the prideful hunter would be free soon. Though he didn't genuinely hate him, things had turned out okay thanks to his intervention. The Dark Brother decided to compensate for not letting him sell his magic stone. He wrote a check in the name of Bannister, assuming Han-Bin was a country bumpkin who didn't have a bank before handing him the check. He asked for Han-Bin's signature. Han-Bin recalls his mother's advice not to sign something carelessly. When he shows signs of nervousness, the Dark Brotherhood assures him that they don't use underhanded tricks. Though no promises can be made about the Order of Light, they hand him something to look at once the signing is done. Then they leave. Han-Bin goes blank for a moment and turns to Ace for a favor. At the Empress Hunter Guild, the receptionist, Siguri, apologizes to Berkman because his party didn't get the notice. Moreover, the guildmaster has run away, and Siguri appears to be taking the blame for his share too. Being a kind man, the tank reassures her that it's not her fault the guildmaster ran away. He understands that everyone must have been busy. He finds it amazing that she is still protecting this place. Meanwhile, Amber, who has just returned after selling all of her magic stones, brings up that the guild's entire fund only has 5 coins left. She explains that the guildmaster ran off with all the money and knew that Berkman's party wouldn't sit still. That's why he never bothered notifying them. Amber's devastated, but Berkman, in contrast, is safe, favoring the beer he received from the guild. She shouts at him for drinking at a time like this. She thinks their future as hunters is finished since the guild is destroyed and is worried about how they'll make money moving forward. He brings up how 20 years ago he stubbornly proclaimed to protect the village, back when they didn't even have a guild or dungeon. She recalls the moment and mentions having saved him more than 100 times. Entering his romantic mode, he insists that it doesn't matter if there's a guild or not, because since the day he met her, his heart has never changed. She mentions that this is the reason she's still single, but upon realizing her words, she starts stuttering and tries to think of a way to explain herself. In the heat of the moment, he makes a romantic move. But Hubert interrupts and nearly gets injured by Amber's coin attack. She seems angry for some reason and suggests they continue their talk after the party. Quite scared, Berkman agrees to follow her lead. While they relish their moment of peace and free will, someone approaches through the guild's main entrance. Eyes appears from the door carrying Han-Bin's bag. He asks for help before collapsing. Later, when he wakes up, he gives Han-Bin his flowers for carrying such a heavy bag. Berkman is surprised to see him carrying Han-Bin's bag, wondering where the actual man rushed off to. Erwin, he reveals the material inside is not there. Even Ace doesn't know where he is. The only thing he knows is that he is doing this as a favor to him. Amber checks out the bag and finds some money inside it. The money appears to be in 10 bags of 1000X. Berkman has many questions, but even if he sold everything, the money Eric's friend has delivered exceeds the market price. At this point, he gives the tank Han-Bin's hunter badge, signifying that he has retired. The tank wants him to speak if he knows the reason for his exit. However, Han-Bin only teases the information, but there is an expression of fear on his face. A flashback shows the Dark Brotherhood presenting him with the official badge of Great Earth, an organization believed to have been wiped out by 4 heroes 20 years ago. Han-Bin pretends to not know what it is. The Inquisitor is sure that a level 5 like him wouldn't know anything about it. But just in case a level 5 like him, though would be an impossibility, becomes an Otherworlder and recognizes them, then you would want him to remember that story he narrated. At present, Han-Bin is frustrated, thinking that he doesn't have a single good thing going on. He looks around and finds some thugs staring at him. Back at the Hunters Guild of Empress City, everyone is startled by his sudden exit. Hubert is angry at Hum for not coming to talk to them. He thinks they should have at least tried to convince him to stay. But Berkman quickly shuts him down. He reminds him that their work requires them to put their lives on the line. Therefore, they shouldn't pressure anyone to risk the same. Berkman asked Ace to let Han-Bin know he's more than welcome to take over as their bad boy whenever he wants. Ace agrees to pass on this message. Inside, Ace thinks that he doesn't know Han-Bin's reasons, but he feels a little jealous seeing some people care about him. Meanwhile, Han-Bin finds himself tied to a chair. He opens his eyes and sees some thugs. He wonders where he is. One thug comments that he's never seen him before and figures he must be a hunter. The thug says he's heard Han-Bin has broken the arms and legs of his men. Moreover, he slept in their territory and ruined their stuff. The culprit apologizes for the damage done to his men, but points out that it was their arms and legs that broke when they hit him, not the other way around. And since he didn't have anywhere to sleep, he just slept in an abandoned house that he found. The other thugs were surprised at how a person's body could be as strong as a wall. They were convinced Han-Bin was using some kind of magic. He revealed he didn't use magic, even encouraging the thugs to test it on him. If the thug boss isn't tempted to hit me like the others, does that make him a chicken, he asked. When they refused to admit they had said something so outrageous, he called them liars. Enraged, one of the thugs punched him in the face. However, this didn't end well for the thug. His hand got broken, ignited by the flame from fighting the thug boss. He wondered how he would break out of there. Meanwhile, the thugs were playing a guessing game, trying to figure out his profession. Han-Bin felt it would be easy to break out of there, but nothing good would come from causing a bigger mess. The chairman of the thugs arrived and learned that only a single hunter had been caught. Unlike the others, he wasn't scared. He even called Han-Bin a dog, pissing him off to the core. Surprisingly, the chairman seemed to know Han-Bin was from Rock Mountain, probably because of his bad temper. He ordered his men to let him go, stating that if he wanted to, he would have cooked them easily. Han-Bin is quite astonished. The chairman agrees to reveal how he knows about Rock Mountain only if he works for him. 6 months after the dungeon disappeared in the residential area in the eastern castle wall of Enrest City, the bandits are forcefully collecting the possessions of a resident. Whether it's kitchenware or furniture, they have taken everything that appears to be valuable. The owner of one of those houses, a woman, pleads for them not to take her property. The bandits claim they have informed the man of the house that they will be dealing with everything. The man of the house, the woman's husband, comes rushing in and jumps at the bandits. However, the man in charge of the bandits asks him not to make a fuss and commands his men to bring the hammer. The man of the house, equipped with some good armor, is stunned to see a huge man carrying a giant hammer. To protect his house, the man points his sword at Han-Bin. The man attempts to stab him in the chest, but the sword fails to penetrate his skin. Han-Bin first moves him out of the way and then crushes his house with a single hit. After this, the family is introduced to one of the projects that the Umbra Builders Association is pushing forward. The bald man from the thugs shows them around their new house as they are also preparing the city walls. But they are demolishing old houses and giving families stronger and newer ones too. The new houses are built with the same materials that the nobles used to build their castles and have been strengthened with golem magic, so they are quite sturdy. Furthermore, they have been finished with a special slime extract coating to prevent monsters and enemies from climbing up the building. This entire process, from their house being demolished to being given a new one, has left them poker-faced. The bald man then addresses the conditions of living in the house. You're allowed to live there as long as you agree to let soldiers occupy your home during emergencies, when civilians have been evacuated. Additionally, the man of the house may be able to receive a monthly payment for helping to maintain the castle wall. The bald man has explained all of this before to the man of the house, but the man was drunk at that time and didn't understand a thing. The man of the house thanks them for helping him and his family like this. He is quite regretful, pointing his sword at him and apologizes for his behavior. Han-Bin is eager to leave this place and even asks the bald man if they're finished. The man of the house offers him a meal, but Han-Bin refuses to wait any longer as he has to go back to give the report. The bald man calls him rude as the man of the house sincerely offers them the meal. Things intensify when the bald man calls him weird. He isn't able to handle his emotions and everything around him feels as if it's processing too quickly, leaving him unable to fathom it. His negative emotions are fueled by his encounter with the Heresy Inquisitors, especially the Dark Brotherhood. When he regains his senses, he finds himself in a position where he is about to hit a little child. Realizing his mistake, he quickly leaves. He has worked for the association for half a year, earning 600x per commission, more than what a mid-level hunter makes. The reason he earns that much is because he can do a month's worth of work in a single day. It's also why he's famous, even among other builder associations in different cities. But no one has ever tried talking to him. He returns to the chairman of the thugs, or bandits. He slams the door open and confronts the main man about what's happening outside. He demands to know why the buildings, which normally don't exist here, have suddenly appeared. That's why I paid and sent them out there, he says. These kids have never seen buildings like that before, but thinks that there's no point because Han-Bin doesn't even talk, and his son also insists he's mute. Han-Bin gets worked up as he has done everything he was asked to for 5 months. He smashes the table apart with his bare hands out of rage while asking about his motivations. The chairman questions, "Are you done with your tantrum?" He then goes on to mention that they had all lived a normal life up until 40 years ago. The second time, he emphasizes the words "us" and "Otherworlder," indicating that both the humans of this world and Otherworlders had lived peaceful lives for some time. Han-Bin had a hunch that the man he served already knew. The chairman wonders if Han-Bin knows why he can't get a good night's sleep, why he has to eat in hiding, and why he can't talk to anyone. Han-Bin feels that maybe it's because he is an Otherworlder. The chairman thinks that is not the main reason. This is because you can't live like other people, he says. People have only seen Otherworlders work as hunters. It's been 40 years since the first Otherworlders appeared. There are actually more people who work in other jobs compared to the number of hunters. But in return, quite a few otherworld technologies and cultures have been integrated. If he doesn't fight and live a normal life, no one will think anything of it. The chairman gives him a piece of advice. If you want to live like a normal person, don't get involved with hunters after finishing this task. This task is a hunter's commission, exclusively requested for Han-Bin. He believes he has no reason to accept it, and he won't be of any help. The chairman points toward the door, revealing a figure. One begs to differ and requests that it must be Han-Bin. Han-Bin turns his head back, finding a tease. Surprised to see his old friend, he wonders how he found him, with his body covered as it is. Don't stress too much, the man says. Everyone already knows. He reveals that the man kept nagging him, so he thought they at least heard him out. The chairman reassures him. This guest won't bother you anymore. Han-Bin feels sorry for Ides, but he doesn't want anyone to get involved with him. The mage introduces himself to the chairman. However, the chairman refuses to hand Han-Bin over, saying he works for the Builders Association, making him technically their family. Angry at the guest, the chairman bangs his hand on the table. He assumes A's came to take Han-Bin back on Press Guild's orders, and sees it as an insult to his strength. The mage reveals this as his favor. The guild doesn't have anything to do here. The chairman learns that the guest and his man were in different parties and were particularly close, but Han-Bin protected him when he was discovered by his party member. He doesn't quite understand A's explanation and asks, is there a problem for members of different parties to meet? The mage clarifies that he was naked at that time, but can't say much more. While visualizing what might have happened, the chairman says that he gets it. Since Han-Bin has spent quite some time with the chairman, he can see what's going through his head. Han-Bin tells him that he's misunderstanding it and calls him a scoundrel. Meanwhile, Atisa feels his old friend was suffering from guilt after the incident with Laud. Before leaving the city, he was in an extremely difficult situation and had him deliver a check of 1 million X to the guild before he quit being a hunter. In that instant, everyone goes silent for a moment, waiting for the chairman's response. Unexpectedly, the man himself kicks Han-Bin out of his room and shouts at him, "If you're a man, go and take responsibility for your actions," and shouldn't even think about coming back without finishing his job. Addis is relieved that he permitted Han-Bin to help him. Han-Bin shouts at him as he doesn't give the proper details of the incident. The mage is sure that the situation with Heresy Inquisitors is a bit touchy. Han-Bin believes he's in an even worse situation now. He argues that it's already been 5 months since he quit being a hunter. Ai reminds him of his quest to explore and collect samples from subforests so it won't be dangerous. He promises to protect him if things do go south. Additionally, he prefers him not to speak formally. Sometime later in the Sada forest, both of them are walking toward their destination. Han-Bin is pondering why it has to be him. Why didn't Addis choose someone else? He remembers the chairman told him that nothing would appear suspicious as long as he acted normal. He finds a small species of low-level monster that inhabits the forest called Kelub. He tries to play with it but ends up getting bitten. Addis, on the other hand, ruthlessly uses his fireball magic to exterminate the Kelub. He comes running to Han-Bin and gives him some potion in case poison starts to take over his body. Moreover, he wipes his arm where he is bitten. However, since Han-Bin's skin is too thick to be penetrated, the monster wasn't able to leave any poison in his body. A shows him a sample of some portion, wanting him to inform her when he finds something similar. Han-Bin wonders if his friend has blue blood. Asking someone if they have blue blood is like asking the person if they are not human or don't have any emotions, such as sympathy. After this, they continue their exploration. However, Eyes burned everything that was in the way they were passing through. This forest has quite a large number of dangerous monsters. Han-Bin wishes to forbid him from using fire magic. Eyes wants him to not worry because if he stops his magic, then the fire will die out. Han-Bin insists it's banned. Later, the mage reveals La's party was the first party that he joined. It was a bit awkward for him to be with La, so he ended up going solo, and he also didn't have much experience working with people. It was his first time camping out too. Han-Bin asked him why he joined the Hunter Guild. He thought it would be fun to collect and research materials by himself. Rich people and mages can level up just by doing magical research, so you don't need to go out in the field. While laughing, Han-Bin asked him, how can a dragon hunt dragons at home? He reveals he doesn't have anything to do with his family business. Besides, dragons are nearly extinct. Han-Bin wonders why there aren't any dragons around anymore. Eyes isn't certain why, but he's starting to get the feeling that his teammate has a thing for dragons. He believes he can level up if he gets to encounter one. Eyes lies to Han-Bin, saying there are no dragons where he's from. They are rare monsters, which makes them difficult to see. The mage describes the dragons as a fearsome monster that flies in the sky with wingspans as wide as castle walls. They can burn up the earth with their limitless mana, but the real reason why one must fear them is that their levels increase with each enemy they defeat, like an Otherworlder. They are an intelligent species of monsters that can verbally communicate with others. Dragons may be secretly surviving by hiding out and living solitary lives. Based on his personal experience, Han-Bin remarks, no matter how lonely the dragons are, living while being safe may be better. He brings Effer into the conversation, saying, I know a wyvern that also speaks, but chooses to live in secrecy. A starts laughing hysterically, thinking Han-Bin is joking. He asks him if he has thought about being a hunter again. Han-Bin wonders, how is he going to show his face to the party's leader and tank? It would be shameful. The mage reveals he is making his own party and wants Han-Bin to join him. Han-Bin wonders why him, because he could run away again. Hayes admits he doesn't know the exact reason Han-Bin left Berkman's party, but reassures him that he shouldn't worry about him finding out his secrets. Han-Bin appears uncomfortable by Az's comments and points out that the mage also has secrets, leaving Az puzzled. Han-Bin is suspicious. How can a mage use magic without casting any spells? The mage wants both of them to keep their secrets a secret, but this doesn't convince Han-Bin. He feels Az might betray him first. The tension in the atmosphere increases as both prepare to fight. The Sword King attempts to draw his sword, while the mage has already charged his wand and is about to launch an attack. Eyes shoots a mandible that skims past Han-Bin's face and hits a beast standing behind him. Han-Bin, who believed he would get hit by the mandible, is stunned. The mage explains that he shot a bullet down the beast's throat and ignited its lungs. It will likely die of suffocation. Han-Bin is enlightened. The monster could have alerted others if it had made a noise. He is convinced that Az is on another level compared to the mage from Berkman's party. He is genuinely surprised at how quickly Az made the decision. He had thought the mage was a delicate young master who stayed home and researched. Aiz thinks it would be nice to persuade Han-Bin to join his party, but now is not the time for that. He instructs Han-Bin to open the monster's stomach while he goes to check on the net. Aiz opens up to Han-Bin about how monsters that normally avoid humans have come into open areas and attacked them. Han-Bin isn't surprised. After all, his friend burned everything. Aiz then looks at the monster he dropped earlier. It's a level 21 creature named Cobalt. Normally, they appear inside dungeons. Atis snaps at Han-Bin for not properly listening and orders him to cut open the Cobalt's stomach. When the sun sets, they stealthily arrive at a nearby village and find a place to peek at the Cobalt without getting caught. They find 2 Cobalts in the tower, the majority of them in the village, but it's too dark for them to see clearly. It is revealed that they found a human finger in a Cobalt's stomach, which may have been from the village they are in. This indicates that Cobalt has started eating humans too. When Han-Bin asks him if a new dungeon has appeared, the mage reveals that it is not true. If a new dungeon had appeared, the Empress would have noticed the changes in the topography. Han-Bin wonders if a new dungeon hasn't appeared, then why are there dungeon monsters here? He suggests they go back and report this to the Hunter Guild now that they have scouted the place. Ad spots someone near the village with the help of a monocular. He finds a person who appears to be bound and suspended by a rope. He attempts to run to rescue him, but Han-Bin stops him, suspecting the man could already be dead. One of the 2 Cobalts in the tower gets hit by a mana arrow. His Cobalt companion tries his hardest to remove the arrow from the skin, but ends up setting it off by mistake. Han-Bin demands an explanation of what he used. Atis explains that his weapon is a device that shoots magic stones inscribed with magic spells. The mage abruptly starts running in the direction of the Cobalts and commands his friend to stay put while he handles the rest. Han-Bin checks the hanging man's status, and by all appearances, he is already dead. The village is glowing brightly from the flames. Based on its condition, Aiz thinks the Cobalts have occupied the village for about half a year. It seems that this man may be the only survivor. Suddenly, some Cobalts hiding inside the building surprise the mage with a surprise attack. Aiz had heard that Cobalts are an intelligent species of monster, but he never thought they would be smart enough to attack under concealment. He quickly uses a fireball to burn down the entire building, exterminating the monsters. However, he adds a little extra mana to his magic wand, which ends up wearing it out. In this critical moment, a Cobalt lunges at him with a spear. The mage casts a mana bullet, which edges past the Cobalt's ear. As a distraction, he throws the wand at its face. Taking out a new wand from his pocket, he blasts the entire surrounding area. Han-Bin arrives and comments, "The fire you cast in the forest was nothing." Aiz now realizes his friend was right. The man you rushed to rescue is dead. Han-Bin believes this wasn't the Cobalt's doing. His friend further adds, "This wasn't done by any monster. The man was frozen to death." Han-Bin reveals, "I've never experienced cold weather despite living here for a year." At clarifies, this wasn't the only strange thing. The man was a level 27 hunter from Onra. Han-Bin isn't surprised to see the badge and emphasizes, "Another one." The mage doesn't quite fathom Han-Bin's emphasis on another and asks, "What do you mean by that?" He explains there were a lot of badges scattered amongst the wreckage just outside the village. All these villagers wouldn't have been hunters, and there aren't that many Sava forest quests either. Plus, if this many hunters disappeared at once, the guild would have known about it. This means they must have disappeared slowly over time. If this place was somewhere the hunters would gather, it disappeared. These clues lead them to think the dungeon is behind the death of the hunters. AZ believes the Effin Plains dungeon lay cleared about 6 months ago perfectly fits the timeline. However, the dungeon was located between this village and Onres, so traveling to the city would be a bit far. The mage continues to think about the different possibilities of how the events occurred. Han-Bin shows him a portal inside a well. Judging by the debris floating around, he concludes that the portal appears to be closed. He wonders if Cobalts can do this kind of magic. Atisa reveals Cobalts only know how to make corpses or trash. He tells Han-Bin to stop joking when he asks the same thing about Tataros. To make this kind of portal, Atisa says one would need to be a level 40 magician who can thoroughly understand the ins and outs of space teleportation magic. Since the distance between this village and the Effin Plains dungeon is quite a bit, you need to be level 60 or even higher. Han-Bin finds it creepy and says, what would they do if the person who created the portal turned out to be an enemy? He makes that comment after spotting a Lich approaching them. The Lich is a monster that emerges when a magician turns themselves into an undead. He can regenerate his physical abilities. He comes closer to the hunters with some snarky remarks. When he doesn't find any wounds or scars on them, he realizes these people are strong and must have been entertained by his kids. The Lich assesses the damage by looking at the traces of mana being burned. He then points at Atiz, deeming him responsible for the damage. Surprisingly, he isn't able to see Han-Bin. Han-Bin feels that something is wrong with the skeleton. Eyes assumes it would have lost all 5 of its senses after becoming an undead. Instead, it would be able to sense the mana energy around the area, which means he would only be able to feel Aiza's presence, not Han-Bin's, because Han-Bin isn't a mage. The mage orders Han-Bin to escape. However, Han-Bin isn't prepared to leave his friend behind. Out of nowhere, he gets hit by some kind of flying ice bullet. The Lich surprisingly talks in plural, calling both hunters rude for not answering his questions. Then, an eye appears in his orbit, finally allowing him to see Han-Bin. Meanwhile, the level 5 hunter reveals he was just grazed by the Lich's surprise attack. He tells Ace to concentrate on the enemy. After getting hit by the skeleton, he is convinced that, at his current level, his mage friend won't be able to defeat it. What's a married couple? It's something the skeleton asked his married coworker when he was alive. His married coworker told him that married couples take the same path, looking in the same direction. He was impressed by what he heard, so he brought James and Catalia together as husband and wife. Probably his coworkers, he thought. He was aware that he may have been rejected by Catalia before she and James had started dating. Amidst his speech, Ace cast a magic attack, which he effortlessly stopped with his ice magic. The Lich, irritated, muttered to himself. They weren't even listening to him. Han-Bin, confused, wondered where Atasi was aiming. Eyes explained the Lich's magic is guiding his mana and changing its trajectory. The skeleton scoffed. Your efforts are useless. That mage won't even be able to light a single ember with the mana output he has. He seemed to enjoy watching others struggle. So I'll play with him a little longer, the Lich thought. As wasn't done with his tricks, he pulled out a new attack, threw a magic stone, and hit the enemy with it. Han-Bin, run, he called out. The Lich, about to say their attacks were useless once again, was caught off guard. The mage's new attack had been activated, and the skeleton found himself engulfed in a blast he had planned to avoid. Surprised, Han-Bin wondered, how did that work? The mage explained since physical attacks are useless against it, the Lich probably thought blocking mana would be enough, but he didn't consider the magic stones. My attack will cause a series of chain explosions due to all the mana that's built up, so it won't be able to go anywhere for the time being. Aya suggests we should hurry and enter the forest. The mana there will help us conceal our presence. As they run for their lives, he senses the sinister feeling. At first, he assumes it's fear, but then he realizes it isn't as ominous as that. Han-Bin, trusting his gut, saves Ace from collapsing into an ice crevice dome. He's surprised by the snow inside the icy prison. The mage is grateful Han-Bin saved his life, but now isn't the time for surprises. If we stay inside for too long, he says, we'll end up like the frozen dead hunter. To increase their chances of survival, Oz uses fire magic. But to his surprise, it doesn't heat the snow. Instead, it freezes. When Han-Bin asks, Oz explains, the Lich lowered the temperature of the mana. I can't ignite anything. Han-Bin, still confused, questions, what does that mean? The Lich explains, mana ignited to create fire magic and mana frozen to create ice magic are incompatible. They're always in conflict. After the explanation, the Lich points out, it seems you focus only on fire magic. So it is obvious his mana would freeze. After explaining the mechanisms of fire magic and mana frozen to create ice magic, it says the lecture is over, and the next thing is conducting an experiment. The Lich then casts Freezing Storm, which is another challenge for the duo. Han-Bin feels the cold air but believes he can handle it because his stats are high. On the other hand, his friend is having an extremely hard time keeping up. Since the skeleton doesn't have lungs anymore, he asks them how it feels. His victims scream in pain when the mana that circulates their bodies freezes. He reveals that if Han-Bin loses his consciousness in that state, he won't feel the pain. The level 5 hunter is sure the skeleton plans on taking his time killing his friend, and he can start to fight once Ace loses consciousness. This is the only way he can live like a normal person, since he doesn't want the mage to discover his strength. The mage appears to be in a critical condition. He apologizes to Han-Bin for being selfish and then unexpectedly uses his magic on himself. For a split second, he cries out in intolerable pain as the energy circulates his whole body. Han-Bin doesn't understand. What is he doing? Wondering why he used magic on himself, the Lich starts laughing, fascinated by how interesting these things are to him. He is impressed by Eyes, but wonders how long he will be able to last with just that. Knowing this is their last chance, the mage wants Han-Bin to pay attention. He urges him to run towards a hole as soon as he summons it. Thinking Ace is devising a plan where he would be an inevitable sacrifice, the Lich demands an explanation. The magician interrupts and insists that he make a promise, which the Lich reluctantly agrees to under pressure. The Lich is curious about what the mage is cooking up next. Eyes wants him to guess and then, instantly, throws several of his wands into the air, causing an explosion. The skeleton avoids the damage by quickly getting out of range. Afterward, he tries to understand the magician's chain explosion created using the magic stones on the wand. The skeleton believes the magic wand explosions are too weak to cause a hole in the ice wall. He wonders, was Aze's attack a suicide bombing? Though he hopes it's not something dull, he activates magic perception to scan the area. The mage's magic stone has turned to dust and is now causing too much noise. The Lich looks at the large clump of mana in the middle and discovers that the fire is still burning. However, when it isn't able to detect Atides, it realizes that things aren't going his way. Moreover, the dungeon has disappeared. Just as he is thinking of playing with Han-Bin, a dragon appears from behind. Han-Bin finally understands the reason behind the sound he heard in the forest when he encountered Aze naked and why he was there in the first place. He solves the puzzle and discovers that his friend was a dragon all along. Aze, now in dragon form, asks his companion to trust him and can't explain anything because of a shortage of time. The Lich is stunned to see a young dragon, just 100 years old, which seems unbelievable to him. This explains how Aze was able to use fire magic without casting. The black dragons are believed to have the ability to breathe fire as soon as they learn to fly. The dragon shuts him off for claiming to understand dragons based solely on rumors they have heard. The Lich admits that it doesn't know much about dragons but is going to learn by fighting one. Both sides appear to be prepared to engage in a fight, and the skeleton is the first one to attack. The skeleton is still thrilled after discovering a dragon, which even gained experience by killing its enemies. It admits it's trying to figure out how the dragon's leveling mechanics work and believes that once it cracks the code, recreating it will be a breeze. The dragon breathes fire and precisely hits the skeleton. The Lich escapes danger and then says, "A dragon can't harm me, not even a young one." Its damage output can't even compare to when it was in its human form. The skeleton wonders, how difficult will it be to bring the dragon down? Knocking it out by freezing it might be difficult as well. The Lich is thinking of finishing it soon. Meanwhile, Han-Bin notices the tremendous heat melting the enemy's snow and frost, turning it into rain. But still, Aiza's level is not that high. Even in his dragon form, he is only level 52. The mage wants Han-Bin to hold on a little longer as he prepares to attack the Lich using a particle cannon made of superheated compressed mana. The evil skeleton casually dodges the dragon's heavy attack by shifting the trajectory of his legs midair. He then reminds At, "This area is surrounded by my cold mana, so your magic from that distance won't break the ice." Furthermore, he is fighting while protecting Han-Bin. He informs him that their plan to melt the ice wall has failed. Regardless of that, he doesn't want him to be stressed. Han-Bin wants him to focus on the enemy because he can protect himself. Inside, he thinks Atisa's resistance has increased to the point where even the enemy won't be able to go easy anymore. The skeleton suddenly switches targets to Han-Bin. However, the dragon uses his massive hand to shield him. He isn't convinced about whether his friend can take care of himself. However, Han-Bin insists that Atise focus on its target. The Lich is speechless. The dragon is surrounded by flames and could easily counter this level of ice magic, but chooses not to, focused entirely on shielding Han-Bin. He even guesses that the dragon might be brainwashed because a dragon protecting a human is a rare sight. Atise once again surrounds Han-Bin, creating a full-body shield that keeps him alive. His original body may not have reached level 70, but even so, he has to give it his all to at least save his hunter friend. He secretly insinuates his wand into the ice wall. The skeleton makes a weird guess that Han-Bin is Atides, the snack. And the reason he is fighting back is because he fears someone is going to snatch it from him. The mage calls in a repulsive human and throws a chain of fireballs. The skeleton realizes that his opponent, despite being a dragon, talks like a human. The Lich wonders why beings as powerful as himself are forced to live in secrecy among humans. Instead, they should be worshipped by the humans. Aiz throws a punch at the Lich, something the skeleton itself had expected the least. However, the Lich regains its footing and impales ice crystals into the dragon's thighs. The skeleton casually floats into the air, hair looking relaxed, and comments that it's a pity. If only the dragon's levels were a bit higher. Atise asks Han-Bin if he's afraid of him. After all, he is a dragon. While having a smirk on his face, the Sword King says that he once saw a monster much larger than him. His friend would be cute compared to them. Aiza giggles and reminds him that he claimed there were no dragons in his hometown. He shows interest in his story, but can't hear more about it since their time is up. He demands an answer on whether Han-Bin will keep the promise that he made to him. Before Han-Bin can speak a word, the ice wall explodes from the inside. Addy commands him to run before the ice wall is reconstructed. Han-Bin isn't ready to abandon his friend, but the mage insists that he must stop the Lich and reminds him of the promise they made. He would leave. He is convinced that Aze will fight to the death if Han-Bin doesn't escape. He decides to leave and quickly returns with a plan. The Lich is astonished by the dragon's good deed. He speaks up, saying how the magic he prepared will go to waste if Han-Bin leaves. At that moment, wide-ranged ice magic begins showering down from the sky. The Lich makes things worse by using Blade Squall, which triggers the movement in the ice magic, and it begins descending rapidly. Han-Bin wonders where it all went wrong. Was it when he thought he could block it? When he hid the fact that the man in the well was dead? When he didn't stop him, knowing the Lich's power? Was it all because he wanted a normal level 5 life? Ace once again shields him with his massive body, taking all the hits. Han-Bin wanted to live like a normal person, but he got caught up in this mess. The Lich sums up what he has seen with a single word: ridiculous. He is baffled to see a dragon dying for a mere human. Han-Bin checks on his friend to see if he's okay. Ace doesn't want him to worry because dragons have strong bodies. Despite that, he isn't sure how long his friend will last. All the ice that pierced his body has melted, causing a huge amount of blood loss. He wonders if his friend will still be alive after he finishes fighting the Lich. He can't heal Ace's massive body with the number of potions they have, and revealing his identity isn't an option he'd fancy. Ace feels it would have been better if he were stronger, even though he promised to protect him. Han-Bin is devastated to learn that his friend did this all because of a promise. The Lich apprehends that the dragon has taken a liking to humans. He wants to know Ace's perspective on whether he thinks it is righteous for the strong to protect the weak, and whether it's honorable. The skeleton thinks it's an illusion made by the weak majority. It's something they use to make the strong minority protect them. He summons a colossal sword, easily several times bigger than A's, and gets ready to obliterate both his opponents. He figures he can't risk leaving Han-Bin alive, since there's no guarantee he wouldn't spill the beans if he survives. Abruptly, he offers A's a deal. If you kill your companion, then he'll be accepted as a comrade. A's reflects that, to most humans, beings like himself and the Lich are nothing more than monsters, but rather than give up his humanity and become something else. Even if it meant dying today, he'd still rather try to live as a human. After hearing Asa's judgment, the Lich hurls a massive snow-carved sword at the hunters. With a faint smile, Han-Bin acknowledges that his friend has truly lived a difficult life. To him, that promise wasn't such a big deal. Living like a human is hard, and so is keeping promises. Suddenly, Han-Bin begins sprinting toward the incoming blade. Focusing all his strength into his legs, he leaps high into the air. Ace can't quite grasp what Han-Bin is doing. Then Han-Bin says that he, too, wants to live like a human. The Lich is certain Han-Bin won't survive no matter what magic he uses. But in that moment, Han-Bin changes everything. He uses one of his only 3 skills, Side Slash, which not only defeats the enemy, but also shatters the icy dome above them. He puts so much force into the attack that the flying shards and debris are flung all the way to the mountains beyond the forest. Ace found Han-Bin's strength jaw-dropping. The ice walls, which had barely cracked from explosions, completely crumbled with just one swing of his sword. Not only that, the Lich also took the most damage. The last time he checked his level with a measuring stone, Han-Bin was a low-level hunter. Han-Bin brushes off the past, calling it a long story, but still asks Ace not to be angry with him. Meanwhile, the mage suspected that Han-Bin had used some magic to trip the measuring stone. As they exchanged banter, the skeleton revived its body and activated Gehenna's entanglement, a skill that allowed it to summon tentacles and manipulate them to capture its opponents. The Lich had never intended to use this skill, but now it had no choice. The tentacles grew stronger by absorbing the energies of their victims, and they would never let go until their prey died, no matter who the victim was, even if it was the master who summoned them. The skeleton thought it was a shame that it now had to settle for their corpses. Han-Bin was shocked. Despite everything, the Lich was standing again, even though he had done his best to destroy its entire body. Ad explained their enemy's entire body is composed of mana, so it can't be destroyed with physical attacks. The skeleton threatens them to reveal how Han-Bin disguised himself as a level 5. Han-Bin proves his opponent wrong by powering up so intensely that even his shirt is destroyed by the overwhelming energy surge. The skeleton couldn't believe what it was witnessing. Han-Bin, in a stance as though about to swing his long sword, asks, "How do you know our levels?" Neither Az nor I mentioned it. The Lich recalls not being sad when he learned of his death a first time. His life had already been hell anyway. He was more careful with his second life, knowing he couldn't afford to die again. It took meticulous planning to steal the scroll of the undead. He conquered both death and fear, or so he thought. Watching all of this, thinks to himself, no matter how many times he sees it, his friend is incredibly powerful. He stands in awe, remembering how Han-Bin destroyed Gehenna's tentacles with just a strike to the ground. Unbelievable. Han-Bin is sure he shattered the Lich's bones, but it appears the skeleton has already stitched itself back together. After repairing itself, the skeleton turns to Han-Bin and seriously questions his identity. Han-Bin too wanted to ask him the same thing, because up until now, not even one person he met guessed his level perfectly. He thinks the Lich either is a gifted fortune teller or an Otherworlder. The skeleton attempts to escape right after Han-Bin, reveals what he is thinking. It tries to guess. Maybe Han-Bin came to hunt him, knowing that he was an Otherworlder. The skeleton admits underestimating him, thinking he was nothing more than a country bumpkin. Han-Bin appears before it, even though it is flying at hypersonic speed, and hits it with his long sword, using it like a baseball bat. Just after making contact with the ground, the monster once again starts running for its life. Han-Bin expresses frustration about how many good people like him are suffering because of evil people like the Lich. The evil skeleton summons an ice puppet Frost Knight, intending to retaliate. However, the Sword King goes past its defense and smashes its face with his long sword. Meanwhile, Eyes, spectating their fight from a distance, thinks his friend's power level doesn't compare to a normal human, though he feels that something is off. He speculates that Han-Bin is most likely an aura user because a sword of that capability can't be equipped by a normal human. Back to Han-Bin and the Lich's battle. The Sword King wonders just how much his enemy can regenerate. The skeleton thinks his opponent isn't using aura because he plans to turn him over to the Inquisitor for the bounty money. He offers him triple the reward money to let him leave. Han-Bin proceeds to throw a stone shotgun before questioning, "What is it babbling about?" The stone shotgun puts countless holes in the Lich's body. Han-Bin finds the enemy's regenerative abilities annoying. Eyes from a distance shouts that Han-Bin should use his aura and explains that the skeleton's body is composed of mana. If you sever its mana connection with your aura, Eyes says, you can neutralize it. Han-Bin asserts, "I know I'm supposed to use energy skills like mana, aura, prana, or force. These skills can be used up as the swordsmen level up. However, the thing is, he can't use any of them because he is level 5. The mage explains, aura is often described as the life energy from an image in one's mind. A moment passes before the Lich fully processes what the man just said. Their faces go utterly blank as the realization sinks in. The enemy doesn't waste a moment after learning that the Sword King can't use magic, and throws magic crystals at him. When Han-Bin dismisses his attacks as useless, a skeleton disagrees. He says that they are still decisive compared to his aura-less and ineffective attacks. They would work just fine on someone like Addis, taking Han-Bin by surprise. He looks back and confirms that the Lich's attacks are indeed going to hit his friend. Han-Bin takes a leap back to protect him. The dragon reveals that the enemy plans to increase the distance between them. Now that Han-Bin has taken a step back, the skeleton produces some ice slabs and puts them together to create a weapon. The evil skeleton believes Han-Bin can't use aura because of his normal human body. Even if he can block liquids from magic, he doesn't have any protection from the mana itself. The Lich reveals it is going to super compress the mana energy and will vaporize him. At the critical moment, the Sword King digs up the frozen ground with sheer strength and creates a shield. However, the mana level is too great. Even the shield won't protect them for very long. Az once again wants him to leave because if he can't use aura, there's no way to kill the Lich. Han-Bin points out that the skeleton looks dirtier than they saw at first. He decides to take a closer look and in an instant pierces through everything the skeleton had set in place to cover itself. Han-Bin grabs the skeleton by its cervical vertebrae. While smiling like a maniac, he remarks, "I didn't see those cracks before." He is now sure that these cracks indicate the skeleton can't regenerate if it is ground up into dust. The Lich attacks him from underneath using a special skill. The skeleton reveals that it has killed countless high-level people and monsters and feels that Han-Bin shouldn't be underestimated. "I don't want to die from someone who couldn't even use a..." Before the skeleton can finish his sentence, he falls flat on the ground, noticing that his legs are missing. Han-Bin emerges from the smoke and dust, holding the Lich's legs. He starts aggressively rubbing the Lich's leg with his longsword. The opponent cries out loud, begging for mercy, but Han-Bin continues to rub the sword against the leg. After this, Han-Bin pours a healing potion over his companion's gigantic body. Atice returns to his human form, his body now covered by clothes Han-Bin provided. He reassures him that he is fine with the treatment he's received. Han-Bin wonders, "Why am I always a kid when I transform?" Az also wishes he had clothes that didn't shirt into pieces. He discovers that Han-Bin has incapacitated the Lich for the time being. Han-Bin drove his sword through the skeleton's ribcage, and its arms and legs crumbled into dust. Since the skeleton's actual bones are composed of mana, it wouldn't be able to use magic. Stopping the undead's movement was the best he could do. When the magician spots that the Lich is still alive, Han-Bin admits that its core frame was much tougher than he anticipated. That's why he had to resort to more extreme measures. Battis chuckles and tells him not to talk in circles. It's not easy capturing an enemy while killing it, he adds. The same applies to Han-Bin. If that enemy was a dragon like your friend, you could have never been able to kill it. He suggests that he already knew Han-Bin's identity. Han-Bin wonders if his friend already knows the Lich's identity, while Ace wants to find out something from the skeleton. The skeleton feels the magician is looking down on him while in his human form. Eyes grabs the skeleton by its femur bone and sends mana backlash, making it scream. Seeing the enemy scream in pain, he has just discovered that skeletons could also feel pain. Tice reveals that the mana backlash from the amount he just used may feel a bit uncomfortable for normal people, but for a lich whose body is composed of mana, the pain would be excruciating, he adds. Tice demands that the lich answer him truthfully if it doesn't want to die, suffering from such pain. The question is, who are the comrades it mentioned before, and why was it going around killing innocent hunters? Suddenly, aqua-cold smoke starts pouring from the skeleton's mouth. A moment later, the skeleton expels the Great Earth symbol, a round coin-shaped badge. In its last breath, the Lich remarks, a young dragon like A's wouldn't understand how the world works. A 500-year-old dragon would have already figured it out by now, since they already joined us. It continues, a mysterious organization. The magician is perplexed by the Lich's use of the plural pronoun. Han-Bin enunciates the words Great Earth while checking out the symbol. The skeleton self-destructs by releasing all the mana stored in its teeth. Elsewhere, Effer is packing her things, planning to leave her old home. She has packed 2 comfy blankets, a brush, a nail file, and more. She pauses, thinking, has she forgotten something? It was pretty difficult for her to decide what important items she needed. With the stuff she had loaded in her bag, she had finished packing and was ready to move. However, her bag was overfilled, and she wasn't able to carry it, leaving her with no choice but to leave some of her things behind. She got emotional while hugging her bag, signifying that she didn't want to leave any of her belongings behind. The strange events around the place where Effer lived had forced her to leave her home and find a new shelter. These strange occurrences included the unexpected appearance of a forest fire, which caused the embers to burn up her garden. When she turned off her light to sleep, a huge chunk of ice crashed down from the sky. This wasn't the end of it. There was such a great earthquake that it seemed the continent itself might split apart, and because of that, she couldn't sleep. Her scales became so haggard. Effer speculated that everything happening must be the goddess's punishment for helping the Meathead, Otherworlder. While recalling her encounters with Han-Bin, she took notice of someone standing at the entrance of the cave. But when she glanced at the cave's entrance, she found no one. She decided to hurry and leave, as her gut told her that something bad was about to happen. Abruptly, a man appears before the Effer and is astonished to see a talking wyvern. She is startled, wondering when the man appeared there. She thinks he caught her speaking to herself. The man reveals, I was looking for someone and heard your voice on the way, which is why I dropped by. She informs him, no one lives around here. The man admits, I've been having a hard time finding them because of that. She then declares, I'm useless. I haven't seen another human in over a year. I can't be of any help. The man insists, you must have seen that friend of yours, the one who was a skeleton. Ace never expected the skeleton to have magic stones as its teeth. From the get-go, he feared the Lich would self-destruct. He knew he wouldn't be able to stop it, even with his mana, if that happened. He tells Han-Bin, run, as he fades away due to insufficient mana. Elsewhere, a woman named Leslie hears the explosion and turns to a man named Richard, a member of the Great Earth. Do you think a bomb was dropped in the nearby area? She asks. Richard, judging by the traces of mana, concludes the magic happened a week ago. He points to Shin Ha-Jun's explosion. Leslie is stunned, but is aware that Shin Ha-Jun turned into a lich to avoid dying. Suddenly, the man who had been looking for the skeleton and even inquired about Effer arrived and got touchy with her, which sparked an unserious, friendly fight between them. She called the man by the name Alejandro, who was also known as the Chosen One. I warned you to keep your hands off me, she reminded him. The Chosen One smirked, if you use your magic on me, you'll end up with your hands sliced to bits. Before the quarrel could escalate into a full-blown fight, Richard intervened and stopped them. He showed Alejandro the spot where Shin Ha-Jun had died in battle. Richard explained that the Lich had initiated an explosion that exceeded its healing abilities. As expected, no trace of the enemy was found. He brought this up as a reason for Alejandro to show some respect. Alejandro thought it was strange that the skeleton had self-destructed. Leslie agreed, saying, it's unbelievable that someone could push a level 72 opponent to self-destruct. Alejandro clarified, I'm not questioning that. I'm wondering why the skeleton exploded in that spot, which isn't too far from here. He pointed out, on my way to meet you, I saw an area that more likely seemed to be the actual battlefield, about 2 kilometers away. Richard guesses that Ha-Jun might have been dragged away from the battlefield as he was self-destructing, but he ponders why he doesn't feel any other energy besides Ha-Jun's. He wonders how in the world Ha-Jun's opponents could have managed that. Meanwhile, Han-Bin informs Eyes, I kicked the Lich's skull. He continues, I was just going to kick it away for the time being, but it ended up exploding. He insists I didn't kick him hard enough for him to explode. The magician concludes the skeleton self-destructed. He wonders, would I get any experience from a level 70 Lich that destroyed itself? Han-Bin explains, I brought Atiz back to the village since he had fallen unconscious. He adds, I jumped over the town's outer wall to reach here even though it was against the law. He justifies it, asking rhetorically, how was I supposed to enter through the town gate while carrying an aid guy? Then he admits, I didn't know where Attis's house was, so I went to the old man's office in the Builder Association, but got kicked out. The magician calls him a criminal for being crazy. Han-Bin continues, after being chased by the guards, I ran into a bunch of smugglers. He adds, short story, I've been very busy. His humorous tale gets Ace thinking that maybe he is more of a spectacle than the Lich. He gives credit to the chairman of the bandits who helped him wake up within a day and adds that it all turned out well in the end. Az remarks, I never dreamed there could be a guy as strong as this Otherworlder, and expresses that he doesn't know how to thank him. He isn't sure about what would have happened to him if he had gotten captured by that Otherworlder, referring to the Lich. Realizing that his earlier words might have come off as offensive, Eyes nervously clarifies, Han-Bin is different from the others, trying to clear up the misunderstanding. Han-Bin isn't offended and assures him, I know you didn't mean anything bad. He adds that, in the world he lived in, there were plenty of murderers. Still, with Orlaus's mission of infiltrating the Luna continent and killing the goddesses, Han-Bin states, I would rather live the life of a normal folk, adapting to this world, than become a crazy killer. Atiz then inquires, so you're saying that the majority of Otherworlders are normal humans? The Sword King acknowledges that they were, at least in the beginning, but in reality, a lot of them became killers. He adds, if there's one thing that differentiates me from the other Otherworlders, it's that he had a defective guideline implanted in him. The mage already seems to know what a guideline is. Han-Bin states that being able to see levels is one of those powers. He believes there is also a hidden ability that the user isn't aware of. Ab repeats what his big friend said to confirm whether there's something that might induce Otherworlders to commit murder or follow the demon God's commands in due time. Han-Bin reflects that the reason he is being shown as level 5 is likely the result of his faulty guidelines. He admits he doesn't know how severe that defect is, and he isn't sure whether he will suddenly go crazy and become a killer. But that's why he believes Ace won't gain anything good from getting involved with him. He shares that he saved a lot of money, and with no reason to stay in the village, he is leaving. He bids his friend farewell. Atisi clenches the blanket tightly, his fingers digging into the fabric as frustration simmers within him. He then introduces himself as Asa Emperor Ragnar, a descendant of dragons created by the great goddess of Shadow Creel. He elaborates that among all species of dragons, the fire dragons are known to fulfill their duties. With a smile on his face, he comments, a fire dragon never forgets the debts they owe. He affectionately calls Han-Bin a military veteran. After a while, the chairman sees Han-Bin off as he gets ready to leave. He provides him with a cart that will take him to his destination, along with a map to help him find the way. Furthermore, he informs him that he should be able to pass through the city's gate if he shows them the Builder Association's documents. I'm going to send you your new identity through a broker, the chairman adds. He wants Han-Bin to leave the goods at the drop-off spot and simply sell the cart. Han-Bin questions, what should I do with the money from selling the cart? The chairman replies, keep it. It's worth sending you away, considering how troublesome you are. Before Han-Bin leaves, the boss demands a promise from him. Never kill anyone. The moment the savage hunter killed, he becomes a monster. Han-Bin nods and says, I'll be back someday. The chairman takes a deep breath, looks up into the sky, and asks, God, watch over them. Elsewhere, Effer has been captured by Richard's party and is staring at the site where she and Hagen died a week ago. Richard is only able to sense traces of Hagen's magic and some lower-grade magic. The wyvern is frustrated as she has now been captured by Great Earth. Leslie isn't convinced that the Lich would have lost against such weak magic. She looks to Alejandro and questions the reaction of the other energy. He confirms he already checked for auras, pranas, and force, but found nothing. Richard questions whether Alejandro is trying to suggest that the Lich's bones were broken and shattered through physical force alone. He elaborates that some living beings can overpower a Lich through sheer force, with the power of a dragon that lived over 500 years ago being the epitome. Its power is more than enough to turn a Lich's bones into dust. Richard then instructs them to use the dragon's blood on the ground to find its location. Han-Bin's cart has broken down in the middle of a random forest. His cart is missing a wheel, which is stopping him from moving forward. He fears that at this rate, all the products in the cart will become useless. Some bandits are eavesdropping on him, and some of those bandits hesitate to approach as they sense some sort of weird energy from him. Their boss orders his goons to follow him. The boss of the bandits comes out of the woods and offers to help him and load some stuff. When Kalinder says unloading, what he really means is taking it for himself. He tells Han-Bin he should feel honored that Kalinder, once known in the Dark Gorge, is willing to lend a hand. The otherworldly Sword King pays him no mind and repairs his cart entirely on his own. Shortly after, Han-Bin finds the bandit riding on his cart, something even Kalender didn't expect. It seems he's cooperating now, probably due to the earlier encounter that didn't go in his favor. Before running into Kalender, Han-Bin had trouble finding the right path. Despite checking the map repeatedly, with no one around, he grew uneasy. When Kalender appeared, Han-Bin felt some relief, but it turned out to be a trap all along. When Han-Bin mispronounces his name, Kalender tries to correct him, only to regret it when Han-Bin seems offended. Soon, they arrive at Hatten's city. Kalender suggests Han-Bin take in the view from the cart. Han-Bin is impressed at first glance. The city is much larger than Omra. Kalender steps into the role of guide and starts introducing the city's highlights. As they enter, he points to the massive gorge ahead, explaining that it's the most well-known and largest dungeon in the north. The Crater Valley Dungeon. Han-Bin thinks it's dangerous to build a city right smack in the middle, but Kalender reveals the entrance is at the base of the gorge, so it's rare to see monsters climb up to the top. Though it's true that as a hunter, staying closer to the dungeon is more convenient when commuting. Han-Bin thinks that being closer is nice, but climbing down that gorge to secretly enter the dungeon won't be easy for him. Kalender informs him that they've arrived, but there's quite a traffic jam. Passing through will be more difficult since the city is so enormous. Seeing him distracted, the bandit attempts to run away. At the city's entrance, he will be checked and punished for his actions. Han-Bin orders him to be quiet. He doesn't speak back because this is the Sword King's first time in the city, and he wouldn't know what this place is like. Kalender reveals there's a prison camp at the end of Crater Valley where all the criminals from the north are placed. It's swarmed with ruthless criminals who are no ordinary humans. He claims that a small-time bandit like him wouldn't last long in that place. It would still be somewhat better if those monsters were the only problem. Recently, they caught and locked in Otherworlders too. Even the inmates are terrified of him. Han-Bin repeats the word Otherworlder in disbelief. Kalender says the demon will tear him apart. Just as he is begging Han-Bin to let him go, an officer approaches them. Han-Bin gives him a pouch of money and says, "The man, Kalender, was ditching his work. I was just scolding him." He shows the officer his card. The bandit asks, "Why did I receive this money? When I started my new life, it was difficult with just the clothes on my back." Han-Bin explains, "So I gave you this money because I knew its value." He continues, "Look for a different career." Kalender says, "I will make sure to put the gold coins to good use." When he realizes that he has given the bandit the wrong coins, Han-Bin tries to call him, but it's already too late. The bandit has already left. In the bustling streets of Han City, Han-Bin realizes he is screwed big time. He won't be able to last long with the money he has. Even though he doesn't want to, he thinks he might have to go to the Builder Association and do construction work again. However, it still pays better than the hunters who are holding signs to get hired. He thinks there was no point in leaving in the first place. He attempts to look for the sign for the Builders Association and spots his endearing friend holding a sign that says a military veteran is needed. Han-Bin quickly grabs him and makes a run for it. After he has calmed down, they have tea at some random place, most likely a cafe. Adi says that there aren't many nice locations in the city and feels like all their worries seem unimportant when sitting and drinking tea like this. When he asks Han-Bin the reason for his late arrival, the Sword King snaps at him saying, "That's something you should be asking," and proceeds to ask, "What are you doing here, and how did you arrive 2 days before me?" Han-Bin reveals the reason he was late was because he was lost. Atais reminds him about what the Builders Association chairman said before he left. He recalls being told to keep his identity as a dragon a secret. He also remembers that the chairman told him he would be sending him a new identity through a broker. Moreover, he was told to meet the broker there, but this slipped from his mind. After calming down, he tells Adi, "I am grateful and want to recruit you to my party, but getting involved with me won't lead to anything good." Atis says, "You wasted money. Buying this house they are chilling in." Han-Bin asked him, "Who will be the leader?" He argues, "How can I become the leader when they have him?" Han-Bin responds, "How can you become a leader? You're just a level 5. He says, "If I become famous because of that, then there's no way I get the chance to meet the goddess." Atis believes he's right. The first ones to knock on our doors would be the Heresy Inquisitors. Han-Bin's goal was to hide his identity and keep pushing to level up, but most monsters don't even cut it. The mage knows how frustrating that would be. He asked Ace, "Do you have any water at your home?" The mage tells him, "It's in the back of the fridge. You can drink that." He is so surprised to see fridges in this world that his eyeballs practically pop out of his head. The magician wonders, do all other worlders view this world with disdain? He had given up on hope after being stuck at the Rock Mountains. Now he's excited to have all the water and drinks inside it, just as he wants. When he tries to open the fridge's door, the guidelines tell him that his level is insufficient. To look into a fridge, the user must be level 10. He starts freaking out, screaming, "Why is there a level requirement for just opening a fridge?" A tease. While trying to save his fridge from getting demolished by the madmen, he remarks, "A fridge is a magical tool, so it's obvious one has to meet the requirements." Han-Bin doesn't understand why it's obvious because there was nothing like levels in his world. When he curses at magical tools and artifacts, the dragon reveals that they are both tools that form the foundation for dungeons created by Ornflavs, the demon god. Lost in thought for a second, the dragon says he just thought of a way where Han-Bin wouldn't have any problems becoming known despite his low level. The big man is confused, but Eyes explains that what he's suggesting is much simpler than that. He reveals he wants to get rid of the name Han-Bin first. At the Hatten Hunter Guild, Eyes and Han-Bin are getting themselves registered. The receptionist handling Aze's registration announces the magic stone has confirmed you are level 37, and as a result, your hunter's registration has been completed. The other receptionist, stuck handling Han-Bin, isn't too thrilled about dealing with someone she doesn't find attractive. She calls him by the new name, Phaled Bennett, and asks him, "Could you wear something on top?" Seeing his emotionless face, she gets intimidated and apologizes. She quickly brings out the measuring stone and checks his level. The local hunters are gossiping about him, as they haven't seen someone like him. Meanwhile, Atisa suggests the Hatten Hunter Guild receptionist shouldn't use magic stones to measure Han-Bin's level. The receptionist, who registered as, claims it's necessary. Fat Bennett crushes the measuring stone with his hands, saying he would never let evil magic from an evil stone touch his pure body. Everyone is baffled, seeing him crush a measuring stone with just one hand, but they are even more stunned because he just called the measuring stone evil. The local hunters assume he is someone they have heard about in the rumors, someone who calls measuring stones evil and has incredible strength. Amid the assumptions, Az wears a grin on his face. With great deference, the receptionist inquires if Han-Bin belongs to the legendary warring race, the Volterra. Az formally introduces him. Before the events of their applying to become hunters, Han-Bin lounges on the rooftop of Az's house, tanning by his side and planning how they will trick the entire city into thinking Han-Bin is the great warrior of the Volterra race. The Phaled Bennett. He has the mage clarify that the Vera warriors are proud of their radiant, gold-toned physiques. With a puzzled expression, he questions whether the Vera are truly a warrior race, since to him, they seem more like a bunch of flashy show-offs hiding behind a fancy title. Az continues with his explanation, describing the Volterra tribes as a unique group that resides in the barren mountains in the Far East. People's understanding of what they look like is fascinating. They are visualized as pretty jacked and keep-fit fanatics. According to people's understanding, Chaos Su is an 8-year-old with an inhumane physique and incredible brutish strength. His mother is also an unimaginably strong warrior, and so is his 84-year-old grandfather, who rides a level 40 pet called Calicuta for transportation. Finally, Chil's 3-year-old sister and her level 27 pet Spotty. Han-Bin doesn't believe what the hell he has been told and questions. Where is Chaos Su's father? Addis replies, the brave warrior father, Phaled Bey, steps forth towards the Latin continent for the sake of his family. Perplexed, he wonders why he is the dad. His friend reveals that this is part of Phaled Bennett's setup. He comments, what's the point of making a bachelor walk around embarrassed to death? Ad thinks that if people start to believe he is the Volterra warrior, he won't have to hide his level anymore. That way, as he gets more famous by clearing dungeons, he would eventually meet the 6 goddesses. He reminds Ace that he would still need to use the measuring stone to become a hunter. However, the mage says, I just want you to crush it while I handle everything else. The locals are wondering, why is the Sword King's race here? Addy reveals that he is there to fulfill his duty. Inside, he is convinced that his friend looks like a Terra warrior to others. He joins in on Han-Bin's fad roleplay. He points out how he scared the receptionist, as crushing the measuring stone wasn't necessary. Han-Bin extends his apology, admitting that he got carried away. The mage apologizes on his friend's behalf, saying he's new here. After this, Eyes tries to explain to the receptionist that the measuring stones utilize magic stones. He adds that Volterra warriors are strictly forbidden from having anything to do with items such as artifacts. Han-Bin calls them the evil stones from behind. AC says that they will certainly compensate for the broken measuring stone. The receptionist informs him they will be unable to act as a party without registering as a hunter. He isn't worried because his friend will be registered as his bodyguard. Inside, he thinks, if I had a good excuse like that, what's the point of me pretending to be a Volterra warrior? But he realizes that since he is Volterrara, he was able to avoid getting his level measured. Han-Bin is also fine being Aiza's bodyguard because registering as a bodyguard isn't easy and is annoying to do. The receptionist asks for the proof documents proving the Voltian as his bodyguard. The magician makes an excuse of forgetting those documents at home and finances his way by charming the girl. Charmed by the man and his disguised visuals, a receptionist gets energized and registers him right away. The other receptionist even asked him out, suggesting they grab a drink together at a nearby bar sometime. When Ed says alcohol is a bit too much for him, the former receptionist suggests he should have some coffee with her. Han-Bin, spectating from a distance, is annoyed at how he is the only one that has to be popular. However, he tells himself that it is all thanks to AIDS. He can go around without worrying, so he shouldn't be jealous. Moreover, he thinks he should have known his body wouldn't attract any girls. Suddenly, a bunch of dudes surround him, inviting him to join their parties temporarily. Some hunters are feeling his muscles, while others are inviting him to their parties, offering up to 70% of their total profit. Overwhelmed, he shouts, "Stop!" Somewhere near Hatten City, Richard's party is staying in a pit-like place that gives off eerie vibes. The acting party leader and Alejandro are talking about dungeon drifters. Richard tells Alejandro that he has caught a good number of Latins. The Chosen One isn't happy with how his fellow Great Earth member phrased it. He replies that he only brought in wandering drifters. Alejandro thinks that from the perspective of a territory ruler, hunters who gather around a crater dungeon are more profitable than normal citizens. Plus, they only accepted selected Latinians as citizens because no one follows orders as easily as poor scavengers do. Leslie concludes that Alejandro hasn't done anything based on his reasoning. She reminds him that the place they are at was given to them as proof of their alliance with the greater dungeons. He explains that it's because of his efforts that they were able to gather this many people. Richard mentions that every dragon over the age of 500 years has joined them, and if there's a traitor among them, they would need to think carefully about what their goal is. Alejandro feels relieved that as ran here in Hatten City, he knows he won't be able to live anywhere else in his human form except in dungeon cities. Leslie feels that it's a shame the dragon's blood has dried up and they can't use location spells anymore. With a smug grin, she thinks that Alejandro will have to start putting in the work to find Tay. Irritated by her remarks, Alejandro makes it clear that the failure to find the dragon isn't his fault. To Richard, it seems that the Chosen One called them just to act like a king in front of them, and Alejandro doesn't deny it. He moves the curtain and shows them a performance stage. On it, he summons an ex-hunter who had been caught for killing hunters in the dungeon. This crazy ex-hunter killed about 25 hunters and took them away before his execution. Alejandro is going to grant him liberty if he kills his opponent. Leslie isn't impressed by her comrade's feat of capturing a worn-out level 37. The Chosen One tells her to take another look. This time, she notices a patch on his neck, which indicates he has artificial guidelines implanted. Leslie is shocked to the bone. She thought no one survived after having those artificial guidelines implanted in them. He reveals they have changed the method from the dungeon extraction technique to the human extraction technique. Richard initially assumes Alejandro minimized the side effects of the implant, though he knows that even by doing that, it still won't meet the expectations of that person. The Chosen One compliments him for understanding everything right away. He then reveals that it's a matter of sacrifice, and this sacrifice is a human girl. The girl, wielding two swords, tells Effer that she is a kind wyvern, so there's no reason for her to feel sorry. It isn't her fault. The former hunter is eager to kill the girl quickly. Alejandro allows him to play with the girl as they are celebrating his release. The game now begins. The former reveals he was anxious at first, but the more he used the guideline, the more he began to like it. He believes the girl, his opponent, should be able to see that his level is higher than hers. He wants her to beg for her life. She knows that doing something like that would be useless, and isn't scared to fight. Meanwhile, Effer is scared, but is self-aware that being a scaredy cat like this won't make her situation better. After all, she was the ace night wyvern who protected the kingdom. To rescue the girl, she decides to look for an opening when the Otherworlders aren't paying attention and then escape from here. She takes off the grazing muzzle and cautiously peeks out of the room. She finds the girl using sublime movement. It appears like she's dancing in the air. The former hunter isn't impressed at all. He wants to intensify their fight even more. She replies, if that's the case, then you shouldn't have taken some time with your appearance. The former hunter is bewildered as the girl cuts his hair with her sword, and he couldn't even notice. Leslie wonders, does the girl also have an artificial guideline? Alejandro remarks, it doesn't make sense that she's at such a high level at her age without even having an artificial guideline. She feels that even a level 5 difference won't matter much if she's of that caliber. She wonders why Alejandro wanted to show off that guy who only looks good enough to be used as experience. He asked her to take a closer look. The former hunter's rage reaches a new level, and he completely ignores Alejandro's order to stop. Leslie is astonished to learn that Alejandro used the human extraction technique, which has turned the mad hunter into a Totero. He reveals that the human extraction technique involved creating a half-human, half-monster entity. This nullified the side effects of the implant. The chimera transforms when it tries to use its skills. The only way to get rid of the implant's side effects is by utilizing a human extraction technique. The former hunter, now half-Tiro, attempts to attack the girl. However, she uses her special lightning ability, knocking him unconscious. She informs the judges, "I have stopped the test due to the opponent losing consciousness." Alejandro reveals that they won't be able to use him and instructs the girl, "Take care of it before it runs wild again." The halved hero regains consciousness and announces, "I'm fine," only to be slayed once again. Effer, who had been spectating from the start, witnesses the girl, who had been kind to her, kill the former hunter. Even though he now looked like a monster, he was still a Latin. Moreover, the girl followed Alejandro's orders without hesitation. Richard remembers Alejandro mentioning that the girl was blind and presumes that her magic swordsman skills and swordsmanship must have been executed using the Guideline. The Chosen One reveals the girl's senses are extremely heightened. Richard wonders, does that mean the artificial Guideline is a success? He's curious why Alejandro hasn't reported it to that being yet. The Chosen One responds, when a person with an artificial Guideline implanted in them kills an opponent, they can't gain any experience. Leslie concludes it's a Guideline that can't absorb experience. But before she can share her opinion, Richard interrupts and remarks, absorbing experience points from defeated opponents to level up isn't only possible for Earthlings, but also dungeon monsters. Alejandro adds, this is why they have tried to experiment on dungeon monsters as well, but as you can see, there are still side effects. Richard claims that the ability originates from another source. Alejandro assumes he is referring to the dragon's core. Since they agreed with the greater dragons, they were unable to test it out, but if there's a traitor, then the story changes. Richard throws an artifact toward him and reveals, the madam has given us this unique item for when we exterminate that greater dragon. Leslie reminds them, this item dealt with Lich. Do you think you'll be able to handle it with your level? Alejandro calls him generous. Being given an artifact is great, but to be given a unique item is a paramount feeling. Richard plans to inform them, we're close to completing the artificial Guideline. He and Leslie leave as they have some work to do. Before leaving, she reveals, I'm jealous. Alejandro gets to hunt a greater dragon. Plus, if he ends up making the artificial Guideline, his popularity will skyrocket. Now alone in the room, Alejandro reflects on the potential risks of what he has been given. If I ever find it, I'll be responsible. He admits to becoming a pushover. Alejandro thinks about how to find a dragon in human form without any location skills. He commands the girl, Ellie, tell a wyvern to come out and clean up the corpse. He then leaves. Ellie opens the door to the small room where Effer was kept, only to find no one inside. Meanwhile, the wyvern is running for her life. She surprisingly had heard everything from Richard, Alejandro, and Leslie. Additionally, she also found out that the girl was Alejandro's subordinate. She thought everyone was crazy and knew that if she stayed here any longer, she'd have to get out of the city as quickly as possible. Just as she was at the door leading outside, she bumped into the girl from earlier, who stopped her. Ellie closed the distance between them and hit her with lightning magic. However, Effer managed to escape her attacking range just in time. She felt relieved that the airstrip was short and believed it would have been over for her if Ellie knew how to fly. Abruptly, the girl with the artificial outline threw a lasso that attached to Effer's leg, then hurled herself into the air. Ellie told her, you cannot go any further. Effer shouted, I hate skies that are restrictive. It was the first time she had spoken in front of someone other than Han-Bin. After that, the wyvern gained even higher altitude, then cut the leash, sending the opposition plummeting from the sky. Effer plummeted as well, knowing she would land safely because she was a magic swordsman. She initially feared there would be archers at the top, but now it has been confirmed that there is nothing there. Elsewhere at the Crafter Valley dungeon's lowest floor, Han-Bin is fighting some insect-like creatures. He is not fighting to kill them, but to toy with them. However, he accidentally kills one when he forgets to adjust his strength. In a matter of moments, he is surrounded by several more insect-like creatures. He knows this isn't the time to take care of them one by one, as they are enormous and in large numbers. Han-Bin is forced to use Passing Through, a skill where he holds his weapon high up and passes underneath tall monsters, subduing them. It's weak for killing, but he thinks that's one of its advantages. He cleverly piles up the dead bodies without physically straining himself, leaving the rest to A's. The magician arrives and starts burning the life force of the monsters. Han-Bin is surprised because he has never seen anything like that before. He wonders how his dear friend is feeling. Az apologizes for stealing his prey, but Han-Bin tells him not to worry. It's good for you in the future if you level up. Han-Bin expresses his thoughts aloud, wondering why his level isn't going up. The mage points out there's no way his level would increase that easily. When Han-Bin questions him about the basis of this conclusion, Az describes how levels reflect a being's overall ability to control the flow of its life force. It makes sense that leveling up would be like replacing one's skeletal structure. Han-Bin thinks he knows that, but dragons can gain experience whenever they kill opponents. Az corrects the notion. Dragons don't absorb experience. They take in an enemy's life force and absorb that into their dragon's core. However, this force can be extremely unstable and, in a way, has a life of its own. Therefore, to level up, dragons like me need to deal with that unstable life force. If we absorb more than we can handle, we will die because of the explosive nature of life. Han-Bin wonders if Atis mentioned having a limit to what he can take in. Atis agrees, you're right, and adds even water can kill if it is taken too much. He feels excited thinking about how he will finally be able to level up after 15 years. Han-Bin casually asks him his age. Eyes drops the bomb. I'm turning 150 years old this year, making Han-Bin scream, Old Graham. He casually remarks 150 years old is considered to be an adolescent. Because dragons can live past 1,000 years, Han-Bin said, astonished. He wondered aloud what level can an old dragon get up to. The mage shook his head. I'm not sure. There's no way to confirm a dragon's level. Han-Bin thought for a moment, then guessed it's probably because we don't have anything to hunt that will increase our levels. The dragon agreed. There aren't any opponents strong enough to hunt. Plus, it's riskier. He continued, older dragons need an unbelievable amount of life force to develop. Han-Bin frowned. Would it be fine to stop leveling at that point? At shook his head. Greater dragons always aim for greater power. They realize that absorbing small amounts of life force won't help them level up. Han-Bin nodded, understanding. I'm going through the same thing. No matter how many level 2500s I kill, I will gain any experience. Exactly, At said. It finally counted when you killed a monster over level 50. Han-Bin's eyes lit up. I see now. The greater dragons believe that gathering a great many life forces in one place is the key. Yes, the dragon said. They call it the life force well, but humans call it the dragon's nest. Excited, he wonders if someone like him can go there to level up. Atis crushes the idea because there's no way he can safely venture there without the protection of Dragon's core. The physical body cannot absorb the life force. The energy of the force will cause the body to burst, but also cause it to regenerate, thus beginning a painful and vicious cycle. This is why the life force well is like an impregnable fortress, and ever getting tangled in this proves it. Ellie witnesses her suffering, but she can't help her. Some people serving Alejandro come running toward her, urging her to get in. She died. Seeing her concerned about the wyvern, they assure her that if Alejandro didn't tie it up, that it means it has no more use. Moreover, they can't risk someone important to the Chosen One getting hurt. She then decides to go with them. Meanwhile, Effer finally regains consciousness. Just as she wonders what she is doing, someone calls her name from behind. The new year has arrived on the Latina continent. Now 151 years old, he doesn't mind sharing his age one bit. Over in Owner City, Berkman and his crew are ringing in the new year with a Korean-style BBQ feast. The celebration spreads everywhere, for the Dark Brotherhood to the Vulture family, and even in Hatten. The voice Effer just heard reminds her of the Otherworlders who once raised her. She recalls being named Effer by those hunters, especially the party's captain. Though it was a controversial choice at the time, she had always liked the name. Now the person who just saved her turns out to be Captain Baldy, her former party leader. Don't call me Baldy, he says. I'm the captain of the Sky Dragon Knights. She becomes emotional at the sight of him, alive and well. He jokes, why is the party's ace crying? She dodges the question with a silly reply and asks, where are the other hunters? The captain replies, it's not time for them to appear yet. His tone grows somber. Failing to protect the prince, that burden was ours to carry. Suddenly, she finds a restraint placed over her mouth. Shocked, she blurts out, the captain is innocent. He gently tells her, you're a smart one, Effer. You know a lot, but you also tend to be suspicious. Then he offers a quiet piece of advice, try to trust people. Sometimes, that makes all the difference. Because if some dust particles get into her eyes, someone besides her needs to wipe those tears away, even if it's just metaphorically. She starts falling from the sky, but at the right moment, Ellie steps in and saves her. She rushes to check on Effer and is relieved when she finds out she is awake. The friendly wyvern received a massive amount of life force, which caused her body to be in a state of chaos. But for now, Ellie suggests they should heal her outer injuries. Ellie asks to work her a potion, but Alejandro himself arrives, refusing to let her use it on Effer. He thinks it would just be wasted. He reveals he was halfway out, but returned when he saw a flash in the sky. The Chosen One asks Ellie to abandon Effer, because the amount of life force is difficult for even dragons to withstand. So a wyvern has no chance. He says that using a potion to save a single wyvern would not be worth it, and claims he doesn't even have one with him at the moment. He thinks it might be kinder to put Effer out of her misery. Left with no choice, Ellie approaches the wyvern and tells her to close her eyes. She wants Effer to imagine that she's a dish overflowing with water. Next, he asks her to slowly form the water into bubbles of marble, and says that she will no longer be feeling the pain. The feeling just comes naturally. After this, Ellie unexpectedly cuts open a wound on her arm and then demands Alejandro give her a potion. She's prepared to leave another big cut on her arm. Annoyed by her antics, he says that he would give her a potion, but just this once. She then shows gratitude to him. After some time, she treats Effer using a potion and some bandages. The wyvern believes Ellie is scheming something. That's the reason why she saved her. Ellie claims that she indeed has a reason. She asks Effer if she has ever raised plants before. The wyvern replies that she has a small garden. Somehow, she concludes she is going to get eaten by her. But Ellie calms her down by saying she doesn't eat her flowers. When Effer questions why she is raising them in the first place, Ellie reveals she is blind and can only see the world through artificial guidelines. Since she reveals not being able to see any colors, but she can see Effer's name. However, it's difficult for her to see inanimate objects, so she has been growing plants. She explains they don't water plants with diseases or ones that are completely withered dry. But, in contrast, Effer is alive even after absorbing a great amount of life force. She wonders if that's the reason she asked for the potion. Ellie clarifies, most people, including those with the guidelines, may think the wyvern was just lucky. She pauses, feeling the life force circulating inside Effer's body. But I can feel it, there's something more to you. Ellie suspects that Effer has a dragon core. When she tells her this, the wyvern disagrees. I'm just an ordinary wyvern, she insists. Ellie presses, you're not just any wyvern. Wyverns are a type of dragon species. And you're too intelligent for that. You instinctively created a dragon core. At first, Effer had been puzzled by the process of receiving the life force. But over time, she realized something. Alejandro had been searching for a dragon core, and that realization only strengthened Ellie's assumptions. Ellie continues, a dragon's core is the final piece needed for the artificial guideline implanted in you to be complete. She looks away, conflicted. But I kept that from Alejandro, and I brought you here. She wonders, does the wyvern think of her as a devoted subordinate, despite the betrayal? Effer considers this, then responds, if you say it like that, then maybe I do think you're quite devoted to him. She pauses, adding thoughtfully, or maybe you're just pretending. She sighs. I'm just lucky to be alive. So it would be impossible for her to say that she planned for all this. Effer is sure that she won't be able to figure out Ellie's goal if she keeps making guesses. She changes the topic, wondering if Ellie can perceive shapes through her artificial guideline despite being unable to see with her eyes. Ellie admits she can, but wonders why the friendly wyvern is asking that. Effer imitates Alejandro to make the girl laugh, referring to her as her older sister. Elsewhere, Alejandro has received a list of the hunters who have quickly leveled up in the past month. He tells his attendant that the person they're searching for won't be found on this list. The subordinate shares his thoughts, remarking that he believes the person they are looking for might already be gone from this place. Alejandro thinks is very unlikely because even if they did leave, they would have to head to the mid-continent and traveling there is costly. Additionally, working as a hunter is the only way one can make enough money to save for a trip like that. The subordinate apologizes for bringing a list that is useless in this context. He suggests that if Alejandro is asking for someone who stands out but isn't on the list, then a hunter's newspaper is what they should be checking. However, the subordinate believes the people on the list. Referring to Han-Bin and Atisa, they are too low level, so these hunters are most likely not who Alejandro is looking for. However, the Chosen One has found them, the people he was searching for in this newspaper. Looking at Han-Bin and Aza's photo, he thinks there's no way they would be able to stay hidden looking like that. Inside the crater dungeon, a party of hunters battles giant spiders. Brad and Martin are fighting up close, but the latter struggles to keep up. Brad wonders if his friend needs his help and asks him. Feeling insulted, Martin claims that he would be the first to finish, only for Brad to finish first. He then reminds Brad that ever since they entered the dungeon, he has killed more monsters. Brad refuses to believe that because he believes he has killed 10 more monsters. Seeking healing, they search for their teammates Elia and Fel, only to find them trapped in a spiderweb. Brad instructs the girls not to move and says they will save them. Abruptly, the monster launches a distant attack at him, which edges past him. The hunters are up against the monsters called Tarantula, usually found in the depths of Crater Dungeon. Martin thinks it would be impossible for them to beat these monsters without buffs. Just before things could worsen, Eyes arrives and uses his special skill, Freezing, to freeze the monsters since he still hasn't exposed himself. The hunters are wondering why the room got cold all of a sudden. Brad guesses maybe the monsters did it, but his friend is sure this was not monster magic. Brad notices the monsters have frozen and appear to be dead. Atisse cuts in, remarking the monsters aren't dead. They have just lost consciousness. He and Han-Bin then reveal themselves to the hunters. Brad and Martin instantly recognize them. The mage makes it known that interfering in their hunt wasn't their plan, but now that they have arrived, they will take care of the monsters, leaving the two hunters to rescue the spiritualists. Afterward, Han-Bin, Addis, and the rest of the hunters leave for the dungeon exit. Martin expresses gratitude to their saviors and admits feeling relieved to have them both around. The mage is also grateful to them because they are showing them the way. Martin brings up the topic of hearing rumors about Az being a fire mage, but now that they have witnessed a different kind of magic, ice magic, he guesses fire magic isn't the only thing Ace excels at. Ace comments that after facing a powerful ice mage, he get a lot of research in ice magic. The maidens, Elia and Fel, are fawning over our dragon. They introduce themselves as the party spiritualists. Martin wonders aloud if Han-Bin, or more accurately, is thinking of joining any parties, indirectly inviting him to their party. However, the Sword King refuses without any hesitation. Elia doesn't understand why he doesn't want to join them, even though they have extensive knowledge about the dungeons. Seeing Han-Bin persistently rejecting, the magician informs them that his friend doesn't like being distracted in his training, which is why they have refused all party invitations. Elia knows the importance of training, but believes cooperating as a team is more important. Elia invites Han-Bin to drinks, but he respectfully declines. Fuel prefers drinking tea while planning out strategies on their days off, and Han-Bin dismisses her too. He starts losing focus and says that maybe just once is fine. Ace looks at him with a slightly intense expression, feeling distrustful. A flashback reveals he and Han-Bin discussing how to get Han-Bin in the spotlight. By having him roleplay as Vera, the magician is sure that to gain recognition it needs spectators. No matter how hard they try without witnesses, the only thing that will increase is their records. If their records go up drastically without any recognition, it will only raise more suspicion. From what Ace had seen, he expressed that the best way to increase the public's opinion of something is through rumors and one's image. Ace had decided to exhibit Han-Bin's overwhelming power by cooperating with other parties. By doing this, they would be able to convince others of his identity as a Valyrian hero. This would also increase Han-Bin's chances of meeting the goddesses. The Sword King believed that at the same time, he would need to maintain a certain level of mystery to decrease the chances of his identity being exposed. Fortunately, the magician informed him that there was already a line of people requesting to cooperate with the Valtura warrior. As Han-Bin calculates the odds of success, Ace plans to make him the most famous hunter in the city. At present, he admits everything his dragon friends said came true. But there's one thing that didn't come true, and it's his popularity with girls. The girls want to hang out with Isa, thinking Valtura will train on his own, but the dragon declines because he is busy with his magic research. Brad has a strong opinion that the job of a hunter is one where they sacrifice their free time to fight monsters in never-ending battle. The girls clock that he is a bit jealous and inform him that a jealous man isn't popular with ladies. Overwhelmed by jealousy and negative feelings, Brad calls Ace unqualified as a hunter. Han-Bin confronts him on his friend's behalf. The jealous hunter assumes the Valkyrian is threatening him now that he has criticized his master. He knows that everyone is looking at Valti, but he doesn't care. Han-Bin dismisses his presence and opens the door behind him, which leads to the mid-dungeon's magic source. Martin's initial reaction to the mid-dungeon magic source is rather surprising, as he had never thought it was going to be this close. Atisa has him explain that the Crater Dungeon most likely won't disappear even if they clear the dungeon source, as Crater Dungeon is a group of dungeons all located within Crater Valley. Moreover, there are more besides them, which is why clearing this magic source won't clear the Crater Dungeon. Han-Bin is relieved because it's too early to leave the city. Brad, standing beside him, spots an artifact in the middle of the room and is captivated by how visually stunning it appears. However, Martin reminds him, if there's an artifact, then there's going to be a boss protecting it. Brad responds, I'm well aware. Soon, the dungeon boss, a giant spider, reveals itself. Martin points out, this monster spits poison from a distance. We should attack its legs together. Brad is told to protect the ladies with a tease until they give him a signal. However, he doesn't like staying put. He decides to rush things, running toward the monster, remarking, I'll never let another group take my prize. Since someone has to protect the spiritualists, Martin gets Han-Bin to stay behind with Ace to protect the ladies while he and his comrade take the offensive. Unlike Brad, the Sword King listens to Martin and decides to follow his orders. Meanwhile, as he senses that something is off, but Han-Bin is just going to observe for now. Brad is planning to use the blitz tactics they discussed before. However, Martin is against that idea and is irritated by how impatient his friend is. Brad then proceeds to make this a game, stating that whoever kills the monster first wins. Martin thinks now is not the time to be saying such idiotic things. Meanwhile, Fel and Ella are exploiting your spiritual energy to cast a protective wall and anoint blades, respectively. They are shielding their party mates from the spider's venomous attack with their special magic. Atase is surprised at how outstanding spiritualists these girls are, as they perfectly place the wall at the spot and on time, and are incredible with supportive buffs. Their support is making a big difference, as they have made the monster unable to use long-range attacks. The two hunters in front think of targeting its leg before going for the head. Seeing them put up a spectacular performance, Atice knows these hunters can't hold a candle to his earthling friend, but they do seem like seasoned veterans. Han-Bin is aware of them being veteran hunters, but feels that the boss is a bit weak. The spiritualist girls are happy now that they, as a party, have cleared the dungeon. Brad mentions that this is their first time completing a dungeon. He stretches his arm toward Martin for a fist bump, and then asks if he's up for heading to the 4th District, since that's their ticket to becoming top-ranked hunters. In the blink of an eye, the strategist of the party, Martin, suddenly vanishes into thin air, taking Brad and the others by surprise. Brad lifts his head and finds a giant level 50 spider, the Tarantula Queen. It's the size of the entire platform they're standing on. In fact, it's the real boss. The death rate in dungeons is actually not as high as hunters think. That's because hunters take commissions based on the level of monsters they are required to subjugate. However, since hunters don't have any means of measuring a monster's level, surviving hunters would return and report every detail after facing them. Therefore, the more monsters that are discovered, the more information is available. In other words, this method is useless for unique creatures. This is why most hunters are killed by dungeon bosses. Brad is devastated after losing Martin. No one ever said anything like that in a Crater dungeon. The Tarantula Queen attempts to use a beam attack to neutralize Brad, but Atice jumps in at the right moment to save him. Brad is stunned to see the magician, who, despite being on the same level as him, is protecting him with his magic. Hat explains that he once had to deal with reflective magic, which sums up why he can withstand the monster's beamed attack. He reveals he doesn't have any more wands left. Shocked, the jealous hunter wonders just what kind of mage would sacrifice their magic wand. Moreover, the monster they are facing doesn't only deploy magic attacks. The Tarantula Queen takes a swing aimed at Ace and Brad. The latter hunter courageously steps forward, hoping he will absorb the impact of the hit and save him. Before things could go wrong, Han-Bin jumps in and blocks the Tarantula Queen's attack. Atice learns that he has evacuated the spiritualists, and they should be exiting the dungeon by now. Brad suggests that Han-Bin and Atice should make a run for it, since the Tarantula Queen's massive body would slow her down. He looks back and finds Han-Bin talking with the mage about how it's a bit risky to climb onto its back. Ice assumes that the queen's outer carcass will be thick, and unless someone has Han-Bin's level of sword skills, stabbing through it would be a serious challenge. However, the Sword King thinks he won't be able to pierce through the monster with just one blow. Brad finally speaks up, asking them, what the hell are they talking about? He suggests they should hurry to report this to the guild, because if they die here, other hunters who come without knowing will end up dying. Ai is already aware of it, which is why they need to kill it, so it's no longer a threat to others. Brad is sweating excessively because of the eerie atmosphere he's in. He's speechless to see Han-Bin and Ace calm, despite being in a tough situation. He concludes they don't have much experience and tries to tell them that the monster they are facing isn't an average dungeon boss. Han-Bin abruptly tells them to cover their ears before throwing his sword like a projectile. Ace quickly covers his ears with his hands. However, Brad gets sent flying by the projectile's impact. Han-Bin's sword impales the Tarantula Queen, much to Brad's surprise, who thought of him and Ace as some inexperienced hunters. He initially assumes Han-Bin used a spear to penetrate the monster's thick skin, but soon notices that it is a broadsword, not a spear. As the sword begins to glow, Brad deduces the monster is about to strike and attempts to warn him. However, his jaw drops when he witnesses the monster exploding. The explosion's impact causes Han-Bin's longsword and Ace's wand to drop before the jealous hunter. He realizes that they stuck a wand on the sword and triggered an explosion. He is baffled by how creative their way of defeating monsters is. The Valtian warrior gains 238.10 experience, which adds up to his total of 351 to 250. Looking at his guideline notification, he thinks he still has a long way to go. Killing hundreds of monsters like Tarantula Queens won't give him much experience. Han-Bin declares, "We are clearing the dungeon." On a suspended lift headed for the exit, the Valtian is slightly annoyed seeing Brad crying. He asks Ace to do something about it. The mage tells him, since the guy is in shock, this is his normal demeanor. Brad admits, "I'm exhausted." He shares that when Martin died, he was completely frozen and unable to react. He also confesses that he envies the Valti because they are strong from the day they are born. Ed tries to explain to him that even Han-Bin had to live in severe conditions. However, Han-Bin stops him to give him a pep talk himself. He calls him a spearman and demands, "You shouldn't talk about the unfairness of the world. Isn't it obvious? One must do their best to survive. And if luck is on your side, you will stay alive and get stronger," he said, which is the same for him. He thinks that it's because of Brad's luck that he was able to meet them and stay alive. and if fortune wasn't on his side, then he would have been dead. Brad vents his frustration at Han-Bin, saying, "You're right. If it wasn't for you, I would have died. But what about Martin?" Han-Bin asks, "Are you trying to say that your friend was unlucky, so he died?" The suspended lift reaches the designated destination where Martin and the spiritualists are waiting for them. Seeing their teammate being disrespectful to their saviors, his teammates start beating him. The Sword King realizes that they forgot to tell Brad that they saved Martin too. Martin explains, "Han-Bin grabbed me as I was thrown out and cushioned the blow when we crashed against the wall. That's why I was lucky and lived." Brad wonders, is that even possible? Martin replies, whether it is or not doesn't matter. Realizing that he stepped beyond his boundaries, the rude guy apologizes. The entire party then says a heartfelt thank you. Han-Bin acknowledges their appreciation and decides to leave. Martin nags his friend for angering their savior, but Brad doesn't know how to deal with this situation now. Atissi tells him that they have an offer for him. He discloses that they can't use the artifact they got from the Carter dungeon and are planning to sell it. But since his companion suggested checking with Brad first, he wants to see if they're on board. Atis further says that they will offer it for half price, since he will be doing them a favor by buying it from them without having to go through any hassle. When Brad asks the mage, "Why is the Valti offering this expensive weapon to me?" he reveals that it is also because of good fortune. Brad and the rest of the party are excited to finally have one artifact, and they are eager to check what abilities it has. Han-Bin, who gave off the impression of being angry at first, has a big smile on his face. He feels that it would be saddening if the hunters died after being saved by them. Besides, Han-Bin wouldn't have been able to use it because it has a level restriction. As the Sword King is recollecting what he had just experienced, a coachman and an unknown man appear to be watching him from their cart. The mysterious man hopes they will be willing to cooperate. The party of hunters asks A's to pass on their gratitude to the Valiant. Han-Bin, who's listening in from the outside, is glad that he did good work and got his fame increased. He feels like he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. His goal is to become famous enough to catch the attention of the goddesses. Once he earns their trust by helping them out, his contribution level will rise. Eventually, he plans to team up with them and get his revenge on the demon god. A is approached by the strange man from the cart. The man gets the mage to hop onto the cart while Han-Bin assumes his companions have already left. The cart suddenly starts moving and A, confused, asks why. He only hopped on because the man said he wanted to talk. The mysterious man replies that he also didn't think it would be this easy to escort him. Making a teasing question, he asks, "Who are you?" The mage's in a tough situation. He has used up all of his magic wands, even the backup ones. He got careless because this was a densely populated city. The man calls him wise for not taking out his wand and tells him that he looks like his older sister, Adora Bannister, surprising aids. The man replies that he knows about Adora, even though there isn't much information available about her. She fought the evil Greater Dragons with the 4 heroes 10 years ago. As a result, this created Upper Draconium, an organization that keeps an eye on the Greater Dragons. If she were alive today, she would have received the blessings of the goddesses. Ates demands, "Stop talking about my sister. Get to the point." The man apologizes, explaining, "I was simply concerned after hearing rumors that the current head of the Bannister family had been living in seclusion for the past 10 years following his sister's death." However, seeing Ates in person reassures him. The dragon is confused, wondering what is he talking about. The mysterious man cuts in and remarks, "We have arrived." He reveals, "I've selected a location where there are hardly any humans. Why don't we head inside and talk about the details?" Ates pops his head out and realizes they have arrived at his house. The mysterious man's face shows surprise. Even though he hadn't expected the coachman to stop at Ates' house, he had selected a different location. He turns toward the coachman, intending to curse him. However, he finds Han-Bin standing beside the unconscious coachman and immediately realizes he's at a disadvantage. The Sword King remarks, the driver was going in the wrong direction, so he thought he should take a nice break. Atis reveals that a stalker was completely out of his expectations. The mysterious man remarks that they have got it all wrong, but is still captured. The Valti is trying to figure out a mysterious emblem, the mysterious man's possession. Az can feel subtle holy energy coming from it, which belongs to Altia, the goddess of light. He concludes that the emblem is the genuine thing. Han-Bin and he realize that the man before them is a priest from the Order of Light. The mysterious man introduces himself as Emil Otto, a high priest who worships Altia, the goddess of light. He is level 45. Atis apologizes and remarks, "Getting kidnapped is something that never crossed my mind." Emil clears up the misunderstanding, saying he wasn't trying to kidnap them and only intended to secretly talk to the magician. He understands why Ice took such measures, but cannot forgive his savage friend for resorting to violence before hearing his explanation. He insists Valyrian warriors say something. In response, Han-Bin uses his special skill to pretend that he is a foreigner and speaks the Valyrian language. However, he still fails to convince Emil. Attis is quite baffled that the Order is looking for him rather than the powerful Valterrara. He asked Emil, "Did you come looking for me in secret? Does this mean it's some kind of confidential mission?" Emil praises him for being sharp. Inside, he is thinking that with most of the greater dragons gone now, he is looking down on this young, inexperienced head of the dragon hunter family. However, he admits that this may be his mistake, seeing as how Attis can take leadership over the savage Vera. He can't believe the mage is just 17 years old in his human form. Emil makes it clear that he is going to trust Attis and formally asks for his cooperation with the Order of Light. Please be attentive to the information I'm about to reveal. It's classified as top secret. Emil informs them that he is currently investigating a man named Alejandro in the refugee villages surrounding Crater Valley. He shows them the suspicious man's picture, but both hunters don't recognize him. Attis wonders, is the man in the picture running a criminal organization and using the refugee villages as his base? Emil replies, it would be a lot simpler if that was true. Emil starts explaining about the refugee villages first. The refugees were originally not citizens of this city, but due to the appearance of the crater dungeon and the sudden inflow of hunters, they were forced to live outside of the city. This happened because of the sharp increase in resident taxes by the ruling lord. A flashback shows a breadwinner returning to his family after making some bread and butter. His family greets him warmly. His wife inquires about his trip to the city, and his daughter eagerly asks how much he sold. The man of the house informs his family that he didn't make much and blames his facial appearance. His wife reassures him, it's going to get better once you get your footing. You just started. She reminds him that he was also searching for Han-Bin while earning the bread. She then asks, have you found the person who helped you in the city? He reveals that he saw someone similar while requesting the monster subjugation quest. He was the famous Valtra. His wife wishes, I hope Valtra the warrior would come to our village someday. Suddenly, Joseph, their acquaintance, comes running toward them, screaming, monster. The man commands his wife, run to the middle of the village. He then asks Joseph, what's wrong? Joseph attempts to explain, it's the toad-like monster. But before he can finish, a monster swallows him. Everyone in the village starts running for their lives. The monster that has attacked them is supposed to be nocturnal. Just as the man is preparing to fight the monster, his wife informs him that their daughter is nowhere to be found. He comments she must be inside somewhere and tells her to hurry up and look for her. Soon, another man wielding a bow, an archer acquainted with Joseph and the family man, comes forward to help. He reveals that Joseph charged into the monster's net after saying he would hunt one. The family man already instructed Joseph to wait because he was going to report the monster to the guild, but Joseph didn't wait and got annihilated. Based on the monster's size and strength, the archer deduces that no one would accept their quest for a small reward. Moreover, this isn't the first time they have made a request, and he's sure there is no backup. Suddenly, the family man's child appears at their house's entrance, shocking the family man, a father. A normal human who isn't a hunter can train all they want, but still only be below level 10. These monsters that hunters kill so easily are what normal people fear far more than earthquakes and storms. Elsewhere, Emil claims that the Order cannot interfere with the management of territories, so they must resort to asking hunters for cooperation and helping out those in need. In exchange, they will increase the level of their contribution so that it would increase their chances of meeting the goddesses. Ai wants to cooperate and can start right away. However, the Sword King intervenes and bluntly rejects Emil's proposal. Han-Bin wants Emil to stop making his words sound as if they have a sense of justice. He remarks, if what you just said is true, then there would be no reason for you to come and find a dragon hunter. Emil tells the Valtian that he is correct and reveals, the goal of this mission is the base of Alejandro, the dragon's nest. Ace gets all worked up, calling it impossible, and wants them destroyed. And even if one still existed, this isn't a matter to be handled by hunters, but by the Order or the Brotherhood themselves. Emil says that their Order wishes to go into a full investigation right away. However, he can't find a single fault with Alejandro, and the actions he's been seen doing are not criminal in nature. On the contrary, the refugees actually call him a hero. Another flashback shows the family man's little daughter was rescued by Ellie and Effer. Ellie. The magic swordsman informs family man that they came from the dragon's nest and were sent by Alejandro. The story takes an even further step back in time to reveal an earlier event. Ellie was tasked to assist the refugee town with their efforts. Alejandro calls it a small effort on his part for the powerless refugees. He wants the magic swordsman and Hendy, a member of the refugee support team, to hunt the monsters prowling around town. He leaves the rest to Hendy. Hendy reassures him that he will carry out his duties and even thanks him for giving him such a big opportunity. However, Ellie is not very happy with Alejandro's decision to send a refugee team to support her and Effer. She wonders, what is he planning? He asked Hendy to monitor the wyvern's activity as she previously attempted to run away. He involves Ellie in the conversation, who says she's been continuously warning her. She believes that if she lets go of Effer, the Chosen will have the support team responsibility. Alejandro reveals that up until now, they have been moving secretly for the sake of justice. But if many refugees wish to migrate here, it could change most things. After the hearing of Dragon's Nests, they will be accepted to come in through evaluation, leaving Ellie confused. She wonders what the point was of minimizing a number of residents there while strictly keeping this place a secret. She once again wonders why he's suddenly so determined to tell the world about the Dragon's Nest. End of the flashback. Ellie is about to be crushed by the monster that has attacked the refugees. Effer repays the favor by side-tackling the monster. However, during the process, she ends up getting the magic swordsman covered in filth. Resting near a riverbank, she's drying out Ellie's hair. The magic swordsman wants her to stop because she's projecting too much wind. The wyvern compliments her for having beautiful hair. She replies that she is thankful for the sentiment, but there may be many monsters left, suggesting they can't be careless and must keep their guard up. Following her comment about being wary of the monsters, she wonders if Ellie is planning on completely exterminating the wild monsters because she believes doing this much will reveal their location to others. Effer claims to have lived life like a wild monster. She wonders aloud if there are any times when Effer uses her sword without the guideline. Ellie reveals she often doesn't use the guideline because she feels that it isn't good to be dependent on it. The wyvern claims to have memorized the movements of her swordsmanship when she was using the guideline because she has witnessed it many times. But she has noticed that the rhythm becomes unstable once in a while, which is why she asked. Ellie remarks, wondering if the magic swordsmanship of the guideline is accurate. But she wants to get used to the magic swordsmanship that she had seen when she was younger. She didn't know about hunters when she was a child. Her mother, who would brush her hair every morning, never exposed that side to her. It was later that she found out her mother was a magic swordsman. At that time, she thought her mother was a dancer. Whenever she saw her practice every morning, she thought magic swordsmanship was quite beautiful. She is sure that one tragic morning was also the same as always, but her mother, who went out to hunt, never returned. The one who came looking for her a few days later was Alejandro. He brought her to the dragon's nest and forcibly implanted the guideline in her body. As a result, she lost her eyesight. Now, whenever she practices her mother's magic swordsmanship, she ends up relying on the artificial guideline. She is scared to think that she may end up becoming nothing more than Alejandro's pawn. Effer shouts that Ellie should climb on her back, and they can fly to the west, where no one can follow them. The magic swordsman simply responds that she can't do it, because if she decides to run, Alejandro will probably kill someone else. When Effer asks her why they can't report to the Heresy Inquisitors, Ellie explains that it's impossible. She tried getting help from a villager a long time ago, but the next day he was found as a corpse. When she refused to train or participate in a test, Alejandro would force them to obey her. Ultimately, the only way to break free from her and the Otherworlders is to let the dragon's nest consume all life, leaving nothing behind. She reveals that's why they eat Ear's dragon core. The wyvern, aware that her dragon's core is important, says she doesn't know how to absorb life force. While patting her, Ellie says she doesn't want to force Effer and instead calls her a genius, believing it will eventually come to her. She tries to cheer Effer up by saying that she might end up becoming a legendary wyvern when she finally has a dragon core. When Effer wonders what her older sister thinks of her future title, Ellie smiles and says something like Genius Wyvern. Effer wants them to hurry before another dragon comes. She explains that if they spread rumors about the dragon's nest, other dragons would arrive there. Ellie replies Alejandro is using the dragon's nest to bait a greater dragon. Effer finds it unbelievable. She believes someone like him wouldn't be able to beat a greater dragon. Ellie is convinced. Alejandro never takes risky moves. I'm sure he has a method of extracting a dragon's core once he finds a greater dragon. Meanwhile, Amel is still explaining the request from the Order of Light. He tells Addis that this request calls for him to infiltrate that place alone. It may be called an infiltration. Amel continues, we will help you by any means possible. Moreover, the Chosen One is looking for proficient mages. The spies from our side who have already infiltrated the place will assist aid. Hamden, who had been listening quietly, finally speaks up. I'll be done with Isa, he says. Going into an enemy's hangout alone is suicide. Please, Amel, arrange it. So he enters as well, much to the dragon's surprise. Amel is sure the Valti will be noticed instantly. Alejandro and Arde will be suspicious of the Voltatera warrior. The Sword King responds, saying they have nothing further to talk about. He won't be accepting this request. Find someone else, he adds. Just as he finishes sharing his opinion, Addis speaks up. I accept the cooperation request from the Order of Light, he enunciates. Leave it to me. Hampin is surprised to see his friend dismissing his opinion before he can say anything, as reminds him that he's just his personal guard. The one who decides to accept or decline a request is the master, Ace says. Since Emil is waiting for Az's response, he's satisfied with what he hears. We'll be waiting at the eastern gate, he remarks. We'll give you the documents and items you need when you arrive. After Emil leaves, Han-Bin confronts his friend. Give me a logical reason for accepting a request without any background information he demands. He believes that cooperating with others might be good, but he can't be of any help if Ace is required to go alone. Reject the order's offer, Han-Bin urges, or I'll reject it myself. The magician has already accepted it, swearing on the name of the banister. He can't go back now. Besides, Ace adds, this is something that can only be solved by my family. Angered by his judgments, the Valtian wonders aloud, is Ace saying that unrelated people should stay away? Furthermore, he reminds the mage, I am also a dragon and the banisters are a human family. Technically, this makes them unrelated. Han-Bin offends him, and the Valtian demands, take back your words. However, Han-Bin insists Ace cancel the request. I don't understand what's so important about the banister name. Aiz has a debt to pay to the Bannister family and wonders if Han-Bin truly expects him to ignore the fact that a dragon's nest still exists after his foster sister sacrificed her life to destroy them all. Enraged, Aiz thinks Otherworlders know what honor is. Han-Bin responds, honor doesn't mean anything if you're dead. Aiz wasn't expecting such an emotion-driven reaction from him. In response, he explains, I've gotten a little stronger after leveling up, so don't worry about me. He then leaves without bidding his friend goodbye. Sometime later in the cart, Emil gives Aiz his new identification papers and a briefcase carrying his disguise. Emil reveals, in your identification papers, we've also added a document stating that your level is lower than your actual level, so that they wouldn't be on their guard around him, he said. He then pointed at a page that would tell him the state of how his body should be. Attiz told Emil that he knew how to read and commanded him to stop so he could concentrate. Emil apologized and, internally, thought that this appeared like the mage had just had a couple's fight, which sent chills down his spine. After reading the identification document, Aiz found a mistake. He clarified that the mistake was the change of gender in the identity. Emil shockingly claimed that this wasn't a mistake and unexpectedly asked Aiz if he knew how to put on makeup. This left him astonished. Back in the refugee village, the family man Carlandor and other male members of the community were preparing to leave for physical labor. The family man said goodbye to his daughter and wife. Like any other child, his daughter didn't want him to leave. He promised to buy her something nice when he returned home. After bidding farewell, he approached the line of other men preparing to leave the village for work. He noticed that the line was unusually long. When he suddenly spotted Ellie, she wondered what brought her here. Ellie revealed she had come to escort the people going to Dragon's Nest, and was expecting him to join. Kalidor feels that doing physical labor is the only thing he knows, so he has decided to work as a construction worker. The magic swordsman reminds him, if you go, you won't be able to return unless the work is complete. When Ellie raises a question about Kalindor's family safety, he answers monsters can't be avoided. But Alejandro is hiring some hunters through a strict selection process, so he feels reassured. While he is talking with Ellie, the hunter selection process is taking place nearby. The magic swordsman notices that the level of average participants varies from level 25 to 30, which isn't as high as she expected. Effer enlightens her, going to the dungeon is more beneficial for those of higher levels. Since Ellie can't see anything from the distance, she climbs onto the wyvern's back. Together, they watch the fights from the camp rooftop. The announcer calls, contestant number 59. To everyone's surprise, Aiz, disguised as a girl, emerges from the crowd. The mage introduces himself. I'm Ariana Stia, participant number 59. A flashback shows Emil waiting inside a carriage for Ace to change his appearance into a girl. Emil urges him to hurry and change, but he snaps back. You're the one who suddenly made me cross-dress in the first place. Emil offers to help him, but Aiz has already changed. After changing, Aiz demands explain why the Order of Light decided on this. What about the other 5 religious groups? He adds. Emil reveals the other orders. Water, fire, wind, and earth stay out of affairs that don't involve them. Besides, the Heresy Inquisitors would burn everything to the ground if the Order of Light asked them for help. Aiz emerges from the carriage in a girl's attire, leaving Emil speechless. To take the magician's disguise to the next level, Emil hands him his glasses. Aiz wonders, how are you when you see without your glasses? Emil smirks, I've seen everything, signaling that he was charmed by the magician's majestic appearance. Aiz's first mission is to determine if the dragon's nest is real. The first goal is to pass the selection round. To do that, he was told he needed to use the documents they had prepared for him. These papers represent a new identity. At present, Hendy wants to check Aiz's identification papers. Inside, he feels nervous, even though he is used to hiding his identity. Some hunters try to flirt with him, and one mentions that he also failed the selection. He then offers to escort Eyes on the way out. Another hunter points out that there are many dangerous individuals who take on jobs outside the Hunters Guild. Looking down on Eyes, assuming he's an inexperienced girl, they tell him that he could die while taking the mission. The mage recalls the last moments he shared with his one and only true friend. Though he is determined to prove that he can fulfill his missions alone, Effer is also annoyed seeing those hunters hitting on A's. A Tissy disguise as Ariana reveals himself to Hendy as a level 30. Since Ellie possesses an artificial guideline, she can look right through his lie and senses that something is wrong. She wonders, why would a level 45 mage hide their level and come here? After taking a look at Stia's profile, Hendy approves his application without any test, which leaves Ellie baffled. The hunters, who had been telling Atisa how they failed the selection process, speak up about how it's unfair that Ariana didn't even take the test. Hendy reveals Dragon's Nest requires a mage. And since mages are used in research, their tests are different in the first place. Ellie interrupts, telling Hendy to hold on. She explains since this situation might make others feel Alejandro is being unfair for not informing them about this special case, I, being a level 35, will test Ariana. Seeing Hendy hesitate, she calls this an order. Ellie believes something fishy is going on. Even though she doesn't know what it is, she needs to ensure Alejandro doesn't gain stronger people by his side. She rushes past Hendy, charging at the mage. However, before she can land a blow, Eyes conjures an ice wall to shield himself. One of Ellie's swords gets stuck in the ice. She is shocked, seeing a mage who also excels at close quarters combat. The mage tells her, it was a lucky shot. I'm being careful as I don't want to expose my real identity using advanced magic. I wonder if sticking to only ice magic would be a good decision. Hatten notices that the magic swordsman has abandoned one of her swords, but he is confident a magic swordsman won't be able to do anything with just one sword. Just before they are about to close the distance between them, a tall and obese man intervenes and smashes the ground with a giant mace. His attacks impact, sending people in the range flying. After wreaking havoc, he demands to know if he will qualify after killing Iced and taking his place. The refugees recognized him as the Freak Eater, the Pulley Pork. They have heard rumors that he was recently discharged from Crater Asylum. He officially introduces himself to the people around him, revealing he is level 45. He mentions that human meat didn't taste good in Crater Asylum, so he escaped to look for tastier things to eat. Pulley Pork looks down and notices that his giant mace has been separated from the handle. He spots A's holding a wand lit with fire magic prepared for battle. The mage wants his test postponed. Ellie wonders aloud once again if the magician's shot was also lucky. Eyes states that the monster was using a bad weapon, one that relied on weight alone, and it was indeed a lucky shot. Pulley Pork loses interest in the lump of meat he had prepared to eat and casually swings it, hoping to kill Ace and Ellie. Suddenly, the huge meat lump slips from Pulley Pork's hands and hits a nearby cart. It is then revealed that Hendy kicked Pulley Pork. Pulley Pork wonders how the judge is still alive. Hendy announces that they would not be accepting any more applicants for the day. Pulley Pork assumes he has passed the trial. Hendy gives off unsettling and maniacal energy. He comments that he seemingly forgot to inform him beforehand. But how can a person pass if they are dead? Hendy mutters under his breath. With that, Hendy delivers a single devastating punch to Polyorc's stomach, instantly killing him, or at least that's what he presumes. After killing Polyorc, Hendy records another accidental death and adds his name to the list. He wasn't impressed by Polyorc's strength, but at the same time, he's convinced that Polyorc isn't weak. He's sure of it because of the brutish strength Polyorc displayed when he ambushed him. He senses energy as red as blood emanating from Hendy and realizes that Hendy is an aura user. After this, Hendy suggests they should depart for Dragon's Nest. Han-Bin recalls his memories of training to awaken his aura with a tease by his side. Aura is red-colored energy emitted when one trains their body and life force to the extreme. Once a person obtains the ability to create aura, their strength transcends that of normal individuals. While trying to awaken the aura stored in his body, Han-Bin feels something burning, and before long he screams, feeling something hot. He looks back and discovers that Ace is casting fire magic, unintentionally aiming his wand directly at Han-Bin. The Valkyrian snaps at him, pointing out that he may have high defense, but it still burns. The Dragon apologizes and reveals he was practicing some new magic spells. Han-Bin spots a scroll in Ace's hands, a scroll the mage always wanted to buy. It's expensive enough to buy a house. Atiz claims the price is worth it, as it provides knowledge of mana and how to control it more efficiently. The level requirement to utilize the magic scroll is 45, and there are spells written on it for mages to learn. Once the otherworldly Sword King has calmed down, he remarks that Ace is lucky because he is a mage. He wonders if Ice knows any secrets that can help him learn how to create aura. Ice reveals that nothing like that exists. He explains that whether it be aura, mana, or life force, they are all in a fixed state to begin with. These four energies are what help distinguish a person's special trait. They will then learn skills and become a certain job class based on those traits. Life force is something everyone is born with, and manipulating the four energies can be learned. However, unlike the other energies, aura must be learned through vigorous training, and it's been said that even someone who has trained for over 40 years isn't guaranteed to acquire it. Since being able to use aura depends on individual brilliance, people aren't suspicious that Han-Bin can't use it, despite how strong he is. The Valti wonders if someone will start to suspect him if he doesn't use aura for a long time. At nods, claiming this will most likely happen. He adds that high-level dungeons require one of the four energies, so not using aura would seem suspicious. Han-Bin feels his friend is saying that there are countless monsters like the Lich lurking in dungeons. The mage is sure that they will most likely encounter problems that would be impossible to solve with physical force alone. The Sword King holds his broken guideline responsible, because if it worked properly, it would be easy for him to use aura. He wonders if he will ever be able to learn it without the guideline's help. I reassures him that if by any chance they face any enemy that the Virian can't handle, then they will somehow get through it with his magic. He admits that he still has a long way to go, but he will work hard to raise his level. Shaking off the memories, Han-Bin refocuses on the situation at hand. He feels a sense of desperation due to A's stubbornness. However, when he looks back, he realizes that the mage has survived until now, hiding his identity as a dragon. Now, Han-Bin is sure that A will be alright with his disguise. Moreover, he feels that no one else could possibly have a level as high as A's. Elsewhere, Hindi announces Stia as the last successful applicant. As he is about to welcome him, A's ignores him and runs past him to check on Polypork. After confirming that Polypork is alive, Addie snaps at Hendy. Why does Polypork deserve death? She demands. A, understanding that Polypork may have caused a scene during the test, remarks, I get it, but why are you reporting it as an accident when Polypork is still alive? Hendy wasn't expecting Polypork to be alive. He remarks, Polypork's subcutaneous fat is thicker than I had expected, but I'm confident he'll soon die of natural causes. Ace turns to Ellie for help. Get him to help save Polypork, he instructs. Wide open his mouth so I can feed him the potion. He thinks they can't just leave Polypork like that and suggests placing him in the baggage carriage to take him to Dragon's Nest. Hendy watches them silently, his face unreadable. Soon, the refugees, hunters, and others arrive at Dragon's Nest. Effer, who had been carrying Polypork, sighs and says she's tired. Ellie apologizes for making her carry him all the way from the refugee village. The wyvern replies that she did it as a favor for the one who saved her older sister's life. Meanwhile, Atisa's first impression of Dragon's Nest exceeds his expectations. He had imagined it as a naturally formed location chosen by dragons themselves, but this was something entirely different. The pipes and machinery showed that it had been built by human hands. What's more, a real dragon's nest would radiate life force, but this one felt completely devoid of it. He starts to suspect it's an imitation of an ancient ruin and considers testing it to see if it functions. Noticing Ace acting suspiciously, Ellie quietly sneaks up behind him to see what he's doing. Startled, he fumbles with his words at first, but then explains that he simply noticed the abundance of pipes. Ellie thanks him for saving her life, but also points out that he had been extremely reckless. He misunderstands, thinking she is talking about Hendy and proceeds to gossip about him. Ellie clears up the misunderstanding. Then she has the mage look behind where they spot Hendy operating as a judge. She reveals that Hendy is only working as a judge for now. His real job is the head of security at Dragon's Nest. The reason she is explaining this is to let Aiz know what kind of person he dissed. When Aiz expresses that he can't let someone die, Ellie tells him, good people don't survive here. She continues, people outside may believe this place is a hidden castle, but it's not. It lacks essential things, food, water, and space. She discloses, this place is just a secluded island, not a dragon's nest. Rules and orders are the most important things here. The stone walls are chipped away daily. After hearing Ellie out, Aiz points his wand at Polypork and comments, there's no other choice. He charges his wand with fire magic and shoots it at Polypork. Fearing that Aiz might do it again, the magic swordsman promptly pushes his arm down. It is later revealed that the mage was casting fire to keep Polypork warm. Atice learns that people are just as important to Ellie as he is, making her blush. Suddenly, Hendy shows up and remarks, you two seem pretty close already. The magic swordsman lies, claiming she was just explaining the rules to Aiz. The mage replies, it's my first time living in a cohabitation. I'm seeking Ellie's help to adjust. She wonders what seems to be the problem with Hendy because she's sure he's busy with the newcomers. Hendy wants Atiz to leave behind all of his wands and follow him because Alejandro wishes to see him. While following Hendy's lead, Aiz thinks about how he's encountering one challenge after another. He was relieved when he infiltrated this place, but facing the leader without a weapon was not what he expected. Hendy is curious to hear Aiz's thoughts after seeing the real dragon's nest. Our dragon thinks it's great and magnificent, just like the rumors say Aiz says. Hendy reveals, I meant to ask if you think this is a real dragon's nest. Aiz isn't quite able to fathom what Hendy is trying to imply. But before he can speak a word, Hendy reminds him, Priest Emil must have told you that there are other spies here as well. He is okay with Atiz calling him Hendy. When the mage asks him for proof, he points at Emil's glasses. The mage demands, Hendy, explain why you made me leave my wand if we are both on the same side. Hendy responds, Alejandro will also be without his weapon at the moment since he's working. He's a magic swordsman without his weapons. Since Hendy is an aura user, he wants the T's not to worry. He then says, I'm worried about how the mage will behave. Hendy wants to finish this as soon as possible and instructs avoid anything useless. He reminds the mage, we're both hiding our levels. He also fears Ellie, who may be quick to notice when something is off. That's why we need to deal with this as quickly as possible, Hendy adds. He feels Alejandro may also be deceiving them. Hendy responds, do your best to obtain as much information from this interview as you can. Doesn't matter if this isn't a real dragon's nest. Just as he approaches the door to Alejandro's room, a wand suddenly pierces through his eye. The Chosen One reveals himself holding the wand, which appears to be infused with his magic. Stunned, Hendy demands, why did you suddenly attack me? Alejandro remarks that a useful insect may be better than a harmful one, but either way, he doesn't like bugs. After this, he intensifies the magic on his wand, which ultimately kills Hendy. He says that he knew since the time a level 50 came. After fetching the Order of Light emblem from Hendy's dead body, he thanks them because he was able to advertise himself. He then turns his head and asks Aiz for an introduction. Effer and Ellie are waiting outside the pipes that Aiz was inspecting earlier. The wyvern mentions that her entire body is sore since it's been so long since she flew around. She feels like she needs a break. She suggests going back to their room and even offers to fly Ellie there. Instead of responding, the magic swordsman keeps staring at her hand. Ear, confused, wonders if she has something in her hand. Ellie usually feels a kind of static in her hand that allows her to sense the person she's in contact with. But when she touched Aiz, a sensation felt different. Effer thinks the reason may be because that person is high level. She explains that this sensation was familiar yet different at the same time. She feels the same sensation when she climbs onto Effer's back. She starts to suspect that if the static resembles Effer's, then the wyvern might be a dragon. Before she can even voice the thought, Effer jumps ahead and guesses that the person might be a dragon. Ellie becomes concerned that they might already be too late. Elsewhere, Aiz is already locked in battle with the Chose. However, he's clearly getting cornered in this mage showdown. Without magic stones, he can't use his spells efficiently. Alejandro sees logic in the Order of Light being curious about him, wondering whether Dragon's Nest is real or not. To justify any move, the Order would need a solid reason, and sending an expert to infiltrate the place seems like a calculated step. He questions the mage's intentions. Wondering if his theory is correct, Aiz concludes things are making sense now that he has killed one of the Order's priests. Alejandro finds the absence of witnesses irrelevant and attacks him with his magic. Meanwhile, Ellie, riding on Effer's back, also arrives at the scene unnoticed by both mages. She observes that they're already in trouble now that the mage and Alejandro are fighting. The wyvern thinks the Chosen One must have figured out the mage's identity. She wonders why Ellie earlier claimed Alejandro couldn't see the dragon's core. According to the magic swordsman, there's no way the Chosen One would know for sure, but using Dragon's Nest as bait, while targeting a level 45 mage like the magician, narrows down his options. The only method left is to push the mage to the brink and force him to transform. Effer questions, what would happen if it isn't a dragon? Wouldn't a normal person die? Ellie knows Alejandro wouldn't care either way. That's just who he is. She's convinced that if this continues, there's no other way. They might have to kill a mage before Alejandro can expose him. Since Aiz's magic is currently weak, he focuses on neutralizing Alejandro's attacks. He seeks to understand his opponent's reasons for creating Dragon's Nest. The Chosen One mocks the idea that he would disclose anything simply because he's asked. He suggests Aiz try asking again after defeating me. That is, if you survive. More magic is launched in the mage's direction. Sensing the danger, Aiz conjures an ice wall to block what seems to be a physical attack. Despite his efforts, Alejandro's magic wand starts shifting in midair, showing his ability to control them. Ellie tries to dodge but can't escape the onslaught. With his view blocked, Alejandro casually kicks down the ice wall. The mage fires off a burst of fire magic from behind another wall, hoping to land a hit. But his opponent appears behind him and lands a brutal kick to Isa's stomach, launching him through the air. Alejandro questions the mage's humanity, suggesting that even as a fake human, he's far too fragile. Meanwhile, Effer and Ellie flee the battlefield. The magic swordsman, clearly upset, demands to know why they're flying in the opposite direction. She insists they need to head straight to Alejandro. The wyvern questions what they're even supposed to do once they get there. Ellie reasons that the Chosen One will force Asa to transform, and if that happens, she'd rather end the dragon herself. If Alejandro's plan succeeds, everyone could die. Suddenly, the friendly wyvern snaps, yelling how annoying and all is, startling Ellie. Effer lashes out, criticizing her sister for always putting others first. She admits to being a coward. Even if someone like Isa dies, she'd rather look away. She doesn't even know him, and the dragon surely understood the risks. But what truly stings is seeing Ellie forced to stain her hands for others. Something that leaves a lasting scar. Clenching her fists, Ellie fires back. She wants to know what Effer expects her to do. Staying locked away again, scared and useless, is not an option. This is the only thing she can do now, so she'll do it. Back at the battlefield, Alejandro has Asa restrained with magic and chained to a wall. Alejandro has grown impatient. He demands honesty, questioning whether his opponent had any hidden reasons for coming here. Isa, barely conscious, states, "This place should not exist. You will gain nothing from it." Curious, Alejandro asks, why? According to the mage, only dragons can control a dragon's nest because a dragon's core is required to collect life force. Alejandro suspects the mage might be one and shares that suspicion. At gives a vague response, noting that the dragon's nest is still incomplete. "I don't know what you're ultimately after," he adds, "but whatever it is, it won't come easy." Frustrated, the Chosen One uses his magic to drag At to the edge of a high ledge, threatening to toss him off. He offers him two choices: snack your neck with a little extra pressure, or let go and watch him fall. He keeps pressing for the mage's trump card, calling this his final shot, and with that, the countdown begins. He ridicules Ace by asking if he is thinking of leveling up using the dragon's nest. He reveals there is a slight problem. The dragon's nest won't work, which means he won't be able to level up. He refers to the mage as Greater Dragon. The mage clarifies that he is not the one who's gathering life force right now. As he comments that the life force is gathering elsewhere, a massive surge of energy abruptly starts gathering in the distance. Thunder strikes. He throws Ace back to the platform where he is standing and starts observing the energy burst. Adi is also surprised because he had never thought there would be another dragon beside him. Although he wasn't expecting it, he is glad that he was able to keep his identity safe. He wonders, was everything planned to bait a dragon? Alejandro is a vicious schemer to create such an elaborate plan like this. Since it's dangerous, he is planning to get out and quickly inform everyone about this. However, he can't even lift a finger. Ellie comes rushing to the Chosen One to report the strange, unprecedented end phenomenon, and informs him that there was a dragon that infiltrated the place on the other side of the building. She secretly whispers in Isa's ear that she is glad that he is safe. Alejandro admits that he was wrong for thinking his opponent is a dragon. Ellie suggests we should go and check it out. The Chosen One is certain that even if he goes to investigate, the dragon would be disguised in human form, making it impossible to identify. While wearing a sadistic smile, he says the dragon won't be able to level up with a broken dragon's nest anyway. He reveals, "I've made it so that all the bridges connecting to the dragon's nest will explode as soon as it begins to operate. Even the dragon won't be able to escape in its human form." Ellie wonders, is that why you isolated the area? He admits, "I'd capture the girl if she were a dragon, but with the dragon's nest broken, it's not worth the trouble or the future repair costs." Alejandro shows him mercy for now, because he can obtain something good to experiment on. Ace is perplexed upon hearing the word experiment, so he repeats it, hoping to get an answer from him. While wearing the same sadistic smile, he says, "I'm sorry if I gave you some hope that you would be kept alive." He considered the living conditions poor and thought it would be a shame to waste any resources. Out of the blue, Ellie remarked, "What a shame." Alejandro, slightly confused, asked her, what is she talking about? She clarified that she had no idea this dragon's nest was broken. She further explained that she had felt a sense of disharmony ever since Ace arrived, so she thought maybe he would be the one to do it and possibly even help fix this place. Alejandro guessed Ellie was suggesting he assign a job to a spy of the Order of Light. He found the idea appealing since the mage couldn't escape anyway. They might as well put her to use. He left Ace to her and then walked away. Sometime later, Az opened his eyes to find himself on the back of Ellie. She informed him that they would be working together for a while so he could call her Ellie. She then demanded Az, or more accurately, Arianastia, to tell her his real name because he had already been discovered. Ellie finally told her his real name and was okay with her calling him A's. Sometime later, Ellie was giving him a piggyback ride, which he found embarrassing. She revealed that swordsmen use force energy, so it didn't take much effort to lift heavy things. She assumes he is questioning such trivial things because he feels uncomfortable. He is flustered, getting a piggyback ride from a lady, which confuses her. He then decides to walk as he can't bear the embarrassment. Before she heads to her room, he thanks her for the help earlier. However, she responds, "You should be thanking me. I was thinking of killing you when I found out you were a dragon." He continues to act as if he's not a dragon, pointing out that Ellie saw the dragon somewhere else. She tells him, "Stop pretending to be ignorant." She adds, "You gathered a great amount of life force." It wasn't by normal means, which means it came from the dungeons. Before he could even raise a question, Ellie reveals, "I can feel the subtle flow of life force. That's how I learn more." While she carried him on the way here, he was thinking that he needed to figure out who's in charge before deciding to cooperate with her. She remarks, "There's no one here and the walls are thick." His level is 35 and her level is 45. And because a magic swordsman requires a magic tool to use their force, she is nothing but a regular human without one. She claims, "I don't have a sword or even a piece of metal," and he believes that it would be easy for a wandless mage like him to kill her. But before she can elaborate, he tells her to get a hold of herself. While holding her arms, he inquires, "Is Alejandro making you extract information?" Dragon's Nest is something evil, created by greedy greater dragons, he continues. "I assume you're being tricked by the Chosen One." Ellie attempts to explain herself, but he doesn't even pay her any attention. He states that he was hiding his true identity by being in human form. "Instead of keeping my secret and helping me, we should face Alejandro," he says. Suddenly, Effer charges at Eyes, fleeing him a few yards away just because he was shouting at Ellie. Eyes is surprised to see a dragon. She immediately concludes that Effer must be the dragon who operated Dragon's Nest earlier, but soon realizes that Effer is a wyvern when she sees her wings. Meanwhile, Ellie scolds her for not listening as she had instructed her to hide, but she hadn't. The wyvern remarks, "I rushed out because he was yelling at your older sister." Ellie points out, "Your threat implied you wouldn't mind if he exposed your identity. Since they share the same goal, they decide to let him in on it." The magic swordsman explains that Effer was responsible for operating Dragon's Nest and pretending to be a dragon in his place. Thanks to her wyvern friend Alejandro, suspicions about him have disappeared. The wyvern is proud of herself. Inside, she praises herself for being a genius talking wyvern who possesses a dragon core. He suddenly starts calling Effer by her given name. Then he explains that he has heard so much about her from one of his acquaintances. That person was truly grateful to her because she helped him hide his identity. That isn't all. He even heard that she loaned him a whopping sum of 300x. The terrifying memories start flooding back to her. She realizes he is talking about Han-Bin. Meanwhile, Valti is engaged in something very intense that is making him question why things turned out this way. He is plunging something down while enunciating it to go down. It turns out he's flushing the toilet manually. Since it's a high-grade automatic toilet, flushing mechanics require level 12. In the process, some bits of waste splash into his eye, causing him to scream in horror. It's been 3 days since Ace left for his mission, and since then, their house has turned into a place of living hell. Nothing was going his way. The water spout didn't work because it required a minimum level of 8. He even ended up breaking the fridge just to get some clean water, as that too needed level 8 to operate. In that situation, Han-Bin was no better off than a man from the Stone Age. He couldn't even cook, since the burners were also restricted to users above level 8. On top of that, he had no money to eat at a restaurant, since top-grade safes required level 33 access, and without money, there was nothing he could buy. To earn some income, he headed straight to the Hunter Guild to apply for a mission, but his application was denied. According to the Guild's regulations, personal bodyguards cannot take on missions without the permission of their employer. After rejecting his request, the receptionist said, "I understand your situation. I'll check if there's anything available, but we have strict rules for bodyguards. It requires background checks and prior experience in security work." Han-Bin startled her by shaking the entire guild building with his raw strength, which persuaded her and gave him a chance. She finally said quietly, "I'll give you something, but consider it a personal favor, and the reward won't be big." He claims it doesn't matter. He wants to make money. The receptionist wants this to be a secret between them, and explains that this is something that happened a week ago. She reveals she bought some new clothes to wear for a party, but she couldn't find them. After shuffling through her whole room, she found something nasty, a golden luminous hair. He claims he can't do much with the criminal's hair. While pointing at Emil's picture, she remarks, "There's only one person who would barge into my room and steal my clothes. My older brother." He looks at Emil's photo and realizes that the receptionist's prime suspect is the priest from the Order of Light, Emil. The The receptionist explains that Emil had been jabbering about some sort of secret undercover mission. In the process, he also touched her makeup. She wants him to track down Emil, get her clothes back, and perk him up. He agrees to do what he can. He feels relieved, thinking he was lucky to finally get a mission. He convinces her but remains pessimistic, wondering where in the world Emil could be. If Emil was undercover, tracking him down would be nearly impossible. He realizes he needs some sort of lead to begin the search. Suddenly, the system asks him, "Would you like to initiate your tracking skill using genetic information?" Han-Bin stumbles upon a tracking skill he's had for ages but never bothered to check until now. Though he's thankful that his guideline is working, at least for now, he is eager to use it to find a tease. Now, in the wilderness, he commands the guideline to start. It begins activating tracking skills using genetic transformation. The guideline identifies the life force as prana and scans the area, detecting 312 sources. It then filters for similar traits, narrowing it down to 24 individuals. Finally, it searches for individuals with similar genetic features and finds one. After the tracking process is complete, the guideline fails to give him the exact location of a tease, revealing that the mage is on the move. The wooden stick, which he had vertically placed on the ground, hoping it would point in the right direction, ultimately falls. After failing miserably, he considers giving up. Elsewhere in a cave, a beastman appears to be brutally assaulting Emil, demanding that Emil reveal what he received from the spy. Emil. With his bruised face, Emil claims that he doesn't know anything. The beastman wants him to be honest because they have already discovered Hendy is a spy. He points out that Alejandro was aware of Emil's alliance with Hendy. Emil reveals that he now knows the artificial guideline has a serious side effect. While tightly holding Emil's jaw, the beastman threatens to rip his mouth apart if he doesn't speak. A man with misaligned eyes arrives and commands the beastman to stop. The beastman moves away and Emil wonders who this person is. The mysterious man admits he's sad Emil doesn't recognize him, but realizes it makes sense. He's been hidden away at Dragon's Nest, doing research all this time. He reveals that he is the creator of the artificial guideline and similar magical tools. Emil snaps at him for committing blasphemy, changing the humans created by Alchia, the goddess of light, into foul things, and then calling them Pradas. The man becomes enraged upon hearing Emil label his actions as foul. He gets up really close to Emil, calling him uncivilized for his statement. Then he states that the true value of humans doesn't lie in appearance. The insane man points out Emil's level 45 status, saying it's no small feat, and questions if he did it just to be acknowledged as human. As he expresses his opinion on how a human's worth lies in their level, and how a guideline helps realize that worth, he removes the clothing covering his body. He is revealed to be a humanoid creature with insect-like features. He calls this experimentation a blessing, claiming it helps individuals transform into a more efficient form. Emil dismisses his words as nonsense. Do worthless beings like me even deserve to grow stronger? Does he even realize the huge sacrifice it would require? According to the creepy man, his endeavors are no different from what the world is like now. Besides, he adds, a genuine artificial guideline is about to be completed. The madman realizes he has said too much and remarks, I wanted to try using a high-level live body that retained its consciousness. But since it won't be that easy, I'm going to use my skill, an eelworm. The ant eelworm enters the body through the nose and eats away at the brain. By doing this, the host's willpower decreases, making it easier to control them. Emil's life flashes before his eyes. He wonders if this is the end and wishes he could warn the Order of Light before he dies. Suddenly, a sword drills through the cave wall, catching the madman by surprise. Some of the debris hits him, knocking him unconscious. Emil watches in astonishment as Han-Bin emerges from the wall. He wonders what he's doing here. The other experiments, including the Beastmen, are equally surprised to see a Valyrian warrior. The Sword King, Han-Bin announces, I've been tasked with bringing you back. Emil, however, believes the Order of Light has sent the Altaran warrior to rescue him. Han-Bin feels relieved upon seeing that Emil isn't wearing his sister's clothes after all, something he had expected before arriving. Suddenly, the Beastman charges at Han-Bin, aiming to crush him with brute strength. However, the Valyrian warrior is unfazed. The Beastman's assault has no effect on him. Han-Bin wonders what kind of creation is forcing a fight with him. Even the guideline doesn't offer much help. It shows the Beastman as level 56 and lists the species as humans, with 2 question marks between the words. In the end, Han-Bin concludes the Beastman is not a monster, but a human because monsters wouldn't know what Valterrara is. He's more worried about how to talk to the Beastman and the others to get information, all while keeping up the act of being a Valtian warrior. The level 55 Lizardman also ambushes, striking the otherworldly Sword King by wagging his tail. The Beastman claimed that even a real Valkyra warrior wouldn't be able to beat them. Han-Bin is now convinced that these things attacking him are humans. He remembers learning that Latina had many intelligent subspecies. He guesses they might be beast people. Though there are no beast people in Latina, Han-Bin hasn't completely gotten used to living here. He tries not to show any racial discrimination but doesn't understand why these beast people are angry at him. He is still floating in the air from the lizardman's attack. The beast people then use an attack combination of fierce tiger palm and death serpent palm, fleeing him miles away with sheer force. The beast people explain that they are punishing him because he is prancing around pretending to be a Voltura warrior when he is only level 5. Seeing him still breathing, the lizardmen wonder if they held back their strength. The beastman calls Han-Bin the self-proclaimed Volterra and asks him if he wants to say something. They offer to let him live if he entertains them. Han-Bin suddenly starts speaking, shocking the beastman. While making a sad face, he remarks, "I never thought that the cave was your home. I didn't mean to make a hole in it." He claims to understand their frustration since a stranger came and messed up their house. He then shares his memory of how a hell dog destroyed his house, feeling empathy for the beastmen who are going through the same ordeal. "I don't know what the yellow-haired man did wrong," he admits, "but I plan to take him back after repairing your house." Emil's jaw drops as he watches the Valtian warrior negotiate with the beastmen. Seeing something so extraordinary, Emma learns that not all Voltura warriors are the same. Realizing Han-Bin doesn't know the beastman's true identity, Emil suddenly shouts, "They're not human. Take a closer look." As the Valtian warrior tries to process what Emil is trying to say, one of the beastmen attempts to crush him with his mere strength. Emil's words continue to echo in Aza's mind as he seemingly repeats the words Emil said. The beastmen claim, "We don't know what Han-Bin is, but it makes them want to eat him." Han-Bin notices that the monster's level went up and the name changed. To him, the monster now appears as a level 62 species. The lizard man jumps him from behind, then whispers in his ear, "The forms aren't the only thing that changes in us." The lizard man reveals, "I feel like my humanity is slowly disappearing." Han-Bin is still processing Emil's words about the beast people losing their humanity. The lizard man throws a punch at him, which Han-Bin somehow manages to contain. He finally realizes what Emil was trying to convey. Meanwhile, Emil, spectating from some distance, blames himself. He thinks that because he got caught, Han-Bin had to come to his rescue. The man with insect-like features, the culprit behind the experiments, states it's too late. He explains once an experiment runs wild, it won't be any different from an Otherworlder. A Latin with an artificial guideline that kills another Latin will go berserk. They are as strong as boss monsters. The beast people transform into colossalized threats. However, Han-Bin remains calm and collected despite the discovery. He slashes his longsword with such force that the ground cracks apart in two. Wiping everything in sight, Han-Bin later places flowers and a few of his belongings at Amal's grave, believing he too was wiped out in the attack. He regrets using too much force, thinking Evil could have lived if he had been just a little weaker. When he hears the crashing sound, he looks behind, only to find Emil and the creepy madman, who has barely escaped through an ant tunnel. Emil rushes to his savior, thanking him. As he prepares to head home, Emil informs him that Alejandro found out about everything. Eyes might be in danger right now, and Emil blames himself for it. Han-Bin, looking determined to rescue his friend, asks Emil, "Where is the dragon's nest?" Alejandro is testing out the artificial guideline, experimenting on a test subject. The man leading this operation, likely a mage, educates him that the only thing the artificial guideline can absorb is experience points. Since life force contains both experience points and life energy, the excess life energy will kill a person without a dragon's core. To Alejandro, it doesn't matter. They are only testing to see if the dragon's nest will operate properly. The mage serving him increases the life force after hearing his boss out. The operation fails as the test subject starts bending out of shape. Alejandro thinks that if they want to complete a genuine artificial guideline, they will need a humanoid guideline, a dragon core, and a working dragon's nest to infuse massive amounts of life force into the dragon's core. Rebuilding the destroyed dragon's nest has been completed, but it has started to shut down after recently starting up. He is sure there aren't any problems with the Great Dragon's blueprints. The test subject from across the room tries to attack Alejandro, but before it can land a hit, the Chosen One swiftly uses his magic wand to control the hose and capture the test subject. Alejandro is convinced there must be another key needed to operate it. He orders the mage to call the ant as he wants to discuss something with him. The mage informs him that the ant went to procure some testing materials a few days ago, and they haven't heard anything from him since then. He guesses the testing materials must be Priest Emil, and the mage verifies it. The mage is positive that the ant left with 2 test subjects around level 60 with tracking abilities. Inside, he thinks a level 60 testing subject is similar in power to a dungeon boss, and wonders why the ant isn't back. He guesses that someone who can face the 2 of them, referring to the beast people, must be a Heresy Inquisitor. Though he isn't sure if that's the case, he is frustrated because things are getting complicated. He commands the mage to gather the test subjects and have them guard the deepest basement. Alejandro has left the mage stunned, for in the deepest basement lies the life force fusion. He wants all test subjects to guard the force fusion. Effer recalls it's been a week since Ace came to the dragon's nest. In that time, he and Ellie have been continuously investigating every corner of the dragon's nest. Being a dragon, he knows a lot about the dragon's nest, and this seems to have relieved the magic swordsman somewhat. But since Effer is a wyvern with a large body, she hasn't been able to help them out at all. She has come to accept that she can't help them, since she isn't even able to enter. That's why she hasn't talked much with Ellie lately. She is feeling lonely because she has been left all alone. Though she isn't free all the time as she is busy trying to complete her dragon core, she is determined to humiliate Ace once she finishes. Ellie will look differently at her and she is completely going to ignore her before then. The magic swordsman surprises her younger sister when she comes out of a vent. Overjoyed to see the person she adores, she expresses that she had a good feeling about today. Perhaps it's because her dragon's core is developing a lot. The wyvern goes quiet when she finds her worried more about him because he has sustained an injury. Ellie is tired of hearing him compare himself to hunters all the time, making him apologize. Effer is pouting, seeing him, a dragon, being cared for by her sister. Ellie informs her that they didn't find anything special today, either on their exploration. While wearing a smile, a wyvern ridicules him by reminding him that he claims something like a dragon's nest is broken. He admits saying it, but he was wrong because this dragon's nest isn't broken. He reveals the reason the dragon's nest isn't working is because Effer's dragon core is the key to operating it. He reminds her about the time when she revealed she got hit by blasts of life force when she first tried to escape. That was when her newly created dragon's core became registered as the key for the dragon's nest. But her dragon's core isn't complete, and although she can materialize life force, she still can't absorb it. That's why she wasn't able to absorb the life force here. And that's also the reason why it looks as if the dragon's nest is broken. Discovering her actual worth, she comments that she is the most important key to solving all the problems. Then that means it's up to me to hurry and complete my dragon core so that I can become the life force, she says. Ellie suddenly calls for the plan to stop. Much to your surprise, who is ready to play the hero, he reveals there's one more way to complete Dragon's Nest. She explains that they plan to go down to the life force fusion at the heart of the dragon's nest down in the basement and directly absorb the life force. Ellie plans to go down and look for a fusion with him. Just as Effer is about to plead, the ground suddenly starts shaking. Since A's, Ellie, and Effer are a few levels above the ground level, they try to look down to assess the gravity of the situation. They find a test subject emerging from the underground testing lab. The level 51 test subject seems to be a distorted chimera, appearing with a chaotic blend of two faces and massive, creepy eyes. An inhumane strength, scaring everyone working on the dragon's nest with its gross appearance. Its attempt to inflict damage fails, due to the distance between them. Ellie guesses the test subject was trying to escape, judging by how he destroyed and came out of the ground. She tells him, who's wondering if there are any hunters waiting below, that any hunters down there would be under level 40. Being level 45, he is closest to the test subject's level. He thinks there is a 6-level difference between them, and attacking from a distance doesn't work at all. He requests if she can take him up in the air, intending to use fire magic to fight the test subject. However, driven by jealousy, the wyvern takes flight by herself, believing she could take on the test subject without needing any help from him. On the ground level, the test subject has wreaked havoc. When he is about to eat Kalinder, who is apparently stuck under a wooden dolly, Effer attacks it from the air with magic. The test subject spots Effer and calls her bird meat, which makes her angry. Effer thinks that it's about attacking the test subject from the air and she doesn't need Ace's fire magic. She could handle it by herself. Even if it's a level 51 monster, the test subject throws a rock at her, but she barely manages to dodge it. Just when she realizes how fast the rocks are coming at her, she nearly gets hit by another boulder. She appears to be confident about her flying ability. After evading several of the test subject's attempts to bring her down, she retaliates with a burst of magic. The test subject uses the metal plate on its arm to cover its body from Effer's intense magic and continues to slowly walk forward. Eventually, he grabs Effer by the neck, which even the wyvern herself is surprised by. Alejandro is planning on going outside to investigate the disappearance of the ant and the other test subjects. It appears that he had asked one of his ladies-in-waiting to bring him the dagger artifact, and she has brought it before him. The lady-in-waiting is surprised by the fact that he is thinking of taking the artifact, something he has never done before. He comments that one never knows what might happen. The lady-in-waiting is even more stunned hearing Alejandro say something like that. The Chosen One speaks up about how they have become entangled with either the Heresy Inquisitors or some other annoying group. He plans on taking care of them so they won't bother him while he's completing his work. She demands to know, what should we do when the dragon appears while you're gone? He doesn't want her to worry because he has already taken care of that. Breathing heavily, the mage from earlier storms in Alejandro's room to inform him that a test subject has appeared outside. Without even looking at him, Alejandro casually flings the dagger into the mage's stomach. Once the mage is down, Alejandro commands the lady-in-waiting, go down to the basement and check the test subjects. The lady-in-waiting suggests it would be better if you went to see for yourself. Alejandro wishes he had one more body as the situation here requires his attention as well. Meanwhile, Effer breaks free from the test subject's grasp and captures him with her claws. Ellie shouts at her, calm down. Seeing Effer flying straight toward the horizon, Ates realizes she is thinking of using Dragon's Nest. Effort soars higher, striving to alter her fate and hopefully defeat the test subject. When she reaches the Dragon's Nest's upper layer, the test subject explodes from the inside out and the atmosphere turns to dust. Worried about Effort, Ellie calls her several times. The wyvern spread her wings wide, revealing herself as she swept away the dust and smoke with a gust of wind. Overjoyed, she rushed to her sister to share the news of her victory. But without warning, Ellie struck her across the face. Leave, she said coldly. The wyvern was stunned. Being slapped by her older sister was something she had never imagined. Things only escalated when they were suddenly ambushed by the Chosen One. He explained that he suspected they were trying to flee, especially since she begged him not to harm the wyvern. He admitted he hadn't expected a wyvern to possess a dragon core. Were you planning to use Ear's core to absorb the life force of the dragon's nest? He asked. Then he reminded Ellie, I told you, there would be no second chances. Moments later, Isa joined the fray, shielding Effer with fire magic as she tried to dodge the danger. Alejandro effortlessly deflected the attack using dagger-like artifacts. He began to suspect that Ellie might have also been swayed to their side. The magic swordswoman tried to strike from behind, but Alejandro anticipated her move and blocked it without even turning his body. Impressive speed, he remarked, giving a rare nod of acknowledgement. Ellie also shouts at Effer, wanting to see her leave. It would be over if she gets caught. Seeing that there's no other option, Effer, initially reluctant, finally decides to go with what her friends are saying. Once she is practically out of sight, Aze and Ellie charge at Alejandro, intending to finish him once and for all. However, the Chosen One vanishes into thin air and teleports before the wyvern. Elsewhere, Han-Bin is fighting monsters in the rocky mountain terrain, accompanied by Emil. They came all the way here because they heard the dragon's nest was in the Rocky Mountains. The problem is, all the mountains look the same to our Valtian warrior. Emil wants him to look carefully because this place is similar to Han-Bin's hometown. The Sword King ridicules him, saying it's all because of a spy who doesn't even know the location of the enemy. Emil reminds him of his status as a high-ranking priest. If he goes into enemy territory, then who's supposed to make the report? Besides, it couldn't be helped since he is the secret contact on the outside. Han-Bin asks the ant if they are on the correct path. The ant is transformed into a giant ant and isn't able to understand human speech anymore. Emil feels that it would be impossible to find the dragon's nest like this. He suggests they should go back to the Order of Light and get some soldiers. Emil starts freaking out when he notices the Valyrian warrior isn't listening to him and is relaxing, feeding the ant. Han-Bin, why aren't you paying attention? Emil exclaims. Han-Bin shrugs. If it's something that reminds the ant of its home, then it might take us there. Emil frowns, clearly frustrated. But this thing was originally a human. Why the hell would eating grass remind of its home? Emil pauses, considering. It may be true that the ant didn't get any report of Aiza's death, he says slowly. But think about what the mage could be going through while you're fooling around like this. Although he tries to knock some sense into Han-Bin, Emil knows this isn't something he should be saying since he isn't responsible for it. After reflecting on his time with Aiza, Han-Bin finally speaks, his voice quiet. I'm not mad at Emil. I warned the mage he could die if he went. I treated him like he was weak, though I wasn't entirely wrong. In the end, I was right. Looking back, he realizes he was making excuses. If Aiza wasn't here, it would be him struggling. Emil chuckles softly. Han-Bin narrows his eyes. What's so funny? Emil grins. I used to think Valteras were barbarians who loved blood and guts. He never expected that the Valter warriors could worry about their companions. This made the Valti quite different from what the rumor said. Heavily panicking, he remarks, what does Emil mean by worry? To me, blood and guts are best. Out of the blue, they hear a loud lightning sound from a distance. Startled by the noise, Emil deduces it must be a swordsman. He explains if a magic swordsman's skill is visible from such a distance, it must be Alejandro. Emil thinks they can finally go back to the Order and bring back troops. When he looks behind, he finds Han-Bin in a crowd, taking up a strategic position. He is attempting to gain the momentum to jump into the battlefield as quickly as possible. When Alejandro abruptly disappears, Eyes understands there's no turning back. Once the Chosen One finds out Effer has a dragon core, it's all over. Right now, only a dragon could stand a chance against him. Eventually, Evil Man takes the dragon's core from her. Seeing her straining in pain, he tells her, just act like you never had a core in the first place. Eye tries to transform into a dragon, but no matter how hard he tries, he fails. Ellie believes the Evil Man must have prepared countermeasures for a dragon. She speculates he likely did all this after learning who Ace truly is. She explains that Alejandro's necklace is a rare artifact that lets dragons take on a human form. The item is a polymorph necklace, and with it, Alejandro has made it so any dragon nearby can't morph into their true form. He thinks to himself that they have no choice but to fight him. Ellie calls out to Alejandro to get his attention. When he turns her way, she tells him the final component needed to complete the artificial guideline is her own guideline. She demands that he release everyone trapped in the dragon's nest, or else she will ensure that his plans go nowhere. He believed that Ellie would know him better by now, especially after spending so much time together. He reveals that he gathered a large number of Latin here for a very specific reason. He claims that it wasn't simply about remodeling the place. He wonders if she doesn't find it strange that all this life force is being collected, and yet she doesn't sense anything odd. He questions whether life can be contained inside a living object. That's when Ace realizes the dragon's nest isn't meant for storing items. It's used to extract life force from humans and other creatures. Alejandro appears behind Ellie without warning and snatches away her sword. He shows the mage aside, then tells them both. Regardless of whether your plans had worked, the Latin would have met their end anyway. Fueled by anger, Ellie asks him, "How could you do this to other humans?" He snaps at her, "You're just a background character." Without hesitation, he uses her own sword to stab her right in the chest. As Effer rushes to intervene, Alejandro also impales her from behind with a blade. As she falls, she begins blaming herself. The Chosen One then pulls out a recovery device case and says, "I didn't expect to ever use this on an artificial guideline test subject. You should be thankful. After all, I'm helping you reunite with your dead mother." He injects the recovery device into her neck and explains, to reduce the side effects of the artificial guideline, it requires genetic material similar to one's own. He wonders, is it too difficult for a Latinian to grasp that? Just before the dagger pierces Ellie, Eyes casts a burst of fire magic to distract Alejandro. He then yells for her to take this chance and run. She listens to him and immediately jumps into the deep pit. Even though she's been impaled, Effer manages to escape and dives after her friend, trying to save her as she falls. In doing so, most of her wing is torn apart. At wonders if they'll survive, but with Alejandro standing right in front of him, he tells himself now isn't the time to worry. He believes they'll make it through and decides to do what he can on his end. Hat grabs several wands and channels intense fire magic. He goes all out, aiming to finish Alejandro, but the attack backfires. The magic stones embedded in his wands begin to fade away. Alejandro, on the defensive, reveals he kept Ace alive only because he seemed like a strong side character. But now, he's messed with the wrong person. He shouts at him, saying if he's so eager to die, he'll roast him with high voltage. Part of his face looks burned from the mage's earlier attack. Angry, Ab retaliates by unleashing his own magic. His attack shatters the stones in Ace's wands, rendering them useless. Seeing the enemy's overwhelming power, the magician starts to wonder if this is where it all ends. Still, he's confident that if Ellie and Effer are alive, they'll find and destroy the fusion chamber located underground. As Ace gets closer to death, his memories of his late older sister come rushing back. He asks her if he did well as head of the Bannister family. Still, he believes that without him, Han-Bin would struggle. Out of nowhere, the Vivian warrior crashes from the sky, creating a massive shockwave. Alejandro, startled, says it felt like a bomb just dropped. He guesses something must have broken because of Effer. The mage has a similar reaction. He can't believe his eyes. Han-Bin says, "I'm glad Ace is still alive," and adds, it seems Emil was worrying for nothing. He apologizes for showing up uninvited during work. When Annie falls to his knees, he is caught off guard. Surprised, he wonders, what happened that left me devastated? The mage replies that he wasn't able to do anything on his own. "I tried my best, but in the end, I was useless." Alejandro scoffs and calls Han-Bin a meathead. He assumes he's a construction worker working in the facility. "I'm sure no one at level 5 could survive falling from that height," he says, and I assume the man who just arrived must have been hiding underground. He gives him 3 seconds to leave, but before he even begins, the countdown starts. Han-Bin smacks him straight in the face with a punch. Ace realizes that his friend still doesn't know he disguised himself as a girl to sneak in, and up until now, the big man mistook him for some girl. Han-Bin's punch sends Alejandro flying through the air. The mage tries to clear up the misunderstanding, but first asks the Valkyrian if their enemy is dead. Meanwhile, the Sword King wonders why Alejandro's level is so high and now figures he must be the leader. Han-Bin admits he's not confident in his own strength. He says that someone at the Chosen One's level might get his bones crushed, but that wouldn't be enough to kill him. Attias is sure that crushing bones leads to death. He confesses that he would have died if Han-Bin hadn't shown up. He remarks he has nothing to say, even if the Sword King thinks he's useless. As Han-Bin gets ready to give his friend a pep talk, Alejandro channels his magical energy, radiating a blinding aura. Han-Bin now realizes that one punch isn't enough. Addy says it gets worse. Alejandro is absorbing life force. The enemy emerges, glowing with immense power. The life force surged around him. Alejandro's sword, which had impaled Ellie's chest, had stopped her heartbeat. Effer calls out to her, hoping to wake her, but learns that her heart isn't beating. She begins to panic, blaming herself for everything. Just as the wyvern starts crying, Ellie surprisingly coughs. Meanwhile, Ada wonders if Alejandro has injected the dragon core into himself. Hearing a mage talk about the dragon core, Han-Bin assumes the enemy has his friend's core. He asks the mage about it. Asa reassures him not to worry. The enemy doesn't know you are a dragon, she says. When asked, Isa explains to Han-Bin, when you want a dragon, the amount of life force that remains at the dragon's core is low, so it would be nearly impossible to absorb it. However, if it's at a dragon's nest, there will be plenty of life force left to absorb. Alejandro is still unsure, wonders what he just witnessed. The man who attacked him doesn't even have any items on him. Besides, his guideline indicated that Han-Bin was a level 5. Alejandro is uncertain about where his opponent's strength is coming from and who he really is. Han-Bin, shifting into his Volterra persona, formally introduces himself to Alejandro. He states, I will forgive you for your perverted actions, only if he receives a truthful apology. He wants the T's to stay out of this business, and they need to hold out until Priest Emil returns with reinforcements from the Order of Light. Annoyed, the mage shouts at him, telling him that the guy before them is part of the Great Earth. Alejandro feels that it doesn't matter if his opponent refuses to reveal his identity. If he's an outside variable to his plans, Alejandro will find out everything about him. When a magic swordsman covers his body with force, the surrounding energy rises from the ground into the air. Alejandro unleashes his Path of Lightning, one of his special skills to fight his opponents. Enemies facing this skill can see the caster leave a trail of sparks behind as they rush toward them, earning it the nickname Footsteps of Lightning. Han-Bin attempts to stop him by punching his sword. However, Alejandro appears from behind using his skill, Footsteps of Lightning, and calls him level 5 fake Volterra. He wants to expose his real level. The magician clocks that the enemy isn't fighting at his full strength. Seeing how Alejandro has increased his speed, it's so fast that his eyes aren't able to follow him. Alejandro's lightning-fast speed makes Han-Bin wonder aloud if he's not even trying to conceal the fact that he's an Otherworlder. He reveals that even if the Valkyrian was level 50, with this attack, his neck would have snapped. He further concludes that since his opponent remains unfazed after discovering he's injured, it must mean Han-Bin is over level 60. Han-Bin finds people with regenerative abilities annoying, but since he wants to get information about Great Earth, he needs to fight the enemy at arm's length. Alejandro threatens to shred the mage to pieces just because Han-Bin is evading his attack. He gets ready to unleash the attack he mentioned a moment ago. He explains that the movements of his weapons will cause his force to spin, which will increase the attack power of his skill beyond his control. This attack is Lightning Slash. Han-Bin gets a little serious. He unleashes some of his strength and strikes Alejandro with his longsword. While the enemy escapes cleverly, the Chosen One blocks it with his dagger artifact. However, he isn't able to fully withstand the Vian's attack. Alejandro appears to be in a position where it seems as if he is submitting to Han-Bin. Clinging to life, he hears the Vian throw his own words back at him, pointing out that maybe dodging his attacks might not be a good idea after all. He can't do anything other than acknowledge Han-Bin's incredible strength. The Sword King suddenly hears his best friend's voice asking him to stop. He looks back and finds out that Az hasn't said anything out loud. Instead, it's some sort of telepathic skill. Through the telepathic link, Artistis reveals that he wants to tell him something. He explains that Alejandro is the one operating Dragon's Nest at the moment. This means he's using the facility to absorb the life force of the people here to heal himself. So, if the Virian kills him, it will cause this place to spin out of control, resulting in the lower-level humans losing their life force and dying. Destroying the life force fusion is the only way to prevent it. Han-Bin comes to understand that if he doesn't control his strength, they will be in big trouble. However, the mage wants the enemy dead, and they have to do something about it. He remarks that if his friend hadn't come here to save him, he would have died. But even so, he claims that he would have done everything in his power to kill that man. That's why, he says, if Han-Bin ends up killing Alejandro, the blame won't fall on me. Adi is sure that even if he goes underground, he can't guarantee that he will succeed in finding the fusion. He blames himself, thinking that it was his stubbornness that got Han-Bin into this mess. Han-Bin flicks him on the head with his finger. Turi, he wonders, what is Han-Bin doing? The VN questions, why is Ace giving such lengthy explanations? He then reveals his plan to him. First, the mage will go to destroy the force fusion. Second, he will do his best not to injure the enemy while stopping him from getting in our way until the mage finishes. Ad feels that it's still dangerous receiving enemy attacks. Even though Han-Bin is strong, since the magician started this, he can't ask his friend to clean up the mess. The Sword King trusts his friend. He enunciates it out loud and then asks, make it quick so we can go home. The mage finally leaves with a smile of satisfaction, making Han-Bin wonder how a dragon could be so delicate. Havarian wonders, why isn't Alejandro attempting to chase after Isa? The Chosen One claims, it's not as if I haven't planned for a situation where a weep mob would try to go after it. My plan may have been interrupted somewhat, but something like this is fine since Han-Bin won't be able to kill him. And he is confident. The Valti plans to beat the enemy without killing him. Ellie is mounted on Effer and is guiding her to where the Force Fusion is. As they approach the Force Fusion, the magic swordsman informs her that they're getting closer. The wyvern is convinced that her sister is pushing herself too much without Guideline. The older sister responds, just because it disappeared doesn't mean my ability has. She reveals that Alejandro may have placed his subordinates around here, but they wouldn't know about her betraying him. Ellie is aware that even if they successfully disrupt his plans, it doesn't guarantee that they will get out of there safely. I apologize for dragging you into this mess. The wyvern tells Ellie not to feel sorry. I want to see the sad look on Alejandro's face when we tear this place apart just as much. Besides, I never thought of ending it here like this. I'm going to do whatever it takes to survive so I can explore the world. When Ellie points out that Effer has become a wanted person after getting caught and used by the Chosen One, the wanted wyvern says, I can ask to explain my situation. She then remarks, we're all going on a trip. Suddenly, the ground trembles, and the pain in her shoulder wound worsens. Thinking that this is caused by Ais, who must be fighting Alejandro, Ellie tells Effer that they should hurry. She can feel the life force slowly being released from some time ago, though she can't tell if it's truly that or just the pain from her injury. At some point, the wyvern stops walking and asks the magic swordsman if they are headed the right way. Ellie can feel a strong life force in the direction they are headed for. The wyvern notices a mutated human murmuring something. The mutated human is revealed to be the priest, Hendi, who has undergone a transformation and has become a test subject. The moment he notices the girls, he jumps. However, Adi arrives on time and uses fire magic to keep the situation under control. Out of his mind, Hendi tells him that he has also interfered with his mission. Aze is shaken at the fact that Hendi, who was originally over level 50, became a test subject. He attempts to tell him that they are not his enemy. They have come to destroy this place. However, Hendi doesn't relent and jumps at him again. On the surface, Alejandro is overpowering the Valtirian in the fight of close quarters combat. All because his opponent is trying not to kill him. He is sure that his fighting has a great many openings, but it is his speed and strength that's covering for them. He admits Han-Bin would be dangerous for him. That is, if he could cut off his head. The Valti attempts to throw a soft punch at him, though it is blocked. The Chosen One says, I won't let myself get hit by a punch that refuses to kill me. He reveals he already has figured out Han-Bin's fighting style, guessing that he has never faced an opponent who wields lightning. He manipulates his lightning and lifts him into the air. He is sure that a fine skill would most likely work against the Sword King, rather than a large one. He claims to be an expert at PvP. Using a flash of lightning, Alejandro eats him into the air. It'll be easy to deal with him after he crashes into the ground. He unleashes a solar lightning flash and casts it on Han-Bin. The Valti counters, deflecting the blazing strike with a slash of his sword. Alejandro follows him into the air, intending to strike when he is defenseless. He attacks him with a lightning spear and remarks, game over, before the unleashed attack intensifies to its full force. He feels that Han-Bin should worry about his friend, since the level 68 monster underground would have taken care of him. After a dramatic buildup, Han-Bin breaks his lightning spear with his hand. This leaves him stunned to the point where he guesses the Virian must be heavily injured and is trying to remain calm. The Sword King speaks up, wondering what Alejandro's level is since he was bragging so much. But a level 68 monster isn't a challenge for a level 67 dragon Edda. Hearing the word dragon from the otherworldly hunter's mouth, he starts laughing hysterically. He expresses that he feels bad because his opponent's trump card is a dragon companion who can't transform into his dragon form. Alejandro reveals that the mage won't be able to transform into a dragon as long as he has the unique item that restricts dragons from transforming into their original forms. When he looks into his upper pocket for the unique items, he doesn't find them. He realizes that Ellie must have taken it before he threw her into the pit. Elsewhere, Ellie is revealed holding the unique item, and Eyes is transformed into his true appearance. Engaged in combat, Ace tells Hendy to get himself together, despite being at a one-lead advantage. He appears to dominate this fight, attacking him relentlessly with his claws and fangs. Ellie is curious about what is happening on the surface, wondering who's the one fighting above the ground. The kind mage informs her that his friend is doing his best to hold the enemy off. They have to cut off his connection to this life force fusion. He believes there should be something to stop this facility from exploding. At once only destruction, wishing to see the force fusion destroyed. Ellie knocks this information into them, telling them that if they destroy the facility itself, the explosion will kill all of them. She is trying to find a channel that allows the life force to pass through somewhere. Once they discover the pipe that lets the life force pass through, she tells Effer that they have to cut. However, Hendy slips out of Isa's grasp and charges up his energy-based beam attack to throw at Ellie and her companion. The friendly wyvern quickly rolls forward to dodge the attack while covering her sister with her body. According to her, something like this is worth taking as long as they can get back to the enemy. Ellie immediately jumps out from Effer's cover and cuts the pipe with her blade while Ace continues to fight Hendy. He eventually breathes fire, completely evaporating Hendy's distorted face. Han-Bin is overpowering Alejandro, and they are fighting so intensely that the eye can't track them. While fighting him, the Chosen One thinks that the dragon they were after has finally appeared. He wonders if this level 67 dragon can grind a Lich into dust. Moreover, he is also curious about how Han-Bin knows the dragon's level, as these questions are constantly lingering in his head. He guesses that Han-Bin might be Earthling, just like him. He tells him one can't get experience from killing an Earthling. Everyone knows it. Following this reveal, he wonders if Han-Bin killed the Lich. Han-Bin admits to killing his enemy and isn't scared of anyone. Alejandro smiles with annoyance and replies, "I'm actually thankful. I never liked the Lich in the first place, but wish to deal with the person who got rid of the skeleton." Han-Bin wonders, "Who are they that you're talking about?" He guesses it may be the demon god Ormlaus. Alejandro clarifies, "I'm not talking about the demon god, but someone who has a lot more influence than the unseen demon god. He claims there isn't a place they haven't touched in Latina, and by making them his enemies, Han-Bin would be making the entire continent of Luna his enemies." The Chosen One reveals there's a way out. He explains that everyone besides him thinks a dragon was responsible for the death of the Lich. Since he already possesses a dragon core, he will go to report that he has killed the dragon. He wants him and his pet dragon to leave quietly and thinks there is no reason for them to continue this fight since the enemy can't hear anymore. "Deal?" he asks. Han-Bin is brutally kicked in the leg and it breaks. "Great deal," Han-Bin says, but I'm sure Ace wouldn't take it. He further adds, "My friend may be a mob, but he hates bad guys." Alejandro attempts to attack him, calling him a moron for relying on the fact that he is an Otherworlder. Compared to those people, he says, "You and Han-Bin are nothing." The Valti notices him with an artificial guideline injection. The Chosen One reveals that he was originally supposed to present this power to them. But if it helps to get rid of him, he is sure they will forgive him. He injects the artificial guideline into his own neck. Several quills appear around his entire body, which the Valti cuts with his longsword. His body then begins undergoing the transformation process. The smoke around him thickens, swirling in the air. Looking at the transformation, Han-Bin wonders if it is a side effect of the artificial guideline. However, something feels off. He senses that this sinister feeling is similar to when he disappeared from Earth. Before long, the transformation is complete, yet it seems there's still more to come. Alejandro transforms into an unknown level 72 creature. His transformation is named Ormflau's Blessing and is revealed to be only 9% complete. He wonders if an incomplete Ormflau's Blessing means he is lacking life force. As he remarks that he will need to head over to the fusion force to acquire the remaining life force, a sudden scratch appears on his cheek in the blink of an eye, leaving him stunned. Back at the fusion force chamber, Eyes has defeated Hendy and the girls have successfully prevented the catastrophe by stopping the life force. Just as they thought it was over, the lady-in-waiting serving Alejandro arrives, assuming that the lady-in-waiting doesn't know anything about their betrayal. Ellie tells her to hurry and go to the surface because it's dangerous. The lady-in-waiting calls her out for not being grateful to Alejandro. She comments that Ellie doesn't understand how much he has sacrificed for them. The lady-in-waiting catches her off guard and stabs a knife into her stomach. She then places both her arms to replace the pipe Ellie had cut off, reigniting the fusion force. With a final effort, she manages to reignite the force, but at the cost of her own life and a dozen others. As his life force is depleting, Kalinder looks at the locket with his family photo, recalling the precious moments of his life. Effer and Az are also experiencing the effects of life force depletion. Eyes wonders if a life force fusion is starting to explode. He thinks that trying to suppress it will only buy a little more time. His body starts glowing because of the fusion force. The wyvern, who is managing to hold on in this situation, checks on him. He reveals that his dragon core is stabilizing a fusion, but it's only a temporary solution. The only way to return the life force to the people, he says, is to destroy that huge mass of life force. Physical attacks won't work, but if it's hit with the other remaining offensive attack types, then it should explode. And Ellie's magic swordsmanship is the only way to do that. He remarks not only are her sister's injuries bad, but she lost her consciousness because her life force is leaving her. The situation could escalate if we stay any longer. Meanwhile, Alejandro claims, I now understand why they wanted Ormflaus's blessing. I'm sure Han-Bin knows the benefits since he's an earthling with a guideline. He can see enemies' levels, detect what type of species they are, and even gain experience from hunting them down. Besides, those who possess a guideline, these things can measure life force. However, he realized there was an incompatibility with Ormflaus's blessing and the guideline. Not only that, but an endless supply of life force will also constantly help him regenerate his body. And just like a Lich, he can't be destroyed with the 4 powers. In simple words, he reveals he's immortal. Inside, Alejandro thinks, I can't tell what's going on around me by reading the life force. I was worried that the remaining life force would be destroyed, but I'm glad now that Ellie is on death's door. Effer has no way out. He tells Han-Bin, the only thing left for me to do is absorb the remaining life force. He states that the Valtian buying time now will only kill A's, resulting in his win. The mage collapses, believing he can't go any further, but he still hopes the mage can at least get away from this place. She looks at Ellie and thinks that everyone will die if she doesn't do anything. She attempts to stop the fusion force from sucking their life force by directly attacking it. Ellie, with barely any life left, wakes up and tells Ace she has one final request. Effer is frustrated that she can't do anything. She pushes herself beyond her limits and starts coughing up blood. When she comments that she doesn't want to be alone any longer, her tears begin to drop. Seeing her crying, Ellie hugs her and tells her that she also doesn't want to be alone. Since the magic swordsman hasn't completely recovered and is still weakened, she falls to her knees. Though she continues to express her emotions to the wyvern, she tells her that she is always alone in this place. The reason she forbade the wyvern to do dangerous tasks was because she didn't want to lose her, but the wyvern has always been courageous. In response, Effer points out that she can't fight like her and can't be of any help to her. Ellie tries to console her by saying that she is a genius wyvern. Tice explains that the unique item the magic swordsman stole from Alejandro can help a dragon imitate another species. He tells Effer that she is a very intelligent wyvern, though that item may be geared towards dragons, and there has never once been a wyvern taking a humanoid form. It may still be possible for her to do it. Ellie believes the wyvern can do it. She apologizes to her, uttering that there's nothing she can do but believe in her. The wyvern also wants her to trust in her. The older sister uses the unique item on Effer, triggering a transformation. Back to Han-Bin's fight, the Valtirian has left a big cut on the enemy's body. Alejandro wonders how many times he has to tell him that he can't die. He feels he can't be killed. Han-Bin, excluding the fact that Alejandro is currently immortal, knows he can still feel pain and is fighting on that basis. He remarks that he is going to keep ripping Alejandro into pieces until he suffers so much that he would want to die. The Chosen One looks back and realizes that there never has been a sane earthling who has lived for a long time. He thinks the Viriate is a beast, a hunting expert, but that only means hand is used to attacking the pattern of monsters. He decides to wrap his entire body with armor that has the strength of a dinosaur. However, when Han-Bin swings his long sword with full force, Alejandro's body explodes. Although the Chosen One lost consciousness the moment his body exploded, the life force gained through Ormlaus's blessing caused his body to regenerate again. Every part was restored in less than half a second, causing Alejandro's consciousness to return once more. However, the pain that coursed through his body as it exploded was still signaled to his brain. If it were any other person, they would have gone into complete shock from the pain. But that was impossible for Alejandro due to Ormflaus's blessing. He wonders whether his fading consciousness is due to his incomplete Ormflaus blessing. Han-Bin continues to attack him relentlessly, not even letting his super regenerative body regenerate. Alejandro thinks that if this continues, he will end up having to absorb and use all the remaining life force. Just as he wonders if the dragon near the fusion is still alive, he senses the wyvern transforming into a human from a distance. Effer ultimately transforms into a normal girl and asks Ellie, "Do I look weird?" The magic swordsman is sure that anyone would be able to tell by the looks that they both are sisters. In her human form, the wyvern is a level 5 magic swordsman. Effer is learning to walk. She believes she can do it because she has seen many people walk on 2 feet up until now. She wonders where to start. does she have to move her arms first. But then she realizes that humans can walk without their arms. Since a human's center of gravity is high and they don't have a tail to balance their body, they can fall very easily. However, Effer knows that falling isn't the problem. In reality, one has to tip their body first and, before they actually fall, catch themselves by placing the other foot. She soon starts getting used to walking on her feet. Eyes finds her astonishing for having talent and moving force. But seeing her walk on her first transformation is even more impressive. For him, it's hard to believe it, even if he is seeing it with his own 2 eyes. Even a dragon who uses magic on instinct takes days to learn to walk. Ellie also cheers for her little sister. All of a sudden, they see Han-Bin and Alejandro crashing down from the roof of the fusion force chamber. As they are falling, the Chosen One implies that he doesn't want him to get in his way and calls him a monster. The Valkyrian finds it funny coming from someone who is a monster himself. Ai informs him that the roof is going to collapse over Effer. Han-Bin uses Alejandro's face to hurl himself toward her, protecting her from the debris and giant chunks. He manages to save her in the nick of time. Seeing how easy and quick it was for Han-Bin to cover that distance in seconds, she bites him on his arm. Confused, he wonders if this girl is also suffering from the side effects of the artificial guideline. The reason she is freaking out is because she has recognized him. Effer calls him the caveman for walking around half naked after taking her clothes and money. He lifts her by her forehead and tells her that he also doesn't want to walk around like this. He wants the mage to explain what's going on here. However, Ace is focused on dealing with the threat and wants to explain later. Ellie knew Han-Bin was Ace's friend, but she was still worried because he was an Otherworlder, and she was relieved because he was a good guy. Alejandro brings about chaos once again. He tells him to shut up because he is going to make the decisions. Wordplow's blessing starts to reject him. His guideline notifies him that the current body is not suitable to hold the power of the blessing. To survive, it advises him to be transferred to a new body. However, Alejandro isn't ready to accept it. He believes that he will continue to unleash the power of Ornflaus's blessing if he absorbs all the life force. When he attempts to dive into the nexus of life force, Han-Bin's long sword knocks him out midair. The Sword King understood the assignment. He knew that all he had to do was stop the enemy from absorbing the life force. Ai informs him that it's over if Alejandro absorbs the life force. He prefers Han-Bin to keep him away from it. As he begins running toward the Chosen One, he tells Effer, "I'll be too busy to give you a piggyback ride. Will you be able to take care of it on your own?" The wyvern also fancies walking on her own, even though walking right after transforming is challenging for her. She supports her body by using a walking stick. Seeing her older sister worry, the friendly wyvern tells her, "Don't stress, I'll complete this." Ellie wants her to know that she will be here for her before Effer proceeds to run towards the life force. Ace is astonished to see him running right after learning how to walk. Ellie is as proud as a sister. He believes that Effer might even know how to use his swordsman magic skills because she has great observational skills and is quick-witted. That's why Ellie was so nervous in the first place. Han-Bin continues to inflict unbearable pain on Alejandro. However, he is left stunned when the enemy dodges his attack by manipulating his body to create a hole in it. Alejandro gets back on his feet and claims to feel like a god, implying that he knows all of Han-Bin's moves. However, the otherworldly Sword King knee-kicks him, sending him into the air like a projectile. Han-Bin then follows up with an aerial attack. Alejandro is convinced that fighting him will be endless, so he decides to pull something new, dropping quills from above. Since Effer is chasing after him on foot, she is most likely the only one who will get hit by them. With the quills only meters from striking her, she recalls her past and wonders if she can withstand Alejandro's attacks. Before running wild, she catches a glimpse of her reflection. This reflection motivates her to fight. She believes she can do it. She starts imitating Ellie's dancing form, including the timing of her steps. She feels so motivated, believing she can do it, and everything just flows naturally within her. Seeing Effer dodging the quills he threw at her, Alejandro calls it impossible. Han-Bin finds his remarks insulting because he knows how scary mobs can be. There were countless times he almost died from hell dogs as a level 5. Both Han-Bin and Effer charge toward him and the fusion force, respectively. When the Wise lashes the fusion force into 2 halves, he unleashes a finisher move, killing Ornlaus's blessing, Alejandro. Following the defeat of Alejandro and the failure of his plans, Ellie is revealed to have lost excessive blood. The unique item she had been holding tightly drops from her hands. When Priest Amel arrived with the troops of the Order of Light, they discovered that the enemy had already been defeated. The victory that day could be seen as a miracle. The human experiments planned out by Great Earth weren't a success. People lower than level 10 were able to wake up after having their life force sucked out. Their life force miraculously returned to their bodies, and once they rested, they had no other problems returning to their everyday lives. There were 36 casualties, which were mostly from those who were injected with the artificial guideline. This event destroyed the plans of Great Earth, and the ones who dealt with Alejandro were considered heroes. However, their victory wasn't celebrated with a single shout of joy. It had fallen silent because they lost one of the heroes. Afterward, Han-Bin, Atisa, and Effer were brought in under the protection of the Order of Light. Now, after 3 days at the Order of Light Crater Temple, Emil reveals that the cause of this incident will be announced as an unknown magical disturbance. He apologizes to Battis and Han-Bin for the fact that the Order of Light won't be able to give them any official contributions following this incident. However, the secret contributions distributed to them won't be low. The mage claims to understand that this incident involves Great Earth and other worlds. Han-Bin wonders, shouldn't something this big be announced to the world? Because those sources of evil could become a bigger threat at any moment. Emil believes that even if this guy before him is a Valerian, he must be aware of the attack on the goddess that happened 20 years ago. One where Great Earth tried to kill the goddess, and how the 4 great heroes had defended her. Han-Bin is indeed aware of it. Emil further explains that after that incident, the hunts for other worlds became prevalent. While forcing a laugh, the dynamic duo cursed the Otherworlders. Emil reveals that among those hunted, only 30% were real Otherworlders. The other 70% were imposters. They were ordinary Latinians. Nobles used the hunt for Otherworlders as an excuse to murder countless people, all in the name of cleansing the world of the evil demon god. That was when the Order realized its mistake and did its best to stop such a judgment which had no evidence. However, 20 years isn't a long time, and the animosity that the Order feels against Otherworlders is still there. Following Emil's leave, they arrive at a room where Effer is being held captive, which leaves the hunters stunned. Emil reveals the wyvern will go to trial in 10 days and then will be sent to Crater Camp. He explains there's a lot of evidence against her, showing that she worked with Ellie, a direct subordinate of Alejandro. But if she is twin sister to Ellie, Order might also suspect her of having the demon god's blessing. Han-Bin looks around the room and finds Heresy. Inquisitors are wearing masks that hide their level. He was wondering why they were guarding Crater Temple, but he realized that it was an order from higher-ups. The Heresy Inquisitors weren't protecting her. They were treating her like a complete criminal. When Emil tried to explain that the trial was only a formality, Ace cut in. If it weren't for those girls, she said, then all those people who were there would have died, and not to mention, Effer is important to them. It hasn't even been long since she lost her family. Abruptly, she asked him, "What are you talking about?" She went on to say, "I don't have a family." She spoke up about how Ellie had looked like her, but they weren't even close. Bewildered, Emil questioned, what is she talking about? He responded to her instead, revealing that he had already talked with that child. Even though it was a shame to do this, it was the only way. If Effer doesn't have anything to do with Ellie, he explained, then the judges will determine that Ellie was the only subordinate of Alejandro. He was well aware that letting a subordinate of another worlder live was something they couldn't allow. Concerned, Addis got a little closer to the cage and asked, "Are you okay with this?" The Heresy Inquisitor guard stationed by the cell told the mage, "That's as far as you go." He reminds Ace that he was allowed down here through the favor of Priest Emil and demands that Ace doesn't cross the line. Han-Bin orchestrates a plan to do something mischievous and decides to include Priest Emil in it too. He crashes into the cell door, forcing it open as Ace is being confronted by the guard. To kill any suspicions, he pretends that it was an accident and then screams that he has broken his bones. Emil plays along by slapping him multiple times on the face to keep him conscious. He comments out loud that his body is now feeling the effects of the earlier battle. The member of the Heresy Inquisitors points out that Han-Bin was doing okay for the past 3 days. So why is he feeling pain now? Emil informs him that Vians were resilient, so he was confident the Valtian warrior was holding the pain and said he couldn't heal him right then. Emil asks the guard for help carrying Han-Bin outside. The guard is reluctant since he is already on duty. Looking over at Effer, Emil reassures him that Ace will be here, so there's nothing he has to worry about. Emil tells the mage they will be back in 5 minutes. Since this was all unexpected, the wyvern and Ace are baffled. The dragon lets out a sigh and comments that Han-Bin is too reckless. Effer thinks both Ace and he are good people because they are helping her, despite not knowing her for long. She claims to understand how they feel, but says that she is okay. She further adds that even though they are worried about her, she is not as sad as they might think. Looking back, she realizes that it hasn't been very long since she met Ellie. Together, they had to experience some tough situations and had to be careful every day, hoping that no one would find out that she had a dragon's core. She never understood why they should care about the lives of others when they fought. However, she heard from Alejandro that Ellie tried to save the life of a wyvern she had only just met. Devastated, she calls her late sister an idiot because there are so many ways to live happily if you just run away. Addis hugs Effer to console her. He enlightens her that a dragon who transforms cannot transform back into another form after that. It may feel like a curse. However, he knows that the state she is in is what she desires and the one she loves the most. In the end, Effer imagines Ellie calming and tying her hair and bursts out crying while Addis hugs her. Meanwhile, Han and Emil have taken care of the guard from the Heresy Inquisitors, and they are resting outdoors. Han-Bin comments that an old man like Emil is of little use in a situation like this, and Emil agrees with a chuckle. The Sword King wonders if there's anything he can do as a high-ranking priest. Emil reveals that the interrogation is being conducted by the Order of Light, and therefore, he is not permitted to assist her directly. He adds that the following day will be the final session of questioning by the Order. Since there are still 10 days left before the formal trial, he intends to leave Effer in the care of Han-Bin and Ace during this protection period. Privately, Han-Bin begins to consider a plan to break her out while she's still under protective custody. But just in time, Emil warns him that if Effer escapes, it will be Virian and his friend who are held accountable and possibly put on trial themselves. Since Emil has formally entrusted the protection of the wyvern to them, he explains that they will require an official pardon. Noticing Virian's confusion, Emil explains that even though Han-Bin may not have any personal connection to Effer, he has recently earned a large number of contribution points. If he completes a simple mission, he can obtain a pardon. Han-Bin immediately asks if Emil has a mission available that grants significant contribution rewards. Emil responds that, in fact, someone like him, a spiritualist, should have been the one to carry out this task. But at the moment, he can't go anywhere, though he is sure it would be fine with just him and Ace to subjugate some ghosts. Elsewhere, in an abandoned house, a mysterious entity is waiting for humans. Richard and Leslie have learned about Alejandro's death, but aren't bothered that much because they have successfully acquired Ornflaus's blessing. He notices that even though it is Ornflaus's blessing is very unstable, it is also easily absorbed by level 70. She tells him to stop laying a dead person when he declares Alejandro agree. She asked him, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" He is sure that the Order of Light must have thoroughly investigated the dragon's nest. Still, she did amazing by procuring the item, and he praises her for this feat. Leslie thinks Ornflaus's blessing looked like a regular modified crystal ball to the Latin, so they just left it alone. He reveals the Demon Lord's blessing is very valuable to them since it's something they've been waiting for 10 years. And he is convinced that with Ornflaus's blessing, they will be able to please them for losing the dragon's nest. She believes the problem is they don't know if the Order will suspect anything, and it seems the Order has a pretty useful dog as well. The Order has started actively looking into the Great Earth. Richard feels relieved that it was the Order who took the initiative. If it were the Heresy Inquisitors instead, then they would have already been cut off. Leslie states a fact. In the past, Latin would have been scared if they just heard the name Great Earth, but now they're like an ungrateful lizard's tail. She wonders if he's implying they should still be a tail, despite already having Ornflaus's blessing. He informs her that countless Otherworlders can replace them, and she shouldn't misunderstand this. He explains the only reason why we are chosen is because those people want their urge to go on a killing spree controlled. He believes it would be best to clean up here quickly before the Order suspects anything else. Leslie wonders if he's planning to run just to avoid bumping into the enemy. She insists on an answer about whether that's really necessary. She expresses her thoughts. We should kill those who are against us. Besides, if we have to clean up here, then we should submit a mission that will gather parties so we can easily deal with them all at once. Abruptly, a level 35 ghost named Maiden appears through the wall when Leslie calls her. "I'll leave the guest to you," she says, referring to a rundown villa that was sold to a ruined family. The villa was famous for being haunted and located near the village. However, the truth is that it was a site where Great Earth ran experiments, which is why it's filled with secrets. To keep those secrets hidden, the place was riddled with traps. These traps were hidden in every corner of the mansion, like hidden masterpieces of art. The only thing the Maiden, the ghost, regrets is that most of those masterpieces will never be revealed to the outside world. No one will come out alive once they witness them. She believed that fighting enemies face to face was not for an artist like her. This is why she knew that Leslie understood her the best. Terror is an art and despair is what moves me, she thought. I can't even sleep thinking about how my victims will be shaking in fear. After waiting 4 days for her targets, she was disappointed. Her target still hadn't come. She wondered, was the submission done wrong? She thought she should check the address again. Frustration mounted as she couldn't even tell which part of her art was blood and which part was wallpaper anymore. Everything was so late. Her pride hurt. She decided to repaint everything once again. Suddenly, she realized that this place was hard to find. It was located in a deserted area, which was likely why her targets hadn't arrived yet. There were many trees surrounding the mansion, blocking the view from afar. As she pondered what was preventing the enemies from approaching, she decided she should get the main gate ready. The exterior was as important as the interior of the mansion. 2 days later, the people the Maiden was waiting for finally arrived. Han-Bin, Effer, initially asleep, woke up when she heard the mage holding the Vaulti responsible for their delayed arrival. Because he insisted on hunting all the monsters on the way, Han-Bin argues that it helped the friendly wyvern level up. She was able to have her dragon core recreated, so it's all good. Effer believes that having a high level won't matter if she ends up in jail again. Han-Bin reminds her that she was going crazy buying clothes and equipment on the first day. The wyvern also blames him for being late again on the second day because he had to take such a long dump. Han-Bin admits that she is right, but tells her that she wasn't even done wearing her clothes when he was finished. Moreover, she had a guy helping her. Angered, she replies that the girl's clothes are hard to wear and you wouldn't know since you walk around butt naked. Meanwhile, Maiden is overjoyed to see her guests and is preparing to devise her evil plans. A spots the sign outside of the mansion that allegedly kept people away due to fear. While he thinks it's cute, Effer calls it dumb. She wonders what was on the creator's mind when making this sign, as it looks so amateurish. Maiden, secretly eavesdropping from inside the mansion, calls Effer mean, believing the artist put a lot of effort into the sign. The wyvern then says, "We should go inside." The ghost girl is determined to kill all of them, and she already has a target she wants to take special care of. She is aiming to kill Effer first. Sometime later, inside the mansion, Az is explaining to the wyvern how having a spiritualist at the party is best when it comes to facing ghosts. They have a skill that attracts immaterial monsters, she says. Since we don't have a spiritualist, we'll have to find a ghost ourselves and deal with it. She suggests they split up and search for the ghosts since time is running out. Frightened, Han-Bin calls her plan a cliche, pointing out, "We wouldn't know since we've never seen movies. The ones who separate from the group are always the first to die." She remembers that physical attacks are useless against ghosts, but Az reassures her. "It's only a ghost, Han-Bin, you'll take care of it." Exasperated, the Vaulti wants them to take a look around and share their thoughts on whether they think this is normal. Han-Bin asks, "Why are you both so calm about this? If there's a hidden camera somewhere, this won't be a hit at all. I'm not surprised by this scary house at all." He tries to convince them, "Let me wait outside." Remarking that he can't utilize any of the four energies and has to wait, Han-Bin wonders what will happen next. Effer sneaks up from behind and touches him, causing him to jump in fright and scream. Surprised to see his friend not acting like his usual self, Az wonders if the concept of ghosts is different in Han-Bin's original world. She doesn't hold back from trolling him for being scared of ghosts. Fuming over her, Han-Bin lifts Az, causing her to scream. Az plans to head over to the end and wants them both to go the other way. He informs Han-Bin that she should be able to tell him about ghosts. Maiden is also awaiting them. After parting ways with Az, they walk in opposite directions, with Effer singing a tune to lift their spirits. Han-Bin asks her to stop and wonders if she feels better after singing that song. She reveals she saw plenty of ghosts when she was in her wyvern form. Singing is her way of lighting up the mood in this eerie atmosphere. He asks her to inform him when she sees a ghost instead of singing a stupid song. Effer educates him about the ghost, a low-ranking monster that absorbs its victim's health. Since it can fly around, it's pretty annoying. They usually inhabit monster corpses and humid places. They are most active during the summer. That's why people who can't utilize the four energies usually buy the holy water sold at the Order of Light, since it has properties that can exorcise ghosts. Han-Bin asks her, can ghosts in Latina be described as mosquitoes because of their sheer number? He then reveals, back home, I would use a whole can of F-Iller, a popular brand of insecticide and mosquito repellent in South Korea, every early morning to kill the buggers each summer. He describes F-Iller as a chemical version of holy water, as he is about to tell her not to be surprised they're interrupted. Seeing they are in the middle of a fight, a level 7 ghost suddenly appears before them. At the end of the hallway, Maiden is overjoyed, watching them get frightened by some low-level ghosts. This is where a ton of ghosts are waiting for Han-Bin and Effer. However, these ghosts are just bait to lure them deeper into the mansion. The moment they step forward to exterminate the ghosts, they'll die from all the traps Maiden has lying in wait within this place. Scared, Han-Bin attempts to evade the ghosts, but inadvertently triggers a trap by stepping on a random trigger. Due to the adrenaline rush, he ends up knocking out all the ghosts. With Effer taking care of the remaining, after running off, he ultimately stops at a certain point. The wyvern warns him, if you keep running like that, you'll end up tripping all the traps. He claims, I'm not freaking out at all. She points out that he is sweating. He responds, it's from dealing with those ghosts. He is worried about eyes and suggests we should look for him. The wyvern is sure he'll be fine with ghosts of this level, but Effer has a hunch that the mage might get hurt due to all the traps. Effer believes he won't get caught in any of the traps because, as he explains, these traps are easy to spot. Plus, once they're activated, the place gets cleared out pretty well. They're only used once. That means Han-Bin is the only one who ever got caught in them. He shouts, shut up, and orders her apologize to the trapper. You're the one who destroyed them. The maiden finally reveals herself, asking, "Did you destroy my masterpieces?" Effer goes blank for a second, staring at her. Then he freaks out intensely, like before. In the heat of the moment, he jumps out of the window at the end of the hallway. His sword gets stuck, and he realizes they are trapped inside this mansion. This time, Effer is also scared because the gravity of the situation is far bigger than she had anticipated. She wrongly guesses it must be a tease and wants him to stop messing around. There are only 4 days left until the wyvern's trial, and they are stuck in the mansion. Han-Bin and Effer are walking down the hallway, hoping they will eventually escape this trap. They notice that the hallway, ceiling, and floor go on forever, convincing them that they are trapped in the mansion with the maiden, who they believe is a fake ghost. Effer asks her if the mage in their party is okay. She responds, "I don't think there was someone like that here," all looking suspicious. The wyvern is quick to realize that the maiden might be stuck here with them, and asks her. The ghost girl claims she can leave whenever she wants to, but since they don't have a way out, there's nothing else for them to do but follow her instructions. Han-Bin is relieved to learn that AC is okay. Effer whispers in his ear that it's her first time hearing about a house becoming a dungeon. She reveals, "This is what you'll see when a dungeon is created." He wonders if that means that even without a designated entrance, there must still be a way in somewhere. Maiden explains that as long as they find the dungeon source, the artifact, they will be able to clear the dungeon. The people inside will be instantly transported out, so funding an exit will be unnecessary. These rules are simple. She has prepared tests in each room. All they have to do is clear every room. Han-Bin opens a door to one of the rooms, hoping to find a key to open the door on the other side. There are also hints hidden in little spaces around the room. Maiden wishes them good luck in finding those. Effer is excited about this. She calls it a treasure hunt, and it makes her feel like a real hunter. The Valti reacts to her enthusiasm by commenting that this is just an escape room. He wonders what is so exciting about this, since back in his world, something like this is done on a normal date. Hearing the word date coming from him, the wyvern giggles, ridiculing him. Enraged, he tells her that she is dead if he finds the ghost first. Maiden has planned to not make this any easier for the invaders. She is thinking that if they assume finding the key is all it takes, they're in serious trouble. Every wrong place they search will activate a trap that will kill him. She finds it very exciting because she will be able to see them struggle as they go through all the twists and turns of the trick she spent time working on. Just as she wonders if it will be too difficult for hunters to figure out, since they have to use their heads, Effer shouts, "I found it!" She reveals that she can sense metal using her force. When Maiden calls it cheating, Effer reminds her, "I never said anything in the first place." The ghost girl then says, "If I flag it as cheating, then it's cheating. There's no debate over it, and I won't let you leave." She then reveals the next tests won't be as easy. "I'm about to give you a hint," she adds. Han-Bin cuts in by breaking the door and commenting, "I won." This time, Effer temporarily sides with Maiden to call out the unfairness. When he remarks, "This is how adults fight," they tell him, "You're not allowed to break doors." After this, the three speedrun through various traps, leading to a few hilarious moments where they show their genuine smiles. Even Maiden bursts out laughing. They also come across a giant snake monster, but the three of them jump at it to kill it. Mages make up less than 10% of hunters, and those who exceed level 40 make up less than 2%. Another fun fact, most mages work as hunters to make enough money to join the most prestigious mage guild, Thinkers. Thinkers is a top-level magic research institute that recruits talented wizards with a focus on magicology, regardless of their combat ability or level. If one becomes a part of the guild, they can move to the Mage Kingdom and will have all the rights to access the latest magical stories. That was why Az was sure. The mage was surprised after discovering some dimensional sealing magic documents, a type of magic he had never seen when he was in Thinkers. He wondered who in the world created this magic, and why would they place it in a rundown mansion like this? The description of the dimensional sealing magic said it separates spaces and places them in different dimensions. It's perfect as long as the operating tool is present. The magic will keep working even if the caster isn't around, kind of like what happens in a dungeon. He assumed, if that's the case, that nothing can get out as long as the magic keeps running. He noticed that it was unstable and deduced that the caster had made a mistake. However, he soon realized that it wasn't a mistake at all. Rather, it was intentional. It will activate once a trespasser tries to leave the mansion. Seeing the mansion vibrating tremendously, he becomes more aware of the fact that he has triggered the magic by attempting to leave. The mansion will soon cease to exist. Han-Bin, Effer, and Maiden. The three are having a banter about eating the giant snake they had just slain earlier. The ghost girl tells them more about her life when she was alive. She was an orphan that no one wanted to adopt because of her face. Those people were the only ones who took her, and when she was being chased out of places. They were starving to death. They were the only ones who needed her, so she didn't care if they were evil or murderers. Living like a human after giving up being one, she finds it funny. Teared up by her story, the wyvern tells her that she doesn't need to be human to live like one. When she is about to thank Effer, she realizes that this isn't what she is supposed to do. Exasperated, she asks Han-Bin what is up with the sudden camping atmosphere. He thought they were almost done. Plus, he was getting a little hungry. Maiden reminds him that he has yet to face the boss. She asks them, who are they? And how are they so calm, even though she is trying to kill him? According to Han-Bin, those were some weak traps for someone trying to kill him. She threatens him by pointing her sharp nails at his neck. She makes it clear that she wants him to stop fooling around because she is level 35. She remarks, even if Han-Bin is strangely strong, he is only a level 5. The only reason I'm keeping you alive is because I want to have some fun, she says. He taunts her, questioning whether she plans to keep them alive just until she stops feeling lonely. He attempts to lift her spirits, reminding her, you're not a ghost yet, but a normal person. You get lonely when you're alone and want others to acknowledge you when you work hard. With the guideline in place, he continues, if you had killed someone before, you wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to attack so openly. Effer adds, those evil people of the Great Earth are different. They think people's lives are like mere flies. She encourages Maiden, telling her, it's not too late right now. We should leave this place together. Abruptly, the whole mansion starts vibrating. Maiden is the first to notice it as she feels intense pain in her head. Soon after, the entire mansion starts collapsing. Startled, the wyvern asks him, is this how a dungeon closes? He feels this is completely different and assumes something is wrong. Ace leaps in through the window to check on his friends. He informs them, this entire place is a trap. The casters were expecting us and prepared this entire space. To stop this place from ceasing to exist, the mage reveals we need to find the operating tool and destroy the source. Baffled, Han-Bin wonders, if that's the case, then why did you come inside? Atis explains, I was frustrated watching you from outside, so I came in. He questions, why are the two of you not able to find the source in just 2 spaces? Since Han-Bin has no idea what these 2 spaces Ace is talking about are, he questions him. What 2 spaces? He asks. Furthermore, he informs the mage, we passed through so many rooms. The dragon reveals, you and Effer have been moving in and out of just 2 rooms with the source this whole time. Confused, the Vaulty wants an explanation and remarks, if there was an artifact here, then we would have already closed the dungeon. Atit reveals, I've been getting the signal this whole time. Effer deciphers the puzzle and says he is right. The source that was moving with them this entire time was one person, it's Maiden. While they were busy trying to find a solution, the ghost girl was going through an existential crisis. She recalls how some people were going to get rid of her, but Richard and Leslie saved her. She never believed that those 2 would abandon her. After processing everything, Maiden attempts to attack the 3 of them by throwing giant rocks. But Han-Bin grabs his friends and eats them out of range to save them, only to get crushed by the rocks himself. Before he gets buried under the rock pit, he enunciates, sorry. Effer is left stunned by what just happened. When she asks Ace what they should do, he tells her not to worry about Han-Bin, because something like this wouldn't even scratch him. He wants her to focus on destroying the source. While trying to look for Maiden, Effer spots the Velian. When she rushes over to check on him, she realizes it's not the usual caring and helpful Han-Bin. She knows he has been possessed by Maiden. Han-Bin attempts to attack his friend with a vertical slash. Atis had a hunch that this magic belonged to the Great Earth. Since Great Earth can create something like a guideline, it isn't beyond belief for them to make an artificial guideline testy into an operating tool. They need to quickly find Maiden and stop this place from getting destroyed. He wonders if she is trying to waste time by hiding a safe place. Just when he thinks about it, he realizes that this safe place might be Han-Bin. Before the possessed Vaulty lands the vertical slash, he rushes over to save Effer and retrieves her. When he asks her if she is alright, she reveals that she was blown away by the shockwave. She wonders what's going on. Iz explains that he tweaked an artifact Han-Bin had with him in the past and saved her while equipping it. It only has a few uses, but it's better than nothing. When Effer hears him talk about how he had never expected the Valyrian to get possessed, she remarks, only kids get possessed. Since children are the only ones who have yet to awaken with any of the 4 energies, they easily get possessed. However, the enemy they are up against isn't an average ghost, but an intelligent experimental testy. Moreover, this may not be her average possession. She may be trying to take over his body by completely possessing Han-Bin's psyche. Effer attempts to communicate with Maiden, asking her why she is doing this. Because if this continues, everyone in the mansion will end up dead, he says. She wants to help so they can get out of here together and alive. The ghost girl speaks through Han-Bin's body, stating, if the wyvern wants to live, she will have to kill me and my friend. However, the Sword King abruptly punches himself in the face, signaling that he can still suppress Maiden's magic. He won't allow her to terrorize his friends. Before falling face first onto the ground, he gives them a thumbs up, implying they should leave this to him. Effer is quite surprised to discover that a highly trained body can suppress magic. The wyvern wonders if he's sure his brain isn't just being overpowered by his muscle strength instead. He can't give up when his friend is fighting, but to Effer, it appears that he is dying. In the library of memories, the world inside Han-Bin's mind, he's being beaten to a pulp by Maiden. A battle rages on in his mind. They are sharing each other's memories in this library of memories. While referring to him as redder than blood and a demon of the darkness, she commands him to vow to her in blood, suffering from a surge of memories flowing through his brain. He demands she stop. She continues to overwhelm him in this fabricated world, aiming to make him fall into a deep sleep. Even Han-Bin himself had a dark history there, his own death. This past was what hurt him. The damage was furthering her possession of his body. Not only that, but the time he had spent alone in the Rock Mountain was 22 years. So it goes without saying that there was bound to be some dark history within that time frame. She assumes she has possessed him, only to hear him say, "Where is she looking?" Han-Bin wasn't the only one suffering in the library of memories. She was going through the same pain. Given her dark personality, being trapped in the mansion was a shadowy part of her past. As soon as he regains consciousness, he rushes toward her. While singing a love song, he lands several punches on her face and then throws the ultimate finisher at her stomach. He also receives some damage from his last punch because a highly damaged attack has high recoil. After this, they both attack each other with their memories. She uses his weapon set while he uses her 4 Great Heroes BL fanfic. Effer watches as the index fingers from both the right and left hands strike swiftly against each other. She then watches A's making a device from all the scrap and wonders if it will even work. The magician explains, since they were used by Great Earth to create this place, it should be working. But the problem is, since magic from an Otherworlder mage is used with the assistance of their Guideline, the fundamentals are unknown, so it is almost impossible to independently create this. He pauses, then adds, "I'm sure there's a spy from Great Earth at the Thinkers." Elsewhere, Leslie is checking out the Mirror of Entanglement, a magic tool that comes in pairs. If one breaks, then the other will as well. She says, "I believe we can finish up since the other side of the mirror has received its bait." Richard guesses, "We won't have any evidence of this." Leslie explains there were a lot of useful magic tools, so sadly, we will be losing them. He tells her there's no need to feel that way when it comes to using them for our missions. She admits that's true. After all, this place is the holy land of magic tools. This kingdom has ruined the magic kingdom. Since they are already there, she says, "I want to go shopping. We haven't done it in a while." He tells her we'll go after completing our mission. That comes first. After this, Richard and Leslie attempt to secretly infiltrate the Mage Guild Thinkers' first branch. She asked him, do they really have to go like this when they are only going to report to them about the creation of Ormflaus's blessing? He tells her that it can't be helped since the Mage Symposium is about to start. There will be a lot of eyes, and that person won't want them to be noticed. The Mage Symposium began as a simple lecture, but gained noble interest once magic tools made by thinkers became luxury items. It ended up being a place where new magic tools were revealed and nobles went to socialize and show off their possessions. They stealthily infiltrate the Mage Guild Thinkers' first branch without making any noise or raising suspicions. They slip past some guards surveilling the guild. She says, "I prefer killing those guards." He states there's no reason to leave behind any evidence of a murder. Just as they attempt to hurry, they come across a giant golem. The golem immediately starts shouting to eliminate the intruders. Richard isn't sure if what they are facing is truly a golem, but regardless of that, he attacks it with his sword. He uses special moves like Aura Blade and Diagonal Slam, aiming to break the golem into pieces. Though he also sacrifices his sword, hitting its metal body. Leslie remarks, there's no way a monster like a golem would be here. She deduces that this is an artificial golem. As she tries to figure out why he destroyed his own sword, some unknown person arrives and asks him, "Did you really dare ruin the product we were going to reveal at the symposium?" The unknown person remembers the two of them destroying her lab in the past. They both get on their knees and apologize to her. This unknown person is revealed to be Zenovia, the archmage of the 4 heroes. She demands they present their report if it's relevant. Elsewhere, Maiden finds herself in the middle of nowhere. She remembers fighting just a moment ago and wonders if she is dead. She finds this place a little strange for hell. She feels that, in the end, she was used like a tool and lived a useless life. She believes that since she is dead, this probably means Han-Bin and the others were able to get out safely from the mansion. She admits she would have felt bad if they had died, and believes she would have been hunted down if she lived longer. Despite that, she feels happy because she had fun in the end, and she didn't die a painful death. Feeling emotional, she sits and reflects on her life. She is surprised when a dog approaches her and bluntly tells her to stop whining. The dog remarks that it's all over if she doesn't keep moving. When she senses the sinister presence of several monsters, she realizes that she isn't in hell. Rather, she is in the consciousness of the Valchian, but she is not ready to accept it. She dispossesses his body before almost getting sucked in. She isn't able to fathom him because of all of his trauma, despair, and anger, and labels him dangerous. She is amused at how he can live through all this. As soon as she is out, Eyes activates the operation. The process of the mansion's tearing down begins. The next morning, after the mansion has been destroyed, Han-Bin wakes up and finds out that he has crushed Eyes and Effer with his body. He quickly apologizes. He wonders what happened to the mansion. His friends presume the magic worked, but since it's already morning, the mage wonders if a whole day has passed. He is worried because they don't have much time left for Effer's trial. The wyvern guesses the last step is up to her. Maiden suddenly appears, not as a ghost, but as a human, and questions Eyes, who then explains he was able to nullify her role as the operating tool from the space trap, and all her skills and abilities have disappeared, so she is now a normal human. She wasn't expecting anything less than her annihilation. She suspects Eyes might hand her over to the Order of Light. He responds, "I would have killed you if you had taken over my friend's body, and the fact that you tried to do that really makes me want to hand you over to the Order of Light." He adds, "Not to mention, because of you, Effer won't even be able to make it to her trial on time because Crater Prison Camp is a long journey." Despite that, the wyvern wanted to save her and kept asking him to wait for her to come out. Maiden calls them crazy for thinking someone like her would be thankful to them for saving her. She feels that's just useless pity from them. Han-Bin finds her unappreciative behavior a bit harsh. Effer points out, "Your sister Ellie was also used by Great Earth, and because of that, she's now facing a trial." Shifurka tells her, "This is my way of fighting against them. Even if I go to prison, I will make sure to survive because being alive will help me win my battles." Maiden appears to be a little moved by the wyvern's remarks, while Ada says, "If you end up in jail, Han-Bin and I will just break you out." The ghost girl decides to return the favor and brings out a multi-legged golem carriage transport Tarpan Cavalis F800 that moves with a magic engine. Due to the lack of mechanical efficiency and power, the engine utilizes magic power for the help of mana stones. Though the transport works without the use of a mechanical horse, be a mage, Eyes is stunned by this carriage. He notices that the creator has a great interest in the beauty of aesthetics. This type of carriage is something he had only seen in books because it was something overly specified. As he hugs the carriage, he says, "I never thought I would be able to see the actual thing." Han-Bin and Maiden just glare at him. She reveals that the carriage was used by the mansion owner a long time ago and was just stored here. Effer rushes to Maiden and holds her hand while questioning her. "Can we make it in time if we ride this carriage?" Surprised, the ghost girl informs her that they indeed can. When the Sword King notices the mage's mood has suddenly shifted, he checks in to see what's bothering him. Attempts he thinks, it's true that nothing is faster than a Tarpy, and for that reason, they need a high-ranked Mon to power this, but he can't do it. He had a hunch that Great Earth would not leave such a great item like this without a reason. Han-Bin isn't sure if he gets it, but he knows all they need is a strong mana stone. He takes out a fragment of an incomplete Orflau's blessing, claiming that this isn't a Mon. He asked Asa if this works, and it indeed does. Sometime later, the carriage appears to be covering distance rapidly. Maiden is also riding with them, but she doesn't know why. When she asks them, "Why are you also taking me?" Han-Bin clarifies, "It's not like you have anywhere else to go. It's better if you ride with us." Asa is overjoyed seeing how fast the carriage is. He feels this carriage can leave magic cars in the dust. He wasn't expecting a fragment of an incomplete Orflau's blessing to be this powerful. He thinks that if it is related to thinkers, then it's not something that can be overlooked. Han-Bin remembers his friend was also part of their group and wonders if he can't just make a report to the leader of the group. The mage calls it impossible. The leader of the thinkers is one of the 4 heroes. The mage says, Zenovia, the archmage. She is the strongest Latin mage who saved the world by stopping the attack on the goddesses. She is also the current queen of the mage kingdom of Rune. He reveals that since all the noblemen want to wed her due to her beauty, someone like him would never be able to get close to her. The Valchian wonders aloud, it was 20 years ago when she was level 100 and dealt with the Otherworlders. How old is she anyway? Isaac guesses his friend doesn't know. The 4 heroes were acknowledged by the goddesses for their deeds. They blessed those heroes with bodies that would never grow old, which is why they are known as the Blessed. Han-Bin reveals, I learned about the heroes from Effer in the past. As remarks, it's common knowledge, so I'll tell you more about them. As a Valchian, this is something you need to know. He explains the continent's strongest swordsman, Burl, the Sword King, is the strongest of the 4 heroes and is a Valyrian warrior. It was because of him that the current image of Valta remains. However, no one has seen him in recent years. Han-Bin assumes Burl is a mystery because he's one of the 4. Isa adds, the Sword King is especially unusual. There is also the ultimate spiritualist, Holly, the transcendentalist of life and death. She is a beauty of the spirit and was the strongest nymph. But now, Queen Elendia of the Spirit Kingdom and her current actions are to support her role. However, there is still one who is active in service, the top magic swordsman, Garin the Terrible. He is the one who has hunted more Otherworlders than anyone, the regent and true monarch of Kalduri, the kingdom of 1,000 years. The Sword King is surprised to learn that all those incredible people were at a party, and he thinks it would be awesome if they started an alumni club. While giggling, AC says, I'm not sure about the Sword King, but if the other three were to gather together as representatives of each kingdom, I'm sure there wouldn't be a single person who could utter a sound. So it's either a place where war is taking place or a place of that importance. Elsewhere, Zenovia is hanging out with the other two heroes, Garin and Holly. She speaks up about how those nobles who usually try to take a glance at her couldn't even do a single thing now. She is grateful to him because her new creation was sold out. He believes that because of their weak military power, these nobles are trying to borrow power from foreign aristocracy. Zenovia wasn't expecting authority through military force. But isn't it a surprise that it's from the region of Kalduri? Garin gazes at Holly and realizes it's actually Leslie beneath the disguise. He asked her, despite knowing that, did you really summon me just to sell your golems? She informs them that Holly agrees with both their advice and whatever decision comes about. Garin remarks aloud, Holly has become lazy with her long lifespan. Zenovia, currently holding on to the Ormula's blessing, remarks, since we don't have much time left, why don't we get started? A divine entity appears to be undergoing the process of resurrection. New skin and cells connect, slowly shaping the complete image. This creation is the embodiment of Creel, the goddess of darkness, and is named Kivir by the goddess herself. Creel asks Kivir, did you know that darkness is emptiness, and that emptiness signifies the end? Yet, the end is also the beginning. Kivir gives her a positive, agreeable response. Creel then remarks, you should also know that out of the 6 goddesses of this world, I am the one who controls the darkness. Kivir responds again, yes. In the name of Creel, the goddess of darkness, Creel said, her voice cold and commanding. Creel then questioned her, what is your true identity? Kivir responded with deep respect, bowing her head. I honor you, Creel, goddess of darkness, she said. I am Kivir. Creel's gaze grew sharper. Fulfill your promise, she commanded, with the blessing of Creel in my name. Gather the children who may have heard my calling. Bring them to the altar to carry out my command. Kivir nodded and, with a wave of her hand, cast a spell. She summoned Zenovia and Garin. Are you truly blessed by the goddesses? She asked. You, Garin the Terrible, and Zenovia the Archmage, are you the chosen? Kivir's voice carried the weight of authority as she continued, she who speaks for Creel, goddess of darkness, asks you. Garin, who had been kneeling, suddenly stood, his expression twisted with disdain. Blessing? Trash, he muttered. Kivir's eyes narrowed. She could feel the tension in the air. Both of these heroes were here for something. What? What did they seek? Garin answered, his voice raw with the weight of years. We fought against the Otherworlders, he said. They were aligned with the demon god 20 years ago. We were old, our bodies weary, but we fought. For the goddesses, we gave everything in our final stand. We were victorious, but we paid the price. Zenovia, standing beside him, nodded solemnly. After the battle, we received the blessings of the goddesses, she added, her tone quiet, almost wistful. Gained their youth back and built their impoverished hometowns. This wasn't all. They gained the wisdom of truth and were even allowed to gain another level of strength and a position where they could end the war. However, despite giving them their youth back, Here informed them of the limited span they had left in their lifespan. He questioned her, do you even know what it feels like when every second of your life reminds you how close you are to your death? Here remarked, they believed that Garin, who was given the highest position possible, wouldn't be greedy for immortality. However, it now appears that we have been too good to him. Kivir added, mistakes and despair are reserved for those who enjoy life. So if Garin and Zenovia have received the answer to their question, then they can leave. Garin charged towards her and the other embodiment of the goddess Creel, both of whom looked exactly like Kivir. He stated, my despair isn't having a limited lifespan. As he engaged in the fight, he asked the goddess, did you do anything after that incident? Even though our sons and daughters sacrificed themselves to fight against the demon of this world, I feel they are done, dying unfairly, despite having the goddesses' names on their breath. All the goddesses have done is give out their blessings. And observe as the world went into chaos. In the end, he reveals his despair is them, the goddesses. Kivir thinks about what Garin, who lives for a fraction of time, understands. She mentions that chaos may indeed be in front of his eyes and wonders. Can he not see the whole truth? Garin shares his opinion saying, The world does not need a god that just spectates, but a hero who punishes evil and sustains justice. That is why we have no choice but to become the pillar of immortality that sustains the world. He demands that Creel grant them heroes immortality, because that way they may protect this world. Just after finishing his demand for eternal life, Garin hears Zenovia calling his name. When he turns his face to check on her, he discovers she is slowly flaking away into fine dust. Creel transforms into her second original form and tells Garin, seeking eternal life is not your sin. The death I give you now isn't a punishment either. It's simply the only way to free you from the torment of fearing it. I plan on granting you a painless rest while your glory as a hero remains. Garin snaps at Creel, telling her, this was the opportunity we granted to the goddesses. In the end, it was the goddesses who betrayed them. While shouting Creel, Garin also flakes away into the dust. Heyman and the rest have finally arrived at the Crater Courthouse after a long journey, though they barely made it on time. He and Aze are wondering what will happen next. The mage feels they have done everything they could to have her exonerated. Heyman then asks him, did you tell Emil about the Great Earth? Am reveals Emil has decided to protect Maiden, since she was a victim of one who turned into a ghost. He believes that if he told Emil they got mixed up in the Great Earth business again, it would only make them more suspicious, not only of Effer, but also of them and their connection to the Great Earth. The Valti agrees. He feels that even though the skeleton accident may have been an accident, if they knew about Alejandro and the mansion incident, it would be hard for the Order of Light to believe them. Aze believes that, judging by how they destroyed one of their bases, it seems they've written them off as troublemakers and are more focused on staying alive. Han-Bin assumes they are still unaware of their identities. The dragon says if it becomes known that we possess a fragment of Ormflaus's blessing, then those people will come for them for sure. He suggests they shouldn't report this to the Order of Light for now and keep it between us. Looking at the Ormflaw's blessing embedded into a bracelet, the Valti wonders, what is this thing I am looking at? Atis explains, this is only a speculation, but I suspect it's a guideline that Latinians can use. Since his friend can use it, Han-Bin learns that if his guideline was normal, he could have been at least helpful. The magician is sure that is probably not the case because this demon god's blessing is most likely different from guideline. He informs him this is a bit more specialized than a normal guideline. You can input new magic spells or skills inside it. Han-Bin wonders, can one use the spells or skills they're not compatible with? He asks these questions to Atides. The magician reveals a problem is one can even use those they're not compatible with. The Sword King, a swordsman, and a high-level mage will both be able to use magic that could read an opponent's level. It's similar to how a dragon absorbs experience. With this tool, a person can go beyond the capabilities of their limits. Han-Bin understood Atis's words as comparing humans to outdated computers struggling to run advanced magic like high-performance software. The only way a computer can use the program is either to have a guideline or a floss blessing. The Tease feels lucky to have escaped from the mansion. They were able to stop the magic because the Maiden was stuck inside with them. The fact that this was only a fragment of Ormflaw's blessing meant that the magic wasn't complete. He reveals if this was a more complete blessing, then both I and the Ghost Girl would probably never have been able to get out of that magic trap. Han-Bin suddenly takes a big bite from A's burrito, which makes him a little upset, as this is his first real food they had in a while. Han-Bin blames him for not focusing on the food in front of him. He comments if this was the Rock Mountain, then the food would have been the mage himself. He wonders how he would have been living if he had never come here, contemplating what it would have been like if his guidelines had never been messed up. He discloses to A that he probably lived about 5 years in fear every day in the Rock Mountains. He feels that thinking about it now is useless since time allows no do-overs. What matters is that his presence back then is what kept them alive to this day. When Effer and Maiden come from behind the door, they misunderstand the situation. Thinking Han-Bin and A's are getting all lovey-dovey because of the angle they are sitting at, Effer says that it didn't take her long to be exonerated thanks to Maiden's evidence. Blushing, she asks the Valti, what is he doing to Ides? The mage further exacerbates the misunderstanding by saying Han-Bin ate his burrito without asking. Effer drops and kicks Han-Bin, telling him to die, then argues with him for a good while. Garin and Zenovia are alive, living inside the low-dimensional space. He explains to Zenovia that the goddesses are beings of a higher dimension than humans. Just as that implies the dimension they exist in is completely different. He feels there is no way they will be able to understand those who live in a four-dimensional world. But they can also think in reverse, just as humans are shapes drawn on a plane from their point of view. The eternity that humans long for is simply another dimension for them. It was believed that humans couldn't attack goddesses, but that was the rule up until now. Garin has acquired dimensional sealing magic, and Creel is trapped in it. He wasn't expecting that such a high-dimensional being would be trapped in a low-dimensional field. It seems their roles have switched. Until Garin can understand Kivir's divinity, Creel's future will continuously repeat itself in this space. He questions what Zenovia thinks about Creel figuring out their plans in this low-dimensional realm. Zenovia isn't sure, but still adds, maybe it's possible if they force themselves into that space. The goddess of that time and space was the one who called them there. It was then that their magic began to erode her, and when Garin severed her head, that's when she was fully entrapped by their magic. Plus, if Creel figured it out now, it's too late. Zenovia continues. They absorb half of her power of darkness. Garin admits that was true. He remembers how Creel was unable to recognize Ormlaus's blessing after that, but with just half the power, they won't be able to attain immortality. He wonders, is it because Ormlaus's blessing is incomplete? Will we be able to absorb all the goddesses once we create a complete one? Zenovia questions him, how are you planning on creating one? We can't step 1 foot outside this neutral space. Moreover, since there's no time in this space, their lifespan won't decrease, so they can take their time absorbing her power. Suddenly, Zenovia hears Creel calling her by her given name. Surprised, Zenovia states, that should be impossible in a low-dimensional field. Garin remarks if it is something that will surprise even the Archmage, then it's truly worth it. She realizes that Garin used some of Curiel's power that he had absorbed. Garin reveals we will be able to communicate with the outside world using this skill. Zenovia asks, even if you want to make use of Great Earth, the Order of Light is keeping a close eye on us. At the moment, Garin comments, we will face religion with religion, and answers Zenovia wasn't expecting. He explains all we have to do is give command to the Dark Brotherhood under Creel's name. Elsewhere, Han-Bin and Addis are getting Effer registered as a hunter. The receptionist they are consulting with says, I'm surprised. I never thought the mage would have interest in forming a party. What she finds even more surprising is that he included a level 15 newbie in his party. Addis remarks there were some reasons and adds that he is going to pay for Effer's registration fee. This receptionist is Amel's sister, and since she and her brother are indebted to Han-Bin, or more accurately, the Valtian warrior, she decides to pay for them. Though Han-Bin informs her that he forgot to bring back her clothes and also forgot to burn down Amel's temple. Since Ace wasn't there when his dear friend accepted this mission, he appears to be bewildered by what he just heard. Amel's sister reveals that she will make sure to suck every penny out of her dumb brother as payment for saving his life. The receptionist demands to know if the mage would like to register for a new guild card. She reveals it's free for those who cooperate with the Order of Light. He accepts her offer and thanks her. Han-Bin notices a hunter consulting with the other receptionist. Overhearing him mention that he's heard it's possible to become a hunter by coming here, he wonders if this hunter is from the countryside. He remembers being as awkward as this hunter when he first came. He also notices how clean the hunter's equipment is and assumes it must be freshly purchased. When the receptionist asks the hunter if he has come to register as a hunter, he responds by saying yes. The Sword King's guideline shows him this newbie hunter's level is 20, leaving him stunned. He wonders if it's not a bit too late for a level 20 to register now as a hunter. To register him as a hunter, the receptionist asks for his name and place of birth. The newbie hunter realizes he hasn't introduced himself yet. He shocks Han-Bin by bluntly revealing, I've come from Shanghai, and my name is Sana the Warrior. At the northeast of Kalduri, the kingdom of 1,000 years, in the snowy mountains of 1,000 years, the Heresy Inquisitors are wreaking havoc at a dragon's nest just to acquire a fragment of Ormflow's blessing. The man leading the Inquisitors in this operation complains, I hate the cold. Why do dragons have to build their nests here? The workers and locals scream in fear, questioning why the Inquisitors are here, while the Heresy Inquisitors tear apart the surface of the dragon's nest. One of the refugees seems to be possessing the thing the Inquisitors are searching for, a fragment of Ormflow's blessing. This refugee stands on a large steeple structure, trying to escape without being noticed. He wonders, why does this organization have to show up now when the experiment was a success? He is even more stunned by the fact that they were able to locate it. Normally, it would be difficult to find in this place. Knowing that running is the only feasible option, he attempts to evade the threat, only to be stopped by one of the Heresy Inquisitors. The member of the Heresy Inquisitors interrogates him, asking, where are you trying to escape to? He pretends to be innocent and claims, I'm just one of those wandering folks with nowhere else to go. He tries to find a logical solution to the situation as he can't gauge the opponent's strength due to the mask. Noticing the gold color on the Heresy Inquisitor's clothes, the refugee presumes he is being confronted by a general. He begs for forgiveness, promising, I'll leave right away with the other refugees. The general admits that the Heresy Inquisitors don't have a good reputation, but reminds him, we don't go out to pick on refugees. Just as he declares that any refugee tied to Great Earth would face punishment, the refugee suddenly shoots him with a double-barrel handgun. With cold defiance, the refugee remarks, if you already knew that, then you should have killed me on the spot. The general responds with a punch to his face, slamming him into the far wall, indicating that a mere gun can't do him any damage. He judges him by the way he uses the gun and assumes, "You must be an Otherworlder who has recently crossed over to this world." He reminds the refugee that there is a reason for everything and further asks him, "What was the reason your seniors never used guns? Why didn't they just leave you to live?" Just as the general demands the refugee hand over the fragment, the refugee equips it himself, transforming into a giant, unidentifiable creature. He holds the general up in a dominant, almost crushing grip and tells him, "You should be educated." "Not only has my level increased, but every skill of mine has improved," the refugee claims. "I'm over level 80. The refugee then wonders, how did Alejandro lose despite having such tremendous power? He thinks it's a pity that his first opponent with such immense power is just a lowly spiritualist, a mere healer, though he's certain the general won't go down without a fight. Afterward, the refugee starts the quiz, intending to ask the general a few questions. "How did you know Ormla's blessing was here?" he asks, extending his arm to remove his mask. The general warns him, "Don't touch the mask." But despite the warning, the refugee shatters the mask with a simple flick. Since the mask has been removed, the general's level is exposed. The refugee gets frightened when he notices the general's level. He wonders how someone can be at that level, believing reaching such a level is almost impossible. The general becomes a bit serious, remarking there's a reason for everything, while casually amputating his arm with force. At the Crater Valley, a party of hunters is fighting monsters near a dungeon entrance. They struggle to prevent the monsters from escaping the dungeon. Effer also appears, spectating the fight from a distance. The party's captain, a level 50 warrior, tries to block the way outside in an attempt to stop the giant millipede. However, the giant millipede still penetrates his defense and heads straight toward the town, leaving the party worried. They are surprised when they notice a human falling from the sky. This human is Effer. She seems to be wielding dual swords, which resemble Ellie's swordsmanship. As she gets closer to the giant millipede, she impales it with her sword. When her face becomes visible, the hunters recognized Effer, a new hunter who appeared 2 months ago and has been leveling up at a frightening speed. The hunters are aware that she may be a new magic swordsman, but she's a genius who could single-handedly defeat most monsters. One hunter reveals that, according to the rumors, Effer's sister died in a dragon's nest incident. The circumstances led her to become a hunter to help people. The hunter's other party member tells him it's kind of creepy that you know so much. The captain shouts at them, "This isn't the time to be thankful to another party." He thinks the monster won't be defeated by such a weak attack. However, Ace is standing on the surface of the ravine waiting for the monster to get into his attacking range so he can kill it. When the party of hunters notices the monster freezing, they realize this is Ace's magic. He's the #1 sought-after mage for any party since he's good at both attack and support. The mage even uses his own magical inventions to cast spells beyond his level. Earlier, when fighting the giant millipede, his magic stone shattered into pieces. He's now learned that a magic stone can't keep up with a spell of this level. The captain notices Ace getting prettier day by day. Creeped out, his other party members remind him, Eyes is a dude. The captain thinks it doesn't matter because he's just watching. The female hunter of the party remembers seeing the mage in the papers, but in the photo, she saw a family member of the Sword King, the Valtian warrior. The party that had just been saved by our heroes is curious to see what the Valti looks like. However, instead of Han-Bin, Brad and Martin appear before them. The latter tells Ace and Effer that they will take care of the rest because he feels a little bad that they did all the work. The female hunter leans in and whispers to her teammate, expressing her surprise at how small the Valtian warrior actually is. However, Brad overhears her and points it out. The teammate she whispered to guesses she must not have heard about it since she's new. But there was an accident 2 months ago at the Hunters Guild. Because of that, the Valtian warrior is now confined. Han-Bin, being held captive inside a dungeon room, receives a message from the Guideline asking if he will end his own life. After Han-Bin's encounter with the Otherworlder, we rewind to see what unfolded during that moment. Amal and a judge are paying a visit to the Hunters Guild. The judge complains about how the Hunters Guild has no sense of aesthetics. To him, the buildings look like places where otherworld criminals live. Amal reminds the judge that the Otherworlders were the ones who influenced the architecture of this world as they crossed over. When Amal questioned him about what brings him to the Hunters Guild, the judge explains that he is visiting because of the white-haired girl who was recently on trial. Amal enlightens him that the girl's name is Effer. The judge reveals that the girl has been on his mind lately and remarks she is quite pretty. He continues, it's a shame that such a pretty girl is doing dirty jobs as a hunter. He wonders, what is her party like? Amal is annoyed hearing the aristocrat say such disgusting things, though he is aware that being patient is the only viable option. The judge is a small-time noble who gives large donations to the order. When they step foot inside the guild, Amal and the judge find the Hunters Guild to be crowded. The judge asked Amal, Is the atmosphere of the Hunters Guild usually this noisy? Emil responds, due to the nature of the job, friction between hunters is always high. In addition, they carry weapons, which can result in one losing their life in a private fight. To prevent this, fights between hunters using weapons are strictly prohibited within the guild. Those who break the rules will lose their hunter's license. However, there is one exception to the rule: when a new hunter registers with a level of 20 or above. Everyone presses that specific hunter. Han-Bin has knocked over the newbie adventurer named Jing by sheer force. The newbie adventurer can't make sense of the situation and wonders why he was shoved in the first place. When Atisa asks Han-Bin if he's certain the person he's confronting is an Otherworlder, he responds by asking both him and Effer if they've ever heard of places like Shanghai or Jiangluxin. The mage wonders if those were the names of some places. He realizes that those terms must be words used by Otherworlders on Earth, and that is why Han-Bin is sure of his identity, while no one else has any idea. Since a Valtian warrior is standing his ground, other hunters are making a move right now. He calls Han-Bin awesome for being able to do something that incredible. Meanwhile, the Valti's memory of the things related to Shanghai is hazy. He only remembers Shanghai's spicy cuisines. The 22 years he spent living on Rock Mountain was too long for him to accurately remember the countries of Earth. He is sure that the newbie adventurer is an Earthling who had just recently crossed over, but wonders why the Guideline didn't warn him to hide his identity. He thinks it would be best to scare him a little and chase him out. After being knocked over by Han-Bin, the newbie adventurer assumes that to become a warrior, he has to show his skills. He believes this must be a test from God, given that he has decided to walk the path of Sura. If this is my destiny, he remarks, I will neither run nor hide from it. However, if being a warrior means taking another life, he refuses to do it. Valti, he says, move aside. Casually, he adds, you're just a level 5 muscle-headed warrior. It takes Han-Bin a few seconds to process what Jang just said. Then, without warning, he slaps him in the face, sending him flying out of range from the force of the blow. Han-Bin slapped him as if to ask, do you intend to broadcast your level to everyone? He had no ulterior motives. He just wanted to slap the newbie. The local hunters are babbling after learning that the Valti is a level 5. The level 5 Valtirian tries to signal Ace to do something, but he is just as surprised as Han-Bin. He pretends not to have heard anything. As Han-Bin and Ace panic, Effer ridicules Jeneng, shouting, you must know what it's like to be punched by a Valyrian warrior. The nearby hunters are surprised, wondering what's going on. The news of the Valtirian warrior being a level 5 is new to them. However, they still aren't fully convinced because most of them have seen Han-Bin fighting. Brad and Martin are there too. The rude hunter, now a friendly block, chuckles and says, how is a level 5 supposed to take on a level 70 monster? Some hunters guess Jang must be a crazy dude, not an Otherworlder. If he knew the true level of Valyrian warriors, he wouldn't be standing there. Han-Bin doesn't recognize the hunters he rescued, but despite that, he thanks them. He suddenly finds himself in a tight spot, surrounded by guards, ordering him to surrender. The Valtian request him to do something about the guards. Emil informs him that these people aren't from the Order of Light. They have been judged as soldiers. The Crater Prison Camp was built to confine Otherworlders. All the Otherworlders that are captured are confined in this hellish place. This huge coffin-like building was designed by Garin the Terrible, using the naturally formed dungeons on both sides of the steep valley. This prison was built with 26 floors to house those Otherworlders. Now inside the prison, the security guard warns Han-Bin that if he attempts to break out, he will just fall over a cliff, even if he tries to fly out. The walls are 15 meters thick. That isn't all. At certain places, the walls are at least 48 meters thick. The security officer reveals that even Barl, the Sword King, could penetrate a 48-meter thick steel wall during a test. Therefore, even a Valtian like him won't be able to escape from this prison. In the end, the officer asks him if he understands this. He declares, from this point on, you're no longer a Valtian for the next 100 years of your punishment. Since the Sword King wasn't expecting a 100-year sentence for an accident, he demanded an explanation. Why am I sentenced to 100 years, he asked. He pleaded before the security officer and the judge, who was watching him from a distance. It was an accident. It was the other guy's fault in the first place. At and Effer had also come to see their friend. The mage believed there was no point in asking for an appeal since all the other judges were nobles. He revealed, I asked Priest Emil for help, but Emil claimed they won't even give him a chance to be exonerated. It appears the judge is in charge of Crater Prison. Even if outsiders make a fuss, it won't matter. Han-Bin wondered, what should we do then? Effer laid out their plan to bribe the judge, counting on his greed. So they intend to pay him off. Az wants him to sit tight while they work on saving as much cash as possible. The Valtirian is aware of the fact that he will only be hunted down for the rest of his life if he escapes from this prison. What he will lose even more is the chance to receive the goddess's blessing through the order. This means he won't be able to ask the goddesses to return them home. He guesses he has to believe in AC and Effer's plan and wait. Han-Bin notices Jong getting beaten up in the same cell block as him. Just a few yards away, he's being brutally beaten by a group of inmates who are trying to force him to confess to crimes. He pleads that he didn't do anything that could be described as shameful. Jen's crime is headbutting a noble and was charged with an attempted assassination of an aristocrat. He has been imprisoned without trial due to unit identification, and his sentence is also 100 years. The otherworldly Sword King's crime was throwing an unidentified person towards a noble. Like Jang, he is also charged with an attempted assassination of the aristocrat. Notably, he served as a bodyguard for the Order of Light for a week. When Jang spots the Valkyrian, he marks, "It's funny meeting him here." Han-Bin is exasperated. He doesn't want to get involved with him. He feels he should have punched him in the head instead of slapping him. When the punks beating Jang spot the Valkyrian, they immediately start calling him out too. Han-Bin, facing the opposite direction, denies knowing him. The punks assume they are being looked down upon, which they believe is their territory. They wonder if the man before them is a newbie, but Jen cuts in. "You can't recognize an expert, just like you didn't before Han-Bin slapped you." Just as he finishes talking, the Valkyr flicks both of the punk's ears with his fingers, knocking them unconscious. He is irritated. He has to deal with Jum when his plan is already screwed. He fears his identity might be revealed by this Otherworlder if he keeps blabbing away. If his identity is revealed, then Ace and Effer would both suffer the consequences. He considers killing him. He stretches his arm to grab Jang's neck, intending to finish him once and for all. However, he hesitates when he hears him mention how happy he is to see a familiar face. He sees his past self in him, which makes him drop his plan of killing him. He introduces himself. "Just call me Fad." Jang also introduces himself as Jang Luxon. After this, Avalti asked him, "How have you survived until now? You're pretty much advertising that you're an Otherworlder." Jang responds, "Everyone basically decided I was insane the moment I mentioned Han-Bin's level. Even though he previously hinted at being from another world, he's now denying it." Han-Bin is glad that Jang at least knows he needs to keep that a secret, though he doesn't know exactly what he needs to hide. The Valti feels obliged to tell him the difference between Otherworlders and Latins. Jang offers him some magic stones as a token of thanks. When asked if he brought those stones from outside, Jang reveals they're from the monsters I hunted down in the crater prison. Han-Bin is shocked to learn that one can hunt monsters in prison. He wonders if it is some form of labor. Jang reveals, "Those guys were trying to take the magic stones from me just now." Since the prison is in the middle of a dungeon, the Sword King wonders if they can go inside those dungeons. He is also curious about why the other inmates tried to steal the magic stones from Jang. Since there's no point in that, Jang adds they can't sell them for money inside the prison. Han-Bin learns that if he gives these magic stones to the guards, his sentence will be reduced. The judge is speaking to someone he calls an Otherworlder, who is being held inside a rectangular containment capsule. The judge mentions he has heard that the Otherworlders can't forget the taste of killing a Latin once they start. Because the Otherworlder you're talking about can earn more experience the stronger a Latin is, the judge says he sometimes finds himself feeling envious of them. On top of that, things have been pretty dull for him lately. When the judge notices that the Otherworlder is eager to fight and gain experience, he informs the Otherworlder that his next target is a Valti. Inside the rectangular containment capsule is someone who knows Han-Bin and even enunciates Eric Garin. Humans from Earth have small and weak bodies. The advancement of civilization led to a decrease in physical activities, which resulted in the loss of muscles. But Latins aren't so different from the people of Earth. Though they do have to hunt giant monsters, their natural bodies are the same. It's just that the Latins use their bodies more because of their environment. To hunt monsters, the Latins learn to fight and increase their body strength. Through leveling up, a human's body limit is level 15. However, there are many different types of monsters, and your level can increase exponentially based on which monsters you hunt. This is why Latinians have powers called the Four Energies. These four energies are Aura, Strong Physique and Destructive Energy, Mana, Magical Energy and Force, Lightning and Internal Energy, and Prana, Regenerative and Protective Energy. Hunters train these energies to increase their levels and hunt huge monsters. However, if one cannot use any of those four energies, they rely on a magic tool called the Handcuffs of Sealing. When worn, the Handcuffs of Sealing block the four energies. The color of these cuffs changes when they are in use. Although a hunter's level may be high, a human without the ability to use the four energies is nothing but monster food. There's no exception to that fact. When some hunters find themselves in a critical situation, Han-Bin saves them using a kitchen knife. This surprises them as they believe he shouldn't have been able to use Aura to do the handcuffs. They admit knowing that Han-Bin is a Valyrian, but what they never knew was that it's possible. It is already the Valkyrian's 5th week of imprisonment. Han-Bin resorted to using a knife because his longsword had been taken into custody. He felt unbothered, as he was used to throwing knives when stuck in the rock mountain. He thought that if he adjusted his strength, the monsters he attacked wouldn't die. He believed that the increase in Jang's level would also help him. He had already accumulated over 1,000, reaching level 35 as a warrior. After this, he and Han-Bin exchanged magic stones for sentence depreciation. After checking the number of their magic stones, a guard informed Han-Bin that with this much, their sentence would be reduced by 2 months. When he mentioned that half of the magic stones belonged to the person next to him, Jenna, the guard told them that each of them would receive a 1-month reduction. The other inmates were surprised to see the Valkyrian and Jang's incredible teamwork, as it would be practically impossible for them to decrease even a single day. Han-Bin asked the guard for a loaf of bread and 8 kitchen knives in exchange for his magic stones. The newbie suggested that an actual weapon would be much better than kitchen knives. The Valkyrian explains it will break if he just swings it once, and for that reason, the cheaper, the better. Jang feels ashamed carrying a good weapon while Han-Bin is doing all the work. For the past 5 weeks, Han-Bin and Jang have been slowly descending floor by floor, collecting magic stones. It would be faster if the Otherworlder Sword King headed down to the deepest levels alone, but he can't leave someone alone who knows his real level. Plus, Jang needs to level up too. In addition to this, the newbie has a working guideline. There may be important information in there that would be useful for when he negotiates with the goddesses once he meets them. This means they both need to be released at the same time. Jang surprisingly demands the guard give him 100 loaves of bread instead of reducing his sentence. He distributes these loaves among the other 100 inmates who can't hunt for various reasons. They are grateful to him since he used his hard-earned magic stones on them. Jen points out that monsters will show up in the dungeon again, so there's nothing to fear. Han-Bin snaps at him asking, "Are you thinking of rotting in jail forever? Is this your home?" He responds by saying, anyone who wants to be a hero can't ignore people in pain, even if those people happen to be criminals. Suddenly, the judge arrives to check on the prisoners. When he looks at the inmates, he comments, "It's a total cesspool here." One inmate rushes to the judge, requesting that they let his family come visit him just once. However, he is stopped by the guards. Looking at the miserable state of the prisoner, the judge asks the guards to explain this. One guard points out that the prisoner in the judge's presence was sentenced to 15 years in prison for not being able to repay his debt 5 years ago. He is not a hunter, and his family is currently paying for his bail. In simple words, birds. He is a farmer. The judge wants the prisoner to hunt in the dungeons. Otherwise, he would not be given any visiting rights. The guard informs the judge that the last time this prisoner headed into a dungeon was 3 months ago, and he lost his leg in an accident. The judge wonders if they should give him an opportunity. Once he finishes pondering, he tells his guards to throw the prisoner in the dungeon. The judge then reminds the head warden that he already told them to get rid of trash that no longer makes a profit. After apologizing to the judge for taking his order for granted, the warden then asks him what brings him to this shabby place. The judge reveals he is looking for a certain prisoner. As the guards drive the prisoner who has a severed leg toward the dungeon, he begs those familiar to him for help. The guards warn him to stop squirming, and they are glad that, at least, they don't have to kill him themselves. The guard soon finds Han-Bin and Jang blocking the entrance to the dungeon and assumes the Valyrian warrior is looking for a fight. They order them to step aside. The Valti informs them that they are just about to head into the dungeon themselves. Jang adds that they just completely wiped out all the monsters in the other dungeon just now. Han-Bin suggests they should go inside the dungeon together. However, despite him trying to convince them, the guards remain unconvinced and appear to hold their ground in a defensive stance. At the northeast of Kalduri, the kingdom of 10,000 years, the snowy mountains of the Dragon's Nest, the Heresy Inquisitors are done fetching the Ormflaw's blessing. They have confirmed the levels of all the citizens that were evacuated, and none were suspected of being Otherworlders. This will make this the 6th Dragon's Nest they have brought into their control. Noticing that his ally has gone silent, Heresy Inquisitor 1 asks Heresy Inquisitor 2, "What's the matter?" The Heresy Inquisitor 2 replies that he heard the captain decided to stay behind because he smelled something fishy. But what he is concerned about is if the site they are investigating is ruined. The Heresy Inquisitor 1 comments that it seems like the Heresy Inquisitor 2 is quite displeased with this, and when he asked him, "Where is the captain?" he learns that they went to the head temple to make a report. At the head temple of the Dark Brotherhood, the Saints' Chapel, the captain of the Inquisitor unit from Kalduri Kingdom's snowy mountains of the Dragon's Nest is reporting the information they have obtained. The person he is reporting to seems to be a saint hidden behind a cloth. Only a faint, shadowy silhouette is visible. She asks the captain, "How was this expedition?" The captain explains just as the saint had foretold. They were able to discover that it was a research facility for Otherworlders, and they also collected an Ormflaw's blessing. She remarks, "It is astonishing to see that such a small thing could exert such an ominous feeling. If it wasn't for the goddess's oracle, this world would have fallen into great chaos. She tells the captain, who is revealed as Lionheart, that Creel, the goddess of darkness, will look favorably upon him. When Leonhardt goes silent, the saint asks him, "What's the matter?" He wonders, isn't it strange that, in the past, goddesses would send prophets to observe their world and then give them enlightenment? They never directly influence their behaviors. The saint responds, that would suggest just how disrespectful the Otherworlders have become. Leonhardt contends, by the time they arrive at the scene after receiving the oracle, the casualties already exceed 100 people. Since the goddesses know the location, I hope to receive oracles from them quickly. Enraged by Leonhardt's blasphemous questions, the saintess shoves aside the curtains, revealing herself to confront him. She reveals, I have been a saintess for over 70 years, and true to what you just said, I have never received this many oracles at a given time. She asked him, how dare you question the goddess's judgment when her only concern is for the safety of this world? She tells him, you may be one who's blessed, but questioning so is unforgivable. The saint calms down when he apologizes. However, she reminds him, you are no longer a child to cause trouble, and gives him a piece of advice to be careful with his words and actions. She asked him to remove his mask the next time he visits because it's a shame to cover it when the goddesses have given him such a handsome face. He removes the face mask, only to make the ladies serving the saintess blush. He states that he'll remain on standby until the next oracle is revealed. The saintess begins offering Ormlaus's blessing to Creel. Leonhardt thinks that because of the oracles with such detailed information that has never been given before, they were able to take Ormlaus's blessing from Great Earth's hands. However, no matter how many times they question the goddesses about what they are, they only tell them that their existence shouldn't be revealed to others' orders. He wonders if something is going on. Meanwhile, Garin received Ormlaw's blessing, which is the secret to his level and incredible strength. He knew the Dark Brotherhood would be reliable. Zenovia asks Garin, how much has the demon god's blessing that was left at the dragon's nest progressed? He reveals it was only 3% this time, and it seems that there weren't that many refugees there. Zenovia believes that even if they were to get Richard to help deliver the fragments from the dragon's nest, they would be able to get rid of the useless Great Earths, since they are also using the Dark Brotherhood. Zenovia tells Garin it was a good thing you played with politics while acting as a regent. Garin's body doesn't age, but that's not all. He feels his mind has gotten sharper. Zenovia feels disappointed seeing the other group they made together, the Great Earth, easily crushed. Garin is convinced the new Great Earth isn't weak. However, the Dark Brotherhood's Heresy Inquisitors aren't exactly strong either. Zenovia wonders if that indicates the Great Earth is being easily crushed because they've given the Inquisitors so much information on them. Garin adds another reason. The Dark Brotherhood has Leonhardt blessed by the goddesses. Zenovia feels it's a good thing because they can bring Leonhardt over to their side. He should also know his lifespan. Garin tells her to give up on that dream. He may have received the goddess's blessing, but he refused to have a successful life and joined the Dark Brotherhood. His devotion is different from ours, and he will come after us if he finds out about our plans. Zenovia opts to get rid of Leonhardt. However, Garin is sure that someone like him, a heretic inquisitor, is quite useful. Moreover, the Great Earth won't be able to face him since his level is so high. Garin agrees and further adds that the goal of Heresy Inquisitors is to capture Otherworlders to obtain information. Leonhardt is quite an expert in facing Otherworlders, especially since he is a spiritualist who specializes in close combat and healing techniques. Zenovia drops another question. What if Great Earth spills about them? Garin believes those weak minds will try to use this chance to blame them to save themselves. However, even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to. And this is something they probably didn't know. Garin continues. The moment they reveal any information about the four heroes, a taboo magic placed on them will trigger. Their brains will experience excruciating pain and die shortly after. Healing magic won't work in that case. Afterward, the Otherworlders' bodies will turn to dust and disappear upon death. Garin shows Zenovia some magic through the dimensional ceiling magic and asks her, do you remember this? Zenovia remarks, I am an archmage, but that doesn't mean I would remember every single spell that I create. Plus, she was busy trying to understand the power of the goddesses. Garin reveals, all we have to do now is wait until the Ormla's blessing is complete. That way we'll be able to absorb the goddess's holy powers. Zenovia remembers that they have one more fragment left, but is sure they've already taken care of all the dragon's nests. Garin informs her dragon's nests managed by Otherworlders aren't the only place it could be. I heard there was an Otherworlder imprisoned in the Crater Prison Camp, my creation. I've already sent someone to fetch that person's information. All we have left to do is wait for Leslie, who has infiltrated the camp. At the Crater Prison Camp, Leslie hears that many Great Earth members have been killed left and right, all of a sudden by the Heresy Inquisitors. She is convinced it's the doing of Garin and Zenovia. They are cutting their tail off. Leslie is aware that if she doesn't find the Earthling here, she will be the next target on the list. She's thinking of grabbing a fragment quickly and then escaping. However, the problem is she has arrived at the wrong time. She witnesses a little quarrel between Han-Bin and the judges. Cards fly through the air, and in the background, people chant the name Valtian Warrior. Someone she was certain had died in the mansion leaves her utterly confused. She overhears two prisoners talking. One of them says, "I've heard the person next to the Valtian Warrior was the one who tried to assassinate the judge." The other person comments, "I heard that person came in here on purpose after hearing all the wicked things that have been happening in here." Leslie dismisses what she just heard and thinks the kid beside the Valtian doesn't seem like the one Garin was talking about. She came to that conclusion because Jang's level is low and the timing of his imprisonment doesn't match. The bigger problem is that the Valtian Warrior, who they already reported as dead to Garin, is still alive. When Leslie looks at Han-Bin's level, she assumes he must be pretending to be a Valtirian. Since the guards aren't relenting, Jung suggests we should take care of these guards and save everyone. The Valtian asked him, "Who are we supposed to protect and who needs saving?" He then bluntly asks, "Are you thinking of committing suicide here?" Han-Bin adds, "I already have 2 dragons to take care of. I'm well aware that if we butt heads with the judge, the situation will become more annoying. I just want to go and spend time in the dungeon." Inside, he curses the judge for not leaving and staying here for too long. When he asks the guards, "What are you standing around for?" they are taken aback by his tremendous murderous intent. Jang is eager to fight the guards. He thinks that he can't stay silent because staying quiet won't help a single person. He suddenly calls out to all the prisoners who feel their sentence is unjust, urging them to stand against this. However, before he can utter a word against the judge or the guards, Han-Bin grabs him by the neck and begins choking him. The amputated man listens to Zhong's calls and yells out they may have committed a crime, but isn't worthy of the death sentence. He says they have families waiting for them. Soon after, everyone starts rebelling against the current world order. They speak about how they've been wronged. They start chanting, "Release us," leaving Leslie to wonder if these people are crazy. The guards notify the judge to escape, saying it's a riot. Displeased by what's happening, the judge orders his guard to bring him out of the coffin, speaking about the Otherworlder he was chatting with earlier. Han-Bin is surprised, wondering what's happening here. Jen tells him, this is the warrior's way to save those who are weak. They must have been struck by the motivation. A true hero empowers others to stand on their own. He reveals that he never realized Han-Bin had such an amazing character, along with his incredible martial arts skills. He declares that he will be serving him forever. He then shouts, everyone should follow the Valtian hero. People follow his lead and begin chanting Valtian. Everyone goes quiet when they spot someone shackled at both wrists and ankles, unable to take more than just a few steps. The prisoners immediately realize that this person is an Otherworlder. Both Han-Bin and Jang are surprised by this discovery, while Leslie realizes that's the Otherworlder Garin was talking about. Her guideline tells her that the Otherworlder is a level 61 magic swordsman. After revealing the Otherworlder, the judge attempts to torment the prisoners. He thinks showing this much fear to the prisoners is just about right. The judge further threatens them. As soon as I release the Otherworlder, I will get rid of all of you in less than 5 minutes. Leslie knows that she clears him when it comes to level, but it would be difficult since she is handcuffed with sealing handcuffs. She even thinks of making a run for it. The judge declared himself as merciful, and in his merciful judgment, he adds 50 years to their sentence for the act of rebellion. The madman who led the rebellion receives an additional 100 years. Jen snitches on Han-Bin and tells the aristocrat the rebellion wasn't his idea, but the Valtian warriors. The judge adds another 100 years to Han-Bin's sentence. He looks directly at Han-Bin and says, I know you two are different from the others here. Not only did you dare to attack me, but you also caused a riot in my prison camp. He pauses and continues, I'm offering you both a deal with every prisoner's sentence on the line. The judge proposes, fight against the Otherworlder. And by fight, I mean rip each other apart. If the Valyrian warriors' side wins, I'll reduce everyone's sentence. Han-Bin immediately refuses. It is revealed that he is trying to hide his face from the Otherworlder, knowing that if they come face to face, the Otherworlder would see his level. He believes that if they hunt monsters on the deepest floor for 2 or 3 months, he and Jang could easily cut 200 years off their sentence. Han-Bin lifts Jang and starts moving toward the dungeon. The Otherworlder finally speaks, asking Han-Bin if he really thinks hunting monsters will help reduce his sentence. The Otherworlder refers to Han-Bin as Eric Garin, leaving him stunned. He reveals that his injuries still twitch from their last fight that asked for a round 2. The Valtian warrior tries to guess who this Otherworlder might be, but it is interrupted by John. The judge is surprised by the Otherworlder and Han-Bin's history. He believes this will be more fun now. However, since 2 against 1 isn't exciting at all, he asked if there's any criminal willing to fight with the Otherworlder against the Valkyrian and his friend. He promises to release the participant, no matter the outcome of the fight. One criminal is captivated by the offer, and as he tries to step forward, a fellow criminal stops him. He tells him there's no way the judge will let him go, and no one is crazy enough to face the Valyrian warrior. So, getting released is meaningless if he ends up dead. Leslie shouts that she will do it, thinking things might work out this way. She had been surprised this whole time seeing the Otherworlder, normally imprisoned on the lowest floor, out here on his own. She's sure the Ornflaw's blessing should be implanted in him. Moreover, by fighting alongside the Otherworlder, she can ensure the fake Valyrian warrior dies here so that the report she made to Garin remains valid. The judge grins as he mentions, "It's been a while since I looked forward to something so entertaining." Addis and Effer have cleared a dungeon, and he congratulates her for her first dungeon closing. She asked him how he managed to withstand the Essence Share, a method that Han-Bin derived to increase his level. First, Han-Bin fights the high-leveled monsters, but doesn't finish them off. Then the low level, she turns into a dragon, kills the weakened monsters, and absorbs the large amounts of essence, using the dragon core to level up. This time, Eyes played the role of the higher leveled and had the wyvern absorb the large amounts of essence. Effer mentions how she loves leveling up faster, but absorbing so much essence makes her stomach hurt. At last hysterically saying, "It was also hard for me at first." He is overjoyed to inform her that she stabilized her dragon core and absorbed essence in record time, which is impossible for a normal wyvern. "Even a dragon like me isn't this fast." He labels her as an amazing genius wyvern. She is delighted by all the compliments, but she is at her limit. As he tells her to digest as much essence as she absorbs to level up, he suggests they should rest for now and figure out a way to digest all of it, which makes her all excited. Since they got an artifact from clearing a dungeon, he thinks of getting a praise. The artifact reminds the mage of Han-Bin. If he had been here, he would have used his guideline to tell of the usage and features of the artifact. She tries to uplift his spirits by reminding him that Han-Bin just went to prison. So if someone heard us, they'd misunderstand and assume Valti is dead. After contemplating, Atis wonders if Han-Bin will be okay in prison. Having heard about the shady characters there, he hopes his friend can just take the beating. If Han-Bin decides to fight back, he might just become a real murderer. As he worries about that, she shifts the focus. How are we going to get back home to the Crater Valley? It's still a mile or so away. In the end, Effer transformed and flew back. 20 years ago, due to Earth's great attack on the goddesses, the people of Latina regarded the Otherworlders as enemies. One of those four heroes, Garin, also believed this, and built a prison in an undeveloped crater dungeon. They gained insight into the traits of many Otherworlders by capturing and studying them. Their studies reveal a few interesting facts. The Otherworlders cannot tell if other people are also Otherworlders. They cannot earn any experience from killing each other, only from killing the people of Ona. However, the people of Latina gained nothing from killing the Otherworlders. The Otherworlders automatically gain skills as they level up. If the Otherworlders experience excruciating pain, they can enable the suicide skill to end their journey. Dungeon monsters are unable to differentiate between Otherworlders and the people of Latina. Lastly, Otherworlders disappear from the world when they die. This is all the data obtained from the death of countless Otherworlders. Due to the Otherworlders' violent tendencies and the constant monster experiments that kept boosting their average level, they eventually became uncontrollable, turning Crater Prison into a regular prison mostly filled with Latin inmates. However, the facility that had been used to experiment on the Otherworlders remained and is now secretly operated as an arena. This is the arena where Han-Bin and Jang are set to fight the Otherworlder and Leslie. The announcer declares that today's match will follow the simple rules they always use. Monsters will be released across the arena. The contestants' goal is to take them down, and whoever defeats the most monsters and collects the most magic stones will win. There is no time limit, and stealing each other's magic stones is allowed. The judge will overlook any accidents that occur during the match. After explaining the rules, the announcer calls out the Otherworlder sent by the Demon King, Ornfloss. The Otherworlder appears to be in extreme pain, especially in his left arm, where the dormant power of darkness resides. Though he has control over it, the pain is evident. The audience begins cursing him, some shouting for him to die, while others wish for him to go to hell. However, the Otherworlder believes no one can understand his darkness. Meanwhile, Leslie is irritated. She is forced to wear an outfit that is far too embarrassing for her. Despite her discomfort, she remains patient. She knows that once she plants Ornlaw's blessing in the Otherworlder, she will have no further business with him. It is revealed that she had already offered Ornfloss's blessing to the Otherworlder earlier. Now, he wants an answer. Had she truly considered the power she wished to offer him? He responds, "I appreciate the thought, but just seeing your bright smile is enough to make me happy." His words leave Leslie even more flustered. It is later revealed that the individual once mistaken for an Otherworlder had been imprisoned and removed from all official records. That person now harbors deep resentment toward Han-Bin, particularly due to the pain he endured. Then the announcer's voice echoes, Valti, the fearless warrior from the mighty Valtian tribe of Atna. Han-Bin wonders who this person is, but realizing they know his name, he suspects it must be someone from Earth. If that's the case, then it's likely his identity and background have been exposed. He concludes that if the Otherworlder is aware of who he is, then he might be planning something. Han-Bin doesn't know what his opponent is scheming, but if his identity has been compromised, there's a chance his companions, Ace and Effer, could be in danger. Left with no other option, he resolves to defeat the Otherworlder and leave this place quickly. Just then, Jen calls out to him, grabbing his attention, and respectfully requests, can they just not kill the Otherworlder and talk this out? The Sword King thinks that it can't be helped because Jang doesn't know very much about Great Earth. The announcer gets ready to commence as the monsters start appearing from every side of the arena. To protect the special seats in the arena, about 20 spiritualists block the ceiling by casting a powerful barrier. Han-Bin urges Jang to save that conversation for later. He should now focus on the immediate danger they're facing. Seeing the Valtian warrior in action, a baroness takes interest in his chiseled, art-like muscles. She calls out to the goddesses, demanding to know why those savage barbarians were blessed with such beautiful bodies. When asked if the Valtian warrior has caught her interest, she remarks that she is just pointing out that he is a bit of an eye-candy viscountist. The woman standing beside the baroness informs her that she has heard if the Valtian warrior wins, he will be freed. She then asks if the baroness is considering having him as a servant afterward. The baroness considers the suggestion, showing interest in having the Valyrian as a servant. A merchant named Felix Freylas, who runs a company called Freylas, cuts in and informs the ladies that the Valtian warrior doesn't use any magic tools, so it may be hard for him to work in the mansion. The ladies recognize him and he says, it's an honor to be acknowledged by you. Holding a camera, Felix asks the baroness and the women beside her, may I take a picture of your unmatched beauties? Seeing their confusion, Felix explains it's the company's newest magic item, called the portrait recorder. The baroness is surprised to see Felix using a magic item without any strain, leading her to assume he must be a highly esteemed individual. Felix reveals, I've done some hunting work with my older brother, but it's nothing to boast about. After this, he attempts to check if the magic item is functioning properly by pointing his camera at La. He remembers that his older brother warned him about that Otherworlder. Since Laud is wearing a unique mask, it's hard for Felix to see his face. His photo shoot is interrupted by Baron Elhauer, the judge, who can't tolerate Felix doing his business around here. He asks Felix, did the ticket cost you a fortune since you're not a noble? The Baron isn't thrilled about Felix's visit. He sees him as a lowly merchant and only lets him in because the Marquis offered him the ticket. But deep down, Felix responds that this is no business and thanks him for being concerned with his financial well-being. Felix casually says the Marquis sold him the tickets dirt cheap, so he was able to afford it. Baron isn't happy with how he phrased it, especially the juxtaposition of the words dirt cheap and tickets. Baron angrily remarks, if you're claiming that, then your pockets must be very deep, and then suggests they make a little bet for fun. He asks Felix who he thinks will come out on top, the Otherworlder or the Valti. Baron reveals he is going to bet on the Otherworlder. This leaves Felix to support the Valyrian Warriors team. Felix is stunned by the fact that Baron is betting on an Otherworlder. Out of nowhere, the Baroness points out that the monsters coming from all sides of the arena are decreasing in number. Everyone is shocked after discovering that these tiny insect monsters are nowhere near the level of the Valti. Han-Bin advances, cutting down each monster with just one swing, showcasing incredible movement. The audience is witnessing him play with these monsters like they are mere bugs, even though the magic item prevents him from using the 4 powers. He still has unbelievable strength. He is sure that every monster he has fought so far is nothing special, though their numbers just don't seem to be shrinking. The announcer is left speechless when he witnesses every monster from the dungeon charging toward Han-Bin, while the Otherworlder and Leslie are spectating Valti's brilliant show. In this critical moment, Han-Bin uses a horizontal strike, killing every monster in one blow. He reveals that he even controlled his strength, but things still went overboard. He is baffled when he notices the tiny monsters working together to help one of their own put on prosthetics. Once the prosthetics are on, this new, better version of the ant-like monster charges toward him. The monster walks past Leslie, leaving her stunned, as such low intellectual creatures never in more prime targets. She is taken aback by another surprise. The Otherworlder's left arm transforms into the incomplete embodiment of the tentacled beholder and stretches toward the mutated insect monster. Leslie wonders just who this guy is. Normally, there's no way to stop monsterization once it begins. However, this wasn't the case for Le, who had formerly been monsterized by the boss monster. Tentacle Beholder. Due to his malnutrition and dehydrated state, the monster cell's growth was halted, and his left arm was fused with the tentacled beholder to gain a new skill, Overmind. This ability allows the user to control monsters that are of a lower level than the caster. Law doesn't remember what happened in the dungeon back then, but because of this cursed ability, he was framed as an Otherworlder. He has been locked up in this prison, forced to fight monsters and other inmates. He thinks that his fight with Han-Bin will be ironic. This fight with a man who took everything away from him will also be his last fight to gain his liberty back. The last time they fought, Han-Bin was only level 5. Law believes his opponent will be around level 20, even if Han-Bin is training hard. Lao offers not to take his life and to forgive him if he confesses his mistakes and asks for forgiveness. When the dust clears, the prideful hunter discovers that Han-Bin has already taken care of every monster, making him wonder if he got the wrong person. The Sword King rushes to check on Jang while also taking care of the monsters, but his friend reassures him that he is okay. He wonders if his friend is doing okay. Because the monsters don't seem to be coming to him, and their target has been a Valyrian only, Han-Bin enlightens him that the Otherworlder is only targeting him. When he is asked why he is being targeted only, he comments, "I have some crazy theories, but a crazy hound like that Otherworlder needs to be leashed." Artifacts are powerful tools that power the dungeons and can be acquired when a hunter closes a dungeon. Artifacts are a symbol of honor for hunters whose mission is to achieve a dungeon close. However, if a hunter does not know the level restrictions, lane powers, and activation methods, it only serves as a decorative piece. Therefore, hunters visit appraisal shops to learn about the artifact's power and price. Attess and Effer are getting their recently acquired artifact appraised at Appraisal Street next to the Hunter Guild. Maiden has been using her knowledge of magic tools, gained at the Great Earth Base, to work as an appraiser at Appraisal Street. She reveals the artifact has a level 30 restriction, meaning it can't be used by those below level 30. It can be used 10 times a day, and fortunately, the total uses are unlimited, she says. The artifact saves time dressing or undressing. When the user says dress or undress, since it has unlimited use, it will sell for 3 times more than one of the same level, and it goes for about 3,000 EX. A euphoric Effer hugs Maiden for giving her the good news. Attix remarks, "I feel bad about getting appraisals for free every time." Maiden tells them, "Don't feel bad. We need bail money to bail Han-Bin." Effer admits the magician had to sell all of his treasured spellbooks too. But he responds, "I don't need those spell books because I put all my magic energy into my artifact." The ghost girl seems to be interested in his artifact. She reveals, "I feel that the artifact you have will go for 10 times as much as most artifacts." As he attempts to explain that his weapon is not an artifact, she remarks, "I know it's a demon's blessing, and I also know it's a secret." She reveals, "I never mentioned it before the Order of Light either." She suggests, "We shouldn't sell this artifact. It would be better if we keep it. It's perfect for Ace since his clothes always get shredded to pieces when he transforms." Effer adds, "Even though we are both dragons, we find it a bit embarrassing when we see each other naked in human form." Eyes and ear are slow to catch on, but eventually they figure out that Maiden is aware of their real identity. The ghost girl responds, saying, "When I was in Han-Bin's consciousness, I saw his memories." And assumes she must also be aware of Han-Bin's identity since she looked into his memories. She reveals, "I knew about it, but I wasn't trying to hide it. I was just thinking about how I should inform you about it." While smiling, the wyvern tells her, "You don't need to worry. When I found out about Han-Bin's real identity, it didn't harm me." Ates adds, "I will vouch for my friend as the descendant of the fire dragon." Maiden also thinks of Han-Bin as a good individual, but is aware that Ace and Effer don't know what is inside him. She reveals, "I saw him living in a place similar to hell for 22 years straight. I believe he is pretending to be normal on the outside, but he is a dangerous man." Back to Han-Bin. He is effortlessly killing the monsters without moving a muscle. He is fighting using just one arm, which proves Maiden's point of him being dangerous. He defeats the army of monsters without even breaking a sweat. Lauda, who was summoning the monsters, is left speechless, seeing how easily his archenemy is dealing with his monster army. Leslie is also stunned because the monsters he defeated were not weak. The average level of those monsters was 30, and there were even some boss-level monsters in there too. After slaying an entire army of monsters, Ham asked him if he has more. Baron can't believe what just happened, and wishes Lao would bring in more powerful monsters. Felix is sure that the monsters Han-Bin defeated were enough to take down a city, but still, that wasn't enough to bring out his potential. It's already been some time since the inmates stopped cheering. They know what's going on since they have experienced it firsthand. The inmates' fear of the Valyrian warrior is suppressing the entire arena. Han-Bin thinks there must be something else Lao must be hiding. Believing there's more to come, the prideful hunter enables his special skill, Impudence, which not only attracts those insect monsters from earlier, but also summons a deep-level dungeon boss from underneath. The monster is a level 80 boss named Queen Antonia. The queen, her head aching, wonders who dared to use such an indecent skill on her. She starts freaking out when she sees her children's small monsters ripped into pieces. And with her sharp-smelling senses, she learns that this was all the Volgians doing. Han-Bin admits to killing the monsters and then casually adds that his sword got shattered because of this massacre, blaming himself for expecting too much. The queen attacks him the instant he reveals that he killed her children. Her strike is so powerful that it causes the whole arena to tremble. Felix is the first one to shout at the guards, telling them to evacuate the inmates. The judge laughs as he remarks, even though Felix is good-looking, he is still a coward. The judge thinks that if the inmates see this, they won't even think about rebelling. To protect the VIP seating arrangements, about 20 level 60 spiritualists are holding a barrier. With this party, those spiritualists could hold 5 dungeon bosses. The judge only wants to watch the Valyrian warrior getting torn to shreds. Unexpectedly, Felix grabs the judge by the collar and tells him, "It's not the dungeon boss I'm scared of, it's the Valyrian warrior." Since Han-Bin lost his sword fighting the Monster Queen's children, he demands a hand. He casually slices off the queen's arm to use it as one. Han-Bin then uses the queen's arm to throw a vertical slash, causing the monster's blood to erupt from the inside out, killing it in an instant and gaining more than 100 million experience. But it's nowhere near the experience needed to level up. At Appraisal Street, Maiden explains to Ace and Effer that the main reason the Otherworlders have come to be feared is their murderous impulses. The source of these impulses lies in the original Guideline integrated with their existence. Hidden in this Guideline is a secret quest and reward system. When an Otherworlder arrives in Latina, their Guideline tells them to murder a Latin, calling it a secret quest sacrifice for the cause. The description of the secret quest states that the Latins are being tricked by the evil goddesses and killing them is a small sacrifice to save Latina. Killing a Latin triggers a dopamine rush for them, and if they murder even one Latin, they may not be able to escape that impulsive feeling. Maiden reminds them that she was in Great Earth. What she told them isn't very well known, but it is still a fact. Effer smiles and confidently remarks, Han-Bin has never done something like that, as adds that his friend never had any condition like that before. She replies they are right because the otherworldly Sword King has never killed a Latin. Everyone Han-Bin has killed so far was an Otherworlder, so he never got afflicted with a murderous addiction, and killing Otherworlders doesn't give him any rewards. Maiden wonders, how long will Han-Bin's luck last? At the Crater Prison Arena, Han-Bin has slain the monster. He is used to living in an environment where predators chased him every day for almost 22 years. In absolute solitude, it was either kill or be killed. The fact that he is normal is not normal at all. He came to Latina physically, but his mind is still lost in those mountains. If there is an enemy that chases after him, his repressed instincts can kick in at any time. For someone like him, becoming addicted to murder wouldn't be difficult, even compared to the Otherworlders. Maven is sure that Aze must have felt Han-Bin's murderous intent at least once. The mage remarks that there was a small misunderstanding between them, but that was cleared up soon after. After this, they fought against the Lich together. He is convinced that Han-Bin doesn't murder without discretion. Back in the arena, the judge is left speechless by the Valyrian warrior's strength. To make matters worse for the judge, the protection barrier constructed by the spiritualist is knocked out by the sudden blast. Felix is surprised to discover that there were no casualties. He guesses that either they are lucky or maybe the Valchian warrior held his strength back. Effer, who is practically on the other side of the globe, asks Zadis and Maiden to stop talking about things like this. What would Han-Bin gain from meaningless killing? He says. Leslie falls to her knees while La attempts to summon more monsters, but none appear. Meanwhile, Maiden finds herself deep in thought. She wonders what would happen if his identity is revealed and it endangers his friends after 22 years of solitude. She believes Han-Bin won't hesitate to murder and will grow addicted to it. As the Valchian swings at La, Jang leaps in to shield him and loses his hand in the process. He reveals that he thought he could block it. He then justifies that people should settle things with just words, implying that one shouldn't always resort to violence. Han-Bin quickly catches him before he falls face first to the ground. Ear, Brad, and Martin have found a huge magic stone. However, instead of keeping it for himself, Brad decides to give the magic stone to his new companions. Looking at the size of the magic stone, Eyes reveals this size magic stone can be sold for at least 500 EX. The wyvern asks him and Martin, "Are you sure about giving this magic stone to us?" The former believes they deserve it since he and his friend owe their lives to the Valyrian warrior. Brad adds, "This is nowhere near enough. I received my artifact from the Vian warrior. He has a little crush on her and is willing to do anything for her, though he wouldn't say it out loud. But she wholeheartedly thanks him and Martin. He finds her smile, and especially her behavior, extremely cute. As Brad is about to ask her out, the two spiritualists from his party cut in and inform Matiste about a bigger problem. Since they are able to communicate due to being on different levels, Effer leaps into the air to reach the healer unit. The mage is grateful to Brad and Martin because with their help, they have gathered a lot of money. He believes that if they don't do anything, they will just end up being a burden to Ham. Effer's expression suddenly changes when she spots something surprising. Eyes who can't see anything from where he is, guesses something must have happened to Ham, judging by her reaction. Elsewhere, Felix is reporting some information on the Otherworlders from Crater Prison to Leonhardt. He tells Leonhardt, "I nearly died for you and deserve at least a tea," while they are having a conversation. Leonhardt points at the water and then asks him to be quiet for a bit since he is reading. Felix wonders why Leonhardt makes him do dirty work where there is the Dark Order. Who could do this kind of research and be several times more time efficient? He thinks. Leonhardt just says that he has some personal things to look into. Felix has also included Lauda's photo in the report because he is the prime suspect of being an Otherworlder. He reveals this report was created on the judge's account. Leonhardt takes a quick look at Lauda's photo and bluntly says the person in the photo is not an Otherworlder. The reason he is so sure is that he has looked into this guy before. Confused, Felix reveals, "When I looked into this Otherworlder, he had no family registry or anything." Leonhardt guesses the judge must have wanted him as the show horse of his arena, so he erased all records and falsely labeled him as an Otherworlder. Leonhardt realizes that the plan to manage the prison was a failure. He had acted too soon, attempting to control the situation before fully understanding it. Now he accepts that everything must have a reason, especially if it's part of the goddess's will. Looking at the photos of Han-Bin included in Felix's report, Leonhardt asks, "Who is this man?" Felix replies, "The prisoner who fought the Otherworlder in the arena was a Valyrian warrior. According to rumors, he took down the leader of Dragon's Nest during an ambush by the Order of Light." He continues, "This Valyrian could defeat boss-level monsters with a single swing of his sword. Since Valyrians don't measure levels, we don't know how strong he really is." Suddenly, Leonhardt brings up, "I had to borrow money from you on short notice once." Felix recalls, "You arrested the wrong person that time and borrowed money from me to cover the compensation." Thinking Leonhardt wants to settle his debt, Felix asks, "Are you finally paying me back?" Leonhardt replies bluntly, "No, I won't be repaying it. Issue a level 5 capture order." A flashback then shows Zenovia and Holly inspecting Otherworlders who appear to have lost their sanity. Zenovia asks her if she is disappointed that the Otherworlders' condition is less extreme than they expected. Holly demands that Zenovia stop making fun of her, insisting she's witnessed even more disturbing things since becoming Alendia's queen. She thinks these Otherworlders look like they are seeking something. Following her comment, Zenovia asked her, "If that's the case, then what do you think about Leslie, the girl sitting quietly inside the container?" Holly explains that there are some cases where the Otherworlders self-harm as a result of the murder withdrawal. At this time, their guideline option, commit suicide, can come in handy. Leslie is subconsciously murmuring that she doesn't want to die and she doesn't want to kill, repeatedly. Holly unexpectedly appears in front of her and invites her to become her new subordinate, as her last one had recently died. Leslie hated the 4 heroes who locked her up in this filthy cell. She wants to rip apart Zenovia, who is just a yard or two away from her, but she is somehow unable to resist Holly's offer. She understood everything from Holly's elegant tone and soothing voice. She is aware that to those 4 heroes, she is just a toy that could be killed at any time. Restraint was the condition for her freedom from the cell. With restraint, they could suppress their murderous urges. Leslie and the Otherworlders, like Richard and Alejandro, did the dirty work of the 4 heroes and became the false Great Earth. The restraint was born from her fear of the 4 heroes. Facing Han-Bin, she never expected to feel that same fear again. She realized that rebelling would be meaningless and was convinced that the levels were meaningless. Seeing him stretch his arm, believing he was going to attack her, Leslie started screaming. She was surprised when he broke her handcuffs instead of harming her. He asked if she was spiritual and requested a favor to help save Jang. When he once again enunciated, "Please," she got to work. She promptly began treating the gravely injured Jang, and Law also joined to help her, because he was indebted to Jang for saving him from the Virion. She told Han-Bin to put pressure on Jang's arm and asked La to hand over the wrapping that he was wearing on his arm. The judge suddenly shouted at Han-Bin, calling him a savage. Angry because his game was ruined, he declared that all of them would be executed instantly. The Valti is irritated because, even when a person is dying, the judge isn't relenting. Leslie shouts at Han-Bin to focus. "We are not even done with first aid," she says, "and if you stop, John will bleed to death." The judge calls his army of guards to deal with everyone in the arena. Treating the Valyrian warrior like a monster, the guards even fire the ballista. El impressively catches the arrow. Without killing its momentum, he throws it back toward the guards. Han-Bin doesn't understand why the prideful hunter is helping them. When he is about to ask the reason, Ellie tells him, "Stop lazing around, or I'm going to let the guy whom you owe your life to die." He commands them to jump into the hole in the floor. "Don't die before I get the chance to kill you," he adds. The Valkyrian entrusts him with dealing with the army of guards while he, carrying Jang, jumps into the hole with Leslie. Lav assumes that since he is a noble secret weapon, they probably wouldn't kill him, only to realize that more than 100 spears are headed toward him. Leslie stops Jung's bleeding but says, "All I can do from here is boost his normal healing factor a bit," though she is more worried about his arm that was sliced off. She reveals she is surprised Jang's body didn't split in half by the impact, and admits that fixing a severed arm is too much for just her alone. Disappointed and helpless, Han-Bin decides to be alone for some time. Seeing him rise to his feet, she assumes it's because he doesn't believe her. He is grateful to Leslie and tells her to rest now. When she asks him where he is headed, he reveals he plans to find the boss room to seal the dungeon and escape after healing Jung. Since they'll already forced the boss out, he's going to scout the area to make sure it's safe and ask for a wait until he's done. To blow off some stress, Han-Bin punches the rock wall. He is aware that Jang's fatal injury is a result of his carelessness. As soon as he leaves, Leslie decides to make a run for her life. She fails to plant Ornfos' blessing, but knows that her life is more important right now. She fears if the Valkyrian changes his mind, she will be as good as dead. While running, she encounters a level 70 monster called Eggplanter. Meanwhile, Ez and Effer see a wanted Han-Bin poster, which reveals that their friend escaped. They are stacked with magic stones they acquired after closing numerous dungeons and hunting monsters. Their original plan was to bribe the judge, hoping he would let Han-Bin leave. But now, things had gotten worse. Ez came up with a new plan, saying, "I'm sure that with all this money and magic stones, we should be able to survive for a while." When asked about his plan, Ez explained, "We have to rescue the Valti and run for it." Atisu revealed he had gathered some information on Han-Bin's situation. Han-Bin supposedly ran into a dungeon that inmates weren't supposed to enter. "If we move immediately, we might be able to find him first," he said. "And the more monsters there are, the better it is for us." Effer wondered aloud, if the Valti is still free, does that mean he hasn't been caught yet? She then pointed out, "The dungeons are complicated, and with just the two of us, it'll take a while to find him." Abruptly, Brad and his friend cut in. "If it's a search, we can help too," they said. Ez and Effer were grateful. Martin spoke up, "My friend and I will prepare and meet you at the 24th lift later." The wyvern decided to sell the magic stones, while her friend chose to purchase 2 dungeon maps, which might come in handy. "If we wait any longer," he said, "external organizations might start looking into this matter. And when that happens, even Han-Bin won't be able to escape without killing someone. He wants to get there before this turns into a mess." Just when the mage pushes open the guild's door, he comes face to face with Leon Hart, who is about to grab the handle himself. Otherworlders can't have allies because to someone who hides their identities, an ally is far more dangerous than an enemy. Since they stay hidden their whole life, they eventually are killed by stronger monsters. Just as Leslie is about to be ambushed by a level 70 eggplant, Jang jumps in and saves her from the monster's attack. He commands her to run because it's not a monster they can handle. However, she returns the favor by stabbing him from the enemy this time, though her attack doesn't quite hit the monster. In this critical moment, Han-Bin jumps in and uses Stab's skill to eradicate the monster. He appears to be frustrated because every monster he's faced has been weak, and he can't even use Leslie and Jang as bait to escape. Furious, he threatens to kill them if they don't return to prison and plea before the judge that they were threatened by the Valyrian. That way, they might avoid execution. Jang states that he can't leave because he aims to be a warrior, only to make Han-Bin even more angry. The Vian asked him, "Wasn't it enough that you lost your arm?" The newbie believes that the price wasn't enough for all the times he was saved from being exposed as an Otherworlder. Leslie is stunned to learn that Jang is an Otherworlder. He credits Han-Bin, who taught him everything about Luna. Han-Bin reminds him, announcing yourself as an Otherworlder is the same as inviting death. The newbie reveals that he is thinking the contrary. He wants to help the people of Latina as much as they are hurt by people of Earth. He wants to show that not all Otherworlders are evil, and is aware that he might need to fight those evil Otherworlders to bring peace. He bows down to Han-Bin, asking him to become an ally. Leslie thinks he's lost his mind because what he imagined couldn't possibly be real. When Han-Bin asked him, "Are you prepared to kill humans?" he responds, "If it's a beast who has lost his mind to bloodlust, then I am more than ready. However, I will prioritize negotiating by words first." Moved by his motivation, Han-Bin shakes hands with him, a gesture of mutual respect. Meanwhile, Leslie feels that it's the dream of a knave human who is new to Latina. When Han-Bin questions if Jang has a plan, he remarks that he will come up with details later. They both agree on sneaking out during the night, the best time possible. Having worked for 10 years at Great Earth, Leslie understood her reality, but Han-Bin sparked a new sense of hope in her. Sometime later, Chang has fallen asleep and Leslie is treating Han-Bin's wound from the fight with the eggplant. She informs him about the wound, revealing that it originated from within its hand. She explains that his residual aura was guarding his body so it didn't get worse. When he asks, "What is the residual aura?" she begins to explain. "This is common knowledge among spiritualists," she says. "It's the aura that strengthens the body. Spiritualists specialize in defense, and those who use residual aura do the same." It's not surprising. Han-Bin realizes that he isn't getting stronger by leveling up, but rather by the dense aura accumulating in his body. However, he wonders, why can I only use physical attacks? As Leslie is about to ask Han-Bin if she'd become a part of their plan, he reminds her, "You could be in danger if you're suspected of healing and being a worlder." He asked her to forget about them, and if she's ever caught, she should say she was threatened. He also apologizes. While lying flat on the ground resting, she asked him not to get caught. He decides to close the dungeon once she and Jang have rested and recuperated. Sleeping on her side, she appears to be staring at the Ormflow's blessing. Meanwhile, at the crater prison, the judge seems frustrated. He is informed that the Hunter's Guild isn't accepting the sum he offered them for raiding the dungeon and capturing Valtirian and the rest. However, his frustration is rooted in the fear of getting exposed for bringing out a fake Otherworlder. La can go over to the Order's trial instead of the State's, which is what he fears the most. Suddenly, a guard informs the judge that some guests are requesting to meet him, the Baron, immediately. He orders the guard to make them leave. However, when the guard reveals the guests aren't leaving, he even gives him the authority to throw them into the cell. Just when he finishes, Leonhardt, with a tease and effort, barges into the room, demanding he comply with the investigation. He reveals he is short on time and doesn't have a warrant. But it sure would matter. Earlier, when Leonhardt bumped into Atisa, he confirmed that the runaway inmate was circling Han-Bin. Atisa assumed he had come to find Fad. He stated that it didn't matter whether the inmate's name was Falot or a Valyrian warrior. The only thing that mattered to him was his relationship with the Otherworlder. He believed that there was an otherworldly being in this city. When asked if he had any evidence, Leonhardt claimed that it was an instinct of a Heresy Inquisitor. He revealed his plan to find the evidence and wanted to start by meeting Han-Bin first. Since they shared the same goal, he asked Atisa and Effer to follow him back to the present. The judge attempted to escape from the grasp of Leonhardt and the mage by jumping through the window using a rope. While descending, he muttered about dealing with the fake Otherworlder himself. But Effer, descending nearby, overheard and asked, "Who could that Otherworlder be?" After landing roughly, the judge continued his run and ordered the guards to lock down all sections because intruders were here. Just as he wondered why a hunter was the Heresy Inquisitor, a tease appeared, melting the upper levels of the prison to confront the judge. He commands, "Judge, explain what you've done to Han-Bin and where he is now." However, instead of responding, the judge jumps into a working minicart, attempting to escape once again. As the guards advance to fight the mage, Effer steps forward. She throws her swords before the guards, letting her friend channel his magic through the metal blades. She tells the guards, "You should be grateful that Ace didn't burn you." When asked where the Heresy Inquisitors went, Effer reveals she didn't see any signs of them following. He wonders if they separated paths, but thinks it's better for both parties since the guards are scattered. They hop onto the magic stone transport cart to pursue the judge, believing he might know which direction Han-Bin fled. Interrogating him would allow them to get one step ahead of Leonhardt. Soon after, another unit of guards ambushes them. The wyvern questions him, "What will we do if the Heresy Inquisitor finds Han-Bin first?" He reveals, "We won't be able to avoid a fight in that case." Inside, he wants to ensure Han-Bin doesn't kill, no matter the cost. If that happens, he plans on killing him with his own life on the line. Elsewhere, Leonhardt is slowly descending from the prison camp to the bottom floor. The Baron, running off promptly before hearing him out, has surprised him a little. Leonhardt had been to Onro City before when he was searching for the Lich, a known member of Great Earth, but it disappeared without a trace. The evil skeleton then died at some point. Alejandro's nest was destroyed shortly after. However, all the demon gods were at the dragon's nest, which means he is the one who most likely made Ormflow's blessing. And the person involved in all those events has a power greater than a normal level 5. He believes that the person's teammates, 8 and Effer, are also not normal. Suddenly, the guards fire their ballistas at airborne Leonhardt. Meanwhile, Leonhardt is thinking about how there have been no oracles from the goddess. This is all his own decision. Regardless, the Otherworlders are Ormflow's spies. Believing there's no need for mercy or forgiveness, he destroys all the ballistas along the ravine with a single gesture. Aid and Effer break into a room, which turns out to be the stadium where Han-Bin and La fought. She assumes some insane monster caused the destruction. Leaving her to suspect Han-Bin might have been there, abruptly, the judge shouts from the stadium suite. Furious, he criticizes them for bringing a Heresy Inquisitor. He informs them that he has the man they are looking for, mistakenly thinking they're after Lays. Why would the prideful hunter be here? Lays wonders aloud. The judge, shouting again, tells them to be quiet. I am the law and order, the king and god here, he declares. This time, he plans to kill him with monsters stronger than the queen that Valtian killed. He makes it clear that to reach him, they first need to deal with the king of the crater dungeon. AZ reveals having heard rumors about Queen Antonio of the East Valley, but stronger than her is King Antonio of the West Valley. Just then, the monster reveals itself. Leonhardt stealthily arrives with a flamboyant entry and lands a strong punch on its face, declaring, the monster can't run away. The next generation's hero, chosen by the goddess herself, is the blessed one of the goddesses. After witnessing the weight of that name for himself, AZ understands that even if he puts his life on the line, it wouldn't mean anything. After Leonhardt has dealt with the enemy, a guard hurriedly arrives and informs Leonhardt. Atis and Effer heard that there's an escaped prisoner in the East Valley Boss Hall. The two bullies who tormented Jineng on his arrival at the Crater Prison are now inside the Crater Prison dungeon. They are on a mission to find the escaped convict. They are surrounded by monsters, despite initially thinking there wouldn't be any. It's been 2 weeks since the arena incident, and the monsters that were wiped out by Han-Bin have started to reappear. The yellow-haired dude suspects the monsters are heading their way because of the artifact sword they have. Knowing something like this would happen, he brought the Valyrian sword along. However, after swinging it for a moment, he realizes that the sword is dull, just a heavy chunk of metal. Soon after, they are completely overwhelmed by the sheer number of monsters. In this critical moment, the yellow-haired man thinks of using his ring artifact. He hopes it might have offensive magic in it. When nothing happens, despite him chanting different spell names, he asks his blue-haired friend for help, but he's just as clueless. In the end, he braces himself for the enemy's attack. Suddenly, Han-Bin arrives and snatches the sword from the dude. And then, in an instant, Han-Bin neutralizes the threat. It happens very quickly. Rather than being angry at those who try to confront him, Han-Bin acknowledges that he understands. They were just following the judge's orders, much like the other prisoners who are now choosing to follow him. It's revealed that he and Jang have rescued several more inmates and are leading them to safety. A newcomer explains that these prisoners have been sent after Han-Bin and Leslie with a promise of freedom, but Han-Bin was able to win them over almost immediately. He tells the prisoners that only the boss room remains. Once they clear it the next day, the dungeon will be complete. He makes it clear that they won't be running away. Instead, they'll expose the injustices of the noble and reveal the horrors of the prison system. The goal is to bring the noble to justice and earn their freedom through lawful means. He understands that some of them believe siding with Valtirian offers a better chance of survival than opposing him. Still, Han-Bin feels pleased seeing Jang trying to resolve things peacefully. A blonde man criticizes Jang, calling him delusional for thinking they can go up against the judge. As escaped prisoners, he believes no one will listen to them. He suggests that it would be smarter to break out and then go their separate ways once they're out of the city. The newcomer warns him that doing so could lead to their death on the streets after escaping. And fighting against each other is what the nobles want. If they were to get blood on their hands, then no one would acknowledge the unfairness they have experienced. And if that happens, none of them will ever be able to live normal lives. The other prisoners start siding with Jang as they don't want to rot in the prison anymore. They shout at the yellow-haired man to go back to the prison himself. Angered, he pulls out a knife, aiming to wreak havoc, only for Han-Bin to hurl a small stone and destroy it. Jineng convinces the prisoners to get back at the noble because they have the Valyrian warrior on their side. Everyone starts chanting Jang's name to show him support. Han-Bin is happy for him. The newbie was nervous a moment ago, but now he is more confident. When the Sword King notices Leslie behaving strangely, he asks, "Are you all right?" She initially dismisses him with an improper reply, but then reveals, "The smell of sweat is making me nauseous. I plan to rest nearby and don't want to be disturbed." Sometime later, when everyone has slept, Han-Bin and Jang are still awake. When asked why he isn't sleeping, the Valtian reveals, "I can't sleep thinking about the nagging I'll get from my friends who are waiting for me outside." Jang praises him for having 2 attractive companions despite his stoic appearance. When Han-Bin reveals that one is a guy, he says, "This is the most shocking thing I've heard." He tells him a little about his life on Earth. He was always alone, and no one listened to him. In the end, he turned to books rather than people. He felt as if those heroes from books were speaking to him, rather than people themselves. Ironically, that's how he lost his life. Han-Bin is shocked to learn that Jang died and then came to this world. At first, he thought about dying, but when he reached level 5, he met some people like him in the tutorial. People who died in their previous lives too. The harsh reality they had to face made them become friends very quickly. He smiles as he talks about how they were his first real friends. He treasured the time he spent with his new friends, but he was alone once again when he was sent to Luna. The reason he isn't hiding is because he wants to become a famous warrior and reach his lost friends. He admits his noble goals were driven by selfish motives. Han-Bin tells him there's nothing wrong with it. Money, honor, or peace of mind, these are all dreams of every person. People who don't give their all for their goals are either fools or backstabbing liars. It's a matter of whether he is the only one benefiting or if others are also gaining something from it. He tells him that his selfish motive is what's keeping everyone here alive. The world he is imagining is quite honorable itself. The Valti realizes that his pep talk is quite serious, though he reminds himself that he is now over 40 years old and his speech is justified. Despite all of that, he fears Jang might be uncomfortable after his speech. However, the newbie instead declares that Han-Bin is his role model, someone he'll forever bow to, and even read a book about his heroic deeds. Han-Bin stops him and regrets speaking on this topic. He thinks he should have just told him to leave everything behind and survive on his own. Elsewhere in the dungeon, Leslie is struggling to walk. It is revealed that Zenovia weakened her seal, which kept her killing impulse and control because she was running late with her mission. Since she has foreseen her death, she plans to commit homicide to satisfy her impulse. Just in time, the yellow-haired man shows up, looking for her. She demands he stay away from her, but the man tells her there's no need to be afraid. He reveals he is supposed to meet some guards here, and if she gives them a report, she will also be awarded. She catches him off guard and finally stabs him with her knife. She appears to be wearing a sadistic smile, but is fully aware that no matter what she does, she can't escape this. She knows she's nothing more than a pawn to those heroes. She receives 54 milligrams of the joy of Ornfloss for killing the yellow-haired man. Soon, the guards arrive at the scene, and she can't help but wish to eliminate them all. People usually start doing bad deeds when no one is looking. When he and Jang go to look for Leslie, it's already too late. A prisoner and a soldier of the judge are already dead. However, the problem is that the soldier died at the hands of a prisoner. It appeared that she attempted to commit suicide, but when they found her, she was still breathing. Han-Bin inspects the dead soldier and, based on their levels, deduces that Leslie might be the one who killed him. As he wonders why a guard would be alone, he realizes something and proceeds to walk toward the direction where the guards came from. He commands Jen to wake up all the prisoners because they are going to the boss room to close the dungeon, leaving him surprised. He knows that Leslie's body needs to heal itself through prana, but a permanent solution is a potion. Not only that, it appears the injured guard survived and escaped, so there will be more coming. Han-Bin aims to stop them and uses his tracking skills to take initiative. Through his tracking skill, he locates the guard who's moving away from the boss's room. He feels sure he can intercept him. Before rushing off, he tells Jung to meet him at the end of the Eastern Valley. He feels uneasy and regrets not turning back, but if he had, maybe the worst could have been avoided. Suddenly, a dark silhouette impales him with an almost invisible object, leaving him stunned and speechless. This dark silhouette turns out to be Leon Hart, who reveals he was on his way to find him, Eric Garin, only to realize that the man he's facing is also Fad Benny, the Valtian warrior. Han-Bin questions whether this is just a coincidence, but Leon Hart explains that he's here because it's part of his job. Meanwhile, Jang, leading the prisoners to the boss room, is being interrogated by the prisoners who have no sight of Han-Bin. He reassures them that the Valti is fine. He gives them time to run. All while taking on the monsters himself, the prisoners cheer for the Valtirian. Jang, however, has a bad feeling about the guards. Though he deduces Leslie must have her reason, he tries to stay focused. Responsibilities would come after they finished here. No matter what era it is, heroic tales always move people. That's probably because heroic stories aren't realistic. After making it to the boss's room, they witness a ballistic unit of guards all prepared to strike. Since the world isn't kind enough for a hero to survive in it, Jiang made such a fuss when he arrived. He lived in this world. He believed it would work out somehow, and that he'd meet his friends and big brother. Suddenly, he calls for everyone to run, but it's too late. Everyone gets slaughtered. Jiang blames himself for being weak in the idea of justice. But regardless, his story ends here. It was a moderately stimulating story with a rough, cheap script. The ending had no meaning or moral to it. It was an obvious outcome. Before closing his eyes forever, he has a final vision. Leslie tells him that there's still war left in the end, but it won't end the way he hoped. He will never become a hero and will end up giving up on justice. As she forces a fragment of Ornfloss's blessing into his mouth, Leslie knows he'll resent and blame her, but she does it anyway, believing it's still for his good. The guards start searching for the Valti in the pile of dead and gravely injured bodies. Just when they begin their search, they discover the blue-haired man alive. He miraculously survived because of the ring artifact that he had been wearing the entire time. The man asked for help, but the guards tell him, "We are supposed to kill everyone unless you reveal the Valyrian warrior's location. In that case, we'll save you without the judge knowing." After being forced to consume the Ornflow's blessing, Jung now gets up on his feet. Back to Han-Bin, he never expected that a Heresy Inquisitor would visit him for work. He tells Leonhardt, if we're talking about work, the judge could give me plenty, see how he unfairly treated countless prisoners. Leonhardt reveals, the Dark Brotherhood will give you your rightful judgment for labeling a Latin as an Otherworlder. The other crimes you committed aren't in our jurisdiction. He further claims, a Heresy Inquisitor's job isn't finding naughty sheep, but the wolves in sheep's clothing. Smiling, he asks Leonhardt if it would really matter if he lied about being a Valkyrian, because he must have found out his real level. So, there's no way he can be an Otherworlder. Han-Bin dismisses their conversation and continues to walk forward, but Leonhardt threatens him, saying that if he is planning to run away, he will just ask Ace and Effer about Ornflaus's blessing. Han-Bin's hunter instincts kick in and he points his long sword at Leonhardt. To him, it now makes sense that Leonhardt knows about eyes, but knowing about the wyvern and Ornflaus's blessing is concerning for him. When he is asked what he is going to do with Ace and Effer, Leonhardt reveals he hasn't done anything yet. Since his friends are also looking for him, he thinks it would be better if he finds them first. In the end, he says that since Han-Bin won't tell the truth, and he doesn't believe anything he says anyway, there's no point in continuing the conversation. Both fighters immediately engage in close quarters combat, and Leonhardt has no choice but to acknowledge Han-Bin's destructive power, though he wonders if that's all his opponent has got. Han-Bin reminds him that he picked the fight, but he is taking it too easy. Leonhardt tells him that he is giving it all he has got, and proves it by slamming his hand into the wall, causing his sword to get lodged there. Seeing him struggling, Leonhardt points out that he is also not taking this seriously. He reveals that Otherworlders use skills given to them by their Guideline, so it's different from those who train their skills through sweat and blood. Therefore, he wants Han-Bin to not hold back because his habits don't lie. The Valti, who is on the receiving end of this fight, kicks Leonhardt in the stomach. He deduces that this skill isn't a skill, but a display of brutish strength. He admits that he hasn't heard something like this in a while and appears excited as he remarks on it. Instead of pulling the sword out from the wall it's lodged into, he swings it along with a massive chunk of rock still attached, intending to crush his opponent. However, Leonhardt shatters the chunk of rock with ease and then wonders aloud how, despite not being an Otherworlder, Han-Bin has such strength at level 5. The Valkyrian tells him that he got this way after beating up countless dogs just trying to survive. Leonhardt rushes at him, shouting that he's out of his mind. However, Han reminds him that he's accusing someone of being an Otherworlder when they are only level 5. He says that it won't be strange to see a level 5 Otherworlder since this world, created by the 6 goddesses, never had Otherworlders in the first place. Han-Bin is surprised to learn that his opponent is using his broken arm while simultaneously healing it. He also shares his opinion, calling him weird. He expresses that there could even be Otherworlders out there, and because of that, he can't deduce who the villain is here. Leonhardt remarks, villain is a word that only the strong can say. Sheep will always tremble in fear just in the presence of a wolf. One of his punches finally connects to Han-Bin's jaw, making him bleed and acknowledge Leonhardt's strength. Han-Bin is well aware that Heresy Inquisitors specialize in combat. Fighting one-on-one against them is nothing but a disadvantage. Han-Bin decides to pressure him with more strength. He grabs him by the collar and headbutts him, breaking his face mask. He attempts to throw another punch, but Leonhardt, whose real face has been revealed, says it's too late. Han-Bin's Guideline shows Leonhardt as a level 120 spiritualist with the goddess's blessing and a plus alpha in his level. The instant his level is revealed, he makes contact with the Sword King's swords with his hand and blasts him through several walls with his magic aura. Han-Bin wonders just how powerful he is and what the plus alpha in his level even means. He is sure he swung his sword, but doesn't understand why his hand is bleeding. Leonhardt closes the gap in a flash and tells him, your sword couldn't pierce through my barrier. He explains, you may have a physical advantage, but your aura is no match for my prana. That's why your sword was redirected, and the damage was done to your hand. When Han-Bin calls him a cheater, he responds, this is fighting without holding back. Leonhardt continues, the predators that have survived the longest never underestimate nor rush at their prey. They observe, discerning the weakness, and then they hunt. He tries to kick Han-Bin's hand, forcing him to drop his sword. He expresses that Han-Bin not being able to use aura was beyond his expectations. Still, he thinks that's exactly how Han-Bin has managed to survive so far. Using all of his strength, Leonhardt kicks Han-Bin in the gut, launching him through a series of walls. In this attack, the Tyrian receives quite a bit of damage. Following the kick, Leonhardt follows up with another strike, unleashing a flurry of magic rods at him. He is sure Han-Bin didn't use any skill, nor Ornlaus's blessing, and there wasn't anything that proved he was an Otherworlder until the end. He deduces Jang must be the Otherworlder in this situation. He was looking forward to this fight, but was left disappointed. As Leonhardt walks off, Han-Bin finally unleashes his maximum power and destroys the magic rods. He smiles after discovering the Valti's real form. Han-Bin charges at him at full speed, but Leonhardt is also prepared to block his attacks with a reflective shield. When the Valti sword makes contact with the barrier, his sword bounces back, and the damage is reversed to his hand. Han-Bin should have realized by now that attacking my prana without aura is pointless, Leonhardt says. Seeing the Sword King in a state of despair, he calls him pathetic. Consumed by rage and frustration, Han-Bin manages to penetrate through Leonhardt's barrier with his residual aura. He realizes that Han-Bin's recklessness will only destroy him, but then understands that Han-Bin might be in a state where he isn't conscious of his pain. The Valtian relentlessly attacks him like a savage beast, which Leonhardt doesn't consider swordsmanship. He reveals he has heard that the Valtirian becomes a monster the longer he fights. If that's true, he wonders what on earth Han-Bin has been battling all this time. Their fight is so intense that it shakes the whole dungeon. Even A's and Effer can hear it. They deduce the Heresy Inquisitor must have reached their friend before them and is fighting him. Adi is sure that if it's Han-Bin, he must have gone to the boss room to clear the dungeon. The wyvern has him follow her lead because she knows the way, though she believes something may be wrong with this route. Effer fears Han-Bin might lose this fight, but A's points out that losing isn't the problem here. Fighting against the Inquisitor means he's making the Dark Brotherhood his enemy. Furthermore, an Inquisitor won't be an easy opponent even for Han-Bin. He's certain the fight will only end with one of them dead. Effer fears that even if their friend wins, he will become addicted to killing. Ace plans to prevent that from happening and rushes to rescue his friend. Elsewhere, Jane has risen once more, the skeleton monsters standing their turn to face their black gaze towards the warrior. They were atrocious and killed people without hesitation, but he quickly dealt with them. He felt no sympathy for the monsters. The monsters charged at him, speaking in human language, something that shouldn't be possible. Just as impossible was the sight of skeletons screaming in pain. Even so, he was always on the side of justice. He may have hesitated if he had heard the monsters cry out in pain, and hunting wouldn't have been as enjoyable. Suddenly, a spear pierced straight through his body. Since his level was too low to utilize Ornflow's blessing, the Cur first switched to auto-hunting mode. His body rejected the spear after switching the mode. Nothing could stop him, the chosen warrior, since the main character was not someone who could falter. That's because this whole thing was a storybook. As Zhang acquired loads of experience from killing the guards, the joy escalated to 85 milligrams. The blue-haired man was left speechless, witnessing the massacre. As the newbie approached, he begged for his life, pleading with Zhang not to kill him and offering the ring artifact as a token of merit. He was surprised when the newbie hunter acted and wondered if he could heal a wound on his arm. Using a ring he gave him, since only Otherworlders know the activation spell, he deduces him as an Otherworlder. Zhang asks the prisoners not to worry and declares that they will be taking out the artifact and clearing the dungeon. He picks up Leslie in his arms, thinking of proceeding towards the artifact, only to be stopped by a teased effort. Since they aren't acquainted and haven't met before, the mage warns him, "If you get any closer to the magic source, I'll fire at full power." He even calls him an Otherworlder. The blue-haired man escapes as Ace and Effer arrive to confront Jen. The wyvern figures out that their opponent's form reveals he has used Ormlaus's blessing. Eyes is also able to tell through his staff equipped with Ormlaus's blessing that their opponent likely has lost control over it. On top of that, Ace points out he's already killed a few soldiers and his level must have risen too. Effer suspects Great Earth, but Eyes believes they can't be sure. He asks the blue-haired man if he has seen the Virian and learns that Han-Bin also came here. They guess they must have missed him. Looking at the guard corpses scattered around, they feel relieved that Han-Bin wasn't the cause of this massacre. The blue-haired guy isn't able to fathom how calm A's and Effer are. He asks them to run with him because the guy they are provoking survived after having a hole put in his stomach. He sliced armored soldiers in half like butter. When he says they wouldn't believe him since they've never seen anything like it, they reassure him that they're already aware. Effer knows that if they leave him be, he's going to get even stronger by killing other hunters on the surface. Attias is sure that they are the only hunters who will deal with something like this, and since he has Ormflaus's blessing, people would think he is the only Otherworlder instead of suspecting Han-Bin. Hearing the name Philad, barely conscious, Zhang closes the distance between him and Addis. Startled, Effer prepares to attack him, only to be stopped by her friend, who attempts to communicate with the Otherworlder. He requests cooperation from him to find Han-Bin instead of fighting each other. Moreover, it will be easier for him to escape in his original form. Eyes then enables a spell to separate the Ormlaus blessing from sighing, something that he's trying out for the first time. Amidst this process, Effer spots Leslie and recognizes her as one of the people from the Great Earth. Another unexpected incident occurs when the blue-haired man takes out the artifact. Wanting to leave the place, the wyvern calls for him to wait, but it's already too late. The dungeon closes and she finds herself in a different location because she wasn't able to touch him. Martin just so happens to be present at the exact place she gets teleported. He reveals he was looking for her since she wasn't at the rendezvous. The blue-haired man shouts an Otherworlder was in the dungeon and wiped everyone out. Get some hunters to kill that Otherworlder. Suddenly, they witness a large-scale blast in the direction of the Hunters Guild. Brad, along with some hunters, is fighting Jang, who has captured Teeds. He informs his magicians, be careful. Our opponent has taken a hostage. He knew something was off the moment the Heresy Inquisitors showed up, but he never imagined the monster would be this strong. Moreover, a monster can't come out after the dungeon is closed. Some hunters surround Jang, believing they can stop him. They feel their opponent may be big, but he's docile. One hunter goes for the head, but Jang annihilates him, revealing more of his power and taking on a new winged form. Before fleeing, he calls the hunters lowly monsters. Effer was only able to spectate this fight as she was too shocked to take any action. She rushed to check on Brad, who had suffered a grave injury. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop Ace from being taken. Brad apologized, his voice weak. The opponent was too strong and had wings. Effer appeared concerned about his health, which seemed to worsen with every passing second. She quickly rushed to find some spiritualists to heal his wound. However, Chang stopped her. Martin has a healing artifact, he revealed. Martin had already assessed the gravity of the situation, but he remained silent. Even after hearing Brad's words, he called his friend a reckless fighter. You're reckless, Martin muttered. But you need to go after Ace. Hurry before other hunters get to him first. They might harm him. He provoked her, trying to push her into action. Don't be scared, he taunted. Effer responded, revealing her gratitude. Thank you, she said softly before turning to leave. Brad knew that the way he encouraged her was dramatic, but he couldn't hold back. He knew Effer was going to soar much further. Before they separated, Jang and Han-Bin had made a promise to meet at the end of the Eastern Valley. Now the newbie was headed there to fulfill his promise. Suddenly, he spotted Effer and called out to her. You're a dragon, he exclaimed. Effer corrected him with a wry smile. I'm a wyvern, she replied.